Mayor Pro Tem Funk to lead us in a pledge to the flag.
Please rise as you are able and join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbeau.
Here.
Councilmember Daris.
Here.
Councilmember Newsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Here.
Mayor Moreno.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Well, for all of you attending here in person, welcome. If you're listening on Zoom, YouTube, KPRL, any of those things, we're glad that you're with us this evening. We are starting with a presentation by Central Coast Community Energy, also known as 3CE. We'll ask Catherine Stedman and Robert Shaw to come forward. Good evening, Ms. Stedman.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you so much for inviting us here tonight. We'll be speaking to you about the enrollment of the city of Atascadero into Central Coast Community Energy Service. And if we could just bring up the PowerPoint, please. Great. So we wanted to begin by filling you in on some of the key accomplishments our agency has made since the city voted to join 3CE in 2022. These are important because they help show the direction the agency is headed in terms of ensuring long-term benefits for all those in Atascadero who will be enrolling into 3CE service this January. And those benefits include simple, transparent, cost-competitive rates offered to all our customers throughout our service territory. A new office in downtown SLO to amplify our presence in the community and ensure that we are accessible to our customers. Maintaining our A credit rating, which helps keep rates low. And an energy risk management policy that shows our hedging strategy and how we protect customers from energy market risks. We also transitioned to a new customer relationship management system. We are building local perspectives into state regulatory and policy discussions. We're maturing and improving our internal data systems, and we're attacking CO2 emissions by providing renewable energy. 3CE has completed contracts for more than 1,000 megawatts of renewable generation. We are currently receiving about 1/3 of that energy. The rest will be coming online as projects complete their permits, construction, and grid connection work. By 2026, more than 60% of our power will be served through these new solar, wind, geothermal, and battery projects, which 3CE has helped to make a reality. Here's our board's plan compared to the state's SB 100 goals. And you can see our pathway to 100% clean and renewable energy to meet retail sales is 15 years ahead of requirements. Let us note, however, that the industry as a whole faces challenges, particularly surrounding interconnection delays, which provides an opportunity for us to work more closely with our partners in PG&E and CAISO. Our energy programs are growing with increased participation year over year. In this last year, we issued nearly 2,500 rebates for electric vehicles and chargers, and we're supporting electrified housing and e-buses for schools and public transit. We also launched a residential battery program that will help reduce energy costs for customers. These programs are touching all our communities, and we are so proud of the work our residents, businesses, cities, and counties are doing to move away from fossil fuels. Our commitment is to be in your community. This shows our outreach work for last year. We know we can't build relationships without showing up, and we take seriously our responsibility to be part of and to understand our communities. So on to enrollment. 3CE has grown tremendously since 2018. I want folks in Atascadero to rest assured that we have been providing reliable, responsibly priced energy to 94% of all the residents and businesses on the Monterey Bay, in Santa Barbara, as well as in the cities of Arroyo Grande, Grover Beach, Morro Bay, Paso Robles, Pismo Beach, and San Luis Obispo since they joined in 2020 and 2021. Your community brings a compatible load profile, and together with the unincorporated county of San Luis Obispo, we'll be increasing our population and energy demand by about 13%. The act of enrollment is very easy. Customers will be automatically transferred to 3CE for service during their regular January billing cycle. We are in the enrollment period right now, which goes from November to March. During this time, customers can opt out penalty-free. If you wait until after the enrollment period, there is a $5 fee for residential customers and a $25 fee for commercial customers. You can opt out on our website or by calling our customer service center. All of the information is on this mailer, which we sent earlier this month to those eligible to enroll with 3CE. We will be sending 3 more mailers throughout the course of the enrollment period, and we will be getting the word out through heavy social, paid, and earned media, through our newsletter, and through local events. So this is a partial list of where you can find us in the coming weeks. Please reach out if you'd like us to speak to your group or join your event. We're excited to be out there meeting our new customers and want to make sure that folks have all the information they need during this period. So thank you so much for your attention, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stedman. And for those of you in the public who, some of you are probably familiar with 3CE and what's happening, and for some of you, you might have seen the postcard in the mail and that's the first you knew about it, or you haven't checked your mail and you have no idea what we're talking about. But back in 2022, was it 2? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 2022. It's been a while. We did vote as a council to enter into 3CE, which is a community choice type of energy and aggregation. It is something that the way the California Public Utilities Commission, the way it was set up and through the state, that you, when we vote to go into it, every single one of you is entered into it automatically. And so this is your opportunity, as Ms. Stedman is saying, is to find out more about 3CE. She gave you some information. You can go to their website. Are there other mailers and things that you will be sending out in addition to the one we recently received?
Absolutely. So there'll be another mailer coming next month in December, and then again in January and February.
Okay, so I've talked with a number of individuals, some who cannot wait to take advantage of 3CE and be a part of that. I have spoken with others who have already gone through the opt-out process, said it was very easy and there was no hassle to it. So whatever you decide to do is your choice, and that was the idea behind entering into 3CE, is to give you in our town more choice when it comes to clean energy. So it is your choice, but just know you will be automatically enrolled. You have to opt out if you want to stay with PG&E. So those are your options. You'll have more information coming your way. And Ms. Stedman, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be voted in one motion unless there's a member of the council that is wishing to pull an item. So I will start by opening up to public comment. Anyone who wishes to comment on the consent calendar. Not much on it, so I'd be kind of surprised. Seeing none, close public comment. Anyone wanting to pull? No, we'll see a motion then.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Borbeau, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to updates from the city manager, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I have several items. Happy fall. We're full swing with the beautiful colors of our trees and our urban canopy and a little bit of rain over the weekend. That was terrific. A busy weekend, last weekend and this weekend. So we had the Gargista Festival at the Pavilion on the lake. 29 wineries were pouring. Over 240 tickets were sold. These are the smaller, kind of above a home winemaker and below a big winemaker. And so it's kind of a neat niche to see what's out there. And that was really fun. And then on Saturday was the annual holiday boutique at Atascadero Lake Park, 74 craft vendors and a steady flow of shoppers all day long. You can see a few of the crafts there. We wrapped it up Monday with the Veterans Day ceremony at Faces of Freedom. Our Atascadero Veterans Memorial Foundation hosted a beautiful ceremony, including a flyover by the Stray Warbirds, color guard from Cal Poly, accompanied by pipes and drums, the national anthem, and of course our local scouts. Local veterans are awarded with beautiful quilts of valor, and the wreath was laid by the Hatch family, which was very special, honoring our veterans. And of course, the Kiwanis of Atascadero were there barbecuing tri-tip and hot dogs. I think Councilman Daris burned your hand a couple. No, just kidding. You were working hard out there, but I appreciate the whole council being there and how neat our community celebrates our veterans. Now I'm going off script because Terry didn't put this in here, but there was one other big weekend event this weekend, and that was the Atascadero Youth Soccer Tournament. Our own Luke Knight is the commissioner of soccer, and my son's team, the Warriors, was the undisputed champ, undefeated, and won the season. Troy Lewis, congratulations. Okay, that was a dad privilege. Thank you. Caribbean flamingo habitat. So there's been some work at the zoo. We'll see that. We've been working hard towards our zoo accreditation coming shortly. We had a mini makeover of the Caribbean flamingo habitat. We moved the bronze tiger, so he was lifted up by crane and moved over to his permanent home near the red panda exhibit, the Thelma Vetta red panda exhibit, which is appropriate to the Indo-Burma habitat of the tiger and of the red pandas. And I think this will be a neat spot where you can take pictures with the tiger, interact with the tiger more than you could before. So it's a really neat photo op for people. And the flamingos are very happy because they now have a better nesting place for their babies. So big win-win moving the tiger sculpture, and it will continue to be in a prominent place in our zoo. Regarding El Camino Real project construction, we're getting there. We're really, really getting there. This week for the project, we have hardscape driveways, irrigation, and electrical and drainage basin work along the west side of El Camino near East Mall, West Mall, and Entrada. Driveway work will be coordinated with business owners. We're really trying to make sure people see us coming and picking days where it's a slower day for that business. There will still be lane shifts and traffic delays with some no parking areas. The crosswalk at East Mall may be intermittently closed, and you should use the alternative crosswalk on West Mall, which is always a clearly marked crosswalk, which is really a safer bet. Please be mindful of bicyclists and pedestrians. We're really trying to, as we wrap up this year, be done with the work on the sides of El Camino, with the goal as we come through the holidays, coming into the new year, we'll be working down the center of the street. So traffic in each lane will be going the appropriate direction. They'll be parking on the sides, business visibility. So we're really getting through the hard part of this. And I really appreciate the council and community's patience on it. It's going to be remarkable. Okay, so that was last weekend. The 4th annual Atascadero Fall Fest is coming. You can see the amusements showing up in our parking lot. This is a 3-day free admission event in the Sunken Gardens from this Friday, the 15th to the 17th. We're expecting over 18,000 people in town this weekend. So be ready over the course of 3 days. A totally family-friendly free event, which we're very proud of. Rides, games, vendors, breweries, music, some great concerts are lined up. And event organizers are working on setup with local businesses to make sure we mitigate that and that we try and promote all of our local businesses. And so for questions or if you want to see the entertainment schedule or anything else, you can go to atascaderofallfest.com. And then on Sunday, when you're done fall festing and listening to music and having local craft food and beer, you can come learn about our anteater because he is excited about World Anteater Day. And we'll have keeper talks throughout the day as we feature our anteater. And then on the 23rd, we're having the pumpkin smash. And so that's always fun. What does a tiger do with a pumpkin? Come find out. All right, you get to see what our animals do. Do they crawl in it, eat it, smash it, you'll see on Saturday, November 23rd. So those are all the things we have going on. You can always go to visit atascadero.com or atascadero.org. Are there any questions of the council? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any questions of the city manager?
Thank you.
I'm afraid I missed when you said how many people do we expect in town for the fall festival?
18,000 people over 3 days.
Wow. Okay, over 3 days.
Yeah, over 3 days.
Okay, thank you.
Weather's going to be great.
Credit Terry Banish. All right. A lot going on here at Atascadero. We're moving on to community forum. This is the portion of our meeting reserved for persons wishing to speak to the council on something that is under our jurisdiction but is not on the agenda this evening. Speakers are given up to 3 minutes, and community forum is limited to a total of up to 30 minutes. When you come forward, we ask that you please state your name for the record, and we'll have the timer going so that you can keep informed of your pace. First speaker, welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dave Garibay. I live at 10610 West Front Street. For the last couple of years, I've been going to the planning department, asking about doing a lot split on my property. Each time I've been advised about the general plan that's coming up and some changes, and it was kind of confusing. So after this length of time of going back and forth, I'd really like to talk to somebody about doing a lot split on my property. There's other lots around me that are smaller than mine and have a couple of houses on them. I think my area is 2.5 acres. I have approximately 3 acres. The properties around me are down to a 1/2 acre and 1 acre parcels. Those are the homes that are on San Rafael Road. And I live right the next block next to the facility for retired people, the name of it, Ingleside. I'm in that same cul-de-sac. There's 4 lots of ours that are back in there, mine and my neighbors. And we're all 2.5 acre minimums. And I'd really like to talk about my property.
Okay, so I think I'm trying to get close enough so you can hear me. So I think what you're really speaking to is our general plan update, which is coming later in the meeting. But what I'm going to do is I'll triage this at the end, but that's not the subject we're on right now. So, but I thank you. I've got your comments here, and I will triage that when we close public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just love it when Nick's smiling. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. A few quick things. Nice to see that we have a duly elected new mayor. That's definitely solidified. So congratulations, Mr. Bobo. Secondly, to Nick smiling, he has no idea, but has anybody noticed anything that happened on San Anselmo? After 2.5 years, we have a guardrail that's been replaced. That's awesome. Makes the town look so much better. I appreciate that. Fall Fest is a great thing. It always happens on my birthday weekend. I do have one question that still has not been answered a year later, so I'm asking tonight. On the tickets that you buy, the daily tickets, are they only good for the time that it is open, or are they a 24-hour ticket? That I would like to know. On the other note, on the other part of elections, I do want to say, as one that is on the oversight committee, I'm happy that our residents of the city of Atascadero have the trust in our city, our staff, and everybody, and has passed, obviously, the road tax. That's a great thing. We have seen the improvements over the last several years, and I'm glad it gets to continue. It does definitely help wear and tear on your vehicles, which keeps your maintenance down. It also makes the town look better, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and community members. My name is Austin Solheim, and I am the Director of Development for ECHO, but I am also a citizen of Atascadero, and you're going to hear a lot from me later on. But I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to the city for their part in putting on an absolutely beautiful Veterans Day service at the Faces of Freedom. And just as a having a brother that serves overseas and having family members throughout my life, it was truly just honoring to see so many members of our community show up for our veterans in that day. And I just wanted to say a special Veterans Day thank you to Mayor-elect Charles Bourbeau as well, and just truly thanking the city for their part in that. It was absolutely beautiful. And also just incredible special shout out to the amazing community groups that help put on so many events like this, like the Kiwanis, who not only served the meal that day, but also came to ECHO that very night and serve the meal there. And so we're just so grateful for so many amazing community members and community support opportunities and the incredibly beautiful event that was held on Monday. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solheim. Anyone else wishing to speak for community forum? And if you do, please go ahead and come forward. There's no reason to wait.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Wendy Lewis with El Camino Homeless Organization. I'm here to speak to the community and encourage anybody who wants to have a really fun Thanksgiving morning before you enjoy a wonderful holiday meal with your family. Echo's holding on Thanksgiving morning our 6th annual turkey trot. It's at our beautiful Atascadero Lake. You come to the Atascadero Pavilion at the lake for registration at 8:30. It's a suggested donation of $20. Come in your favorite turkey costume if you happen to have one hanging around in your closet. We encourage people to participate by dressing up, bringing your four-legged friends. They can dress up as well. There's awards, but I cannot express how much the spirit of community is at that event. We started it several years ago, and first year, a few hundred people, it was amazing. Last year, we had over 1,000 people in attendance, and everyone said it was like your town was there, and it was just really incredible to see. My favorite part is the very first year, we had a community group or a couple that attended, and they came up to me after and said, "We're going to match any dollars that you raise today." And I'm so excited that they're back on board this year. So that means each dollar you donate, you're investing two. If it's $20, it's 40. And that fundraising effort will support all of our efforts to get people back into stable housing. And we're just really encouraging the community to come out, visit echoshelter.org to find out all the information, and just come out. We always say, come wobble before you gobble, get some exercise. We have our hardcore runners are out there, but if you just want to take a nice stroll around the lake, that's okay too. It's whatever level, and it just really is a great day. So encourage the community, if they need more information, they can reach out to us or visit echoshelter.org.
Wendy, what was the date on that again?
Thanksgiving.
Well, it is
Thanksgiving morning. Yeah, Thanksgiving morning. I
That's easy to
think that's
remember.
Thursday. It's a Thursday. I think it's the 28th, but the last Thursday of this month, yeah, at the bandstand. Yeah.
I'm
So-
cooking that day.
Yeah, so thank you for anybody who can make it.
That's awesome. Anybody else for community forum? All right, I'll go ahead and close community forum, bring it forward. I'm going to ask Terry Banish to come up to the mic for a minute just to talk about the Fall Festival. I will say, Mr. Garraway, you did come up under community forum, so we will make sure to include that in our general plan update. And maybe if you could come over and give staff a little heads up over here, Kelly, if you want to raise your hand, go talk to Kelly, give her your address, and then we can wrap that into the conversation. Yes, Ms. Banish, with regards to Mr. Oslin's question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So if they purchase their ticket on the day of the event, and it's only for that day, so they show up on Saturday at 2 o'clock and buy an all-day wristband, it's only good up until the day ends at 10 p.m. Does that help? Okay, and then they purchased it on Friday, it's only good for Friday. So that's good to know. And then right now, there's discounted tickets available on the website until Thursday at 10 p.m. You also have available for purchase at the Chamber of Commerce, and each guest would save an additional $3 by going to the chamber and buying from them. So it's a fundraiser for the chamber as well. So that's another opportunity to save.
And
Enjoy.
Director Banish, that's for rides. Anybody who wants to
Yes.
come and listen to the music,
They can
the
do that for
band's
free.
playing, that's all for free.
Yes, they can do that for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And Mr. Solheim, yes, it was a beautiful Veterans Day ceremony. And I will tell you, the city has very little to do with that. Is actually the Atascadero Veterans Memorial Foundation. They do a fantastic job. So I want to give a shout out to them, hardworking volunteers who not only built that memorial, but host the ceremonies every Memorial Day and every Veterans Day. And it truly is beautiful and encouraging to see so many people coming out and supporting our veterans. And of course, to the Kiwanians for the meals. And let's see, I think that covered it. All right, we are going to move on to our first public hearing, which is the Emergency Shelter Overlay Zone Amendment for the ECHO expansion. I'm going to start with ex parte communications. This is where we let you know if we have had any conversations outside of this public meeting. All of us have received, I'm going to say, approximately 15-ish to 20 maybe emails, largely in favor, a couple expressing concerns, but we've all received those emails. If there are any outside conversations or other communications, I'll start on my right.
I had a tour of Echo Homeless Shelter, met with Wendy and staff. I've had conversations with at least 3 citizens in regards to their emails that they sent in, and a couple others on noticing with Planning Commission.
I've had 2 in-person meetings at ECHO looking at the plans for the shelter and discussing how it fits in with countywide things. I regularly hear from people on all sides of this, of concerns about homelessness and how we address it as a member of the Homeless Services Oversight Committee countywide. And I've talked to a couple of individuals expressing concerns about the project.
Yes, I spoke with Wendy Lewis and Austin Solheim of ECHO at ECHO. And I spoke with Mr. Jay DeCou, who's a neighboring property owner, and I spoke with Mr. Butler, the school superintendent, and with Sean Russell, who is executive pastor at the Atascadero Bible Church.
Yeah, and I met with Wendy and Austin as well. We went over the plans. They answered some questions that we had and front loaded us on some of the issues that they're trying to address on how this is and what this is going to do for them and the community. So, and that was the only people that I spoke to.
Thank you. I also met at ECHO with Wendy Lewis and Mimi Rodriguez and went over the plans. I also had conversations with Wendy today and also a member of the public expressing concerns about the project. With that, we will move on to the actual report, and that will be our Director Phil Dunsmore and Planning Commissioner Kelly, not Commissioner, Planning Manager. Hello. Wow, yeah, I really demoted you there. You took a pay cut there.
I was in another city recently and they had that title named Planning Chief, and I thought that was really cool. But anyway, nice. She is Planning Manager. But
Planning Czar, how's that?
Yes. Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to present a proposed expansion of the ECHO Emergency Shelter. The shelter is operating currently over at 6370 Atascadero Avenue. And there is a number of different approvals they had in the past to be able to establish their shelter there. It's about a 1.25 acre site. The actual zoning of the site is really designed for housing. It's a multifamily zone. Right there, it's kind of sandwiched in between ABC Church and the high school. It's quite a connected area to downtown via the tunnel underneath Highway 101. So right now they're really requesting to expand the shelter and its programs. There's a whole series of things that came to be to allow the shelter to be there. We adopted basically a specific zoning district for that area. It was called an Emergency Shelter Overlay Zoning District. So tonight they're asking to amend the zoning because the zoning actually has a lot of details about what they can operate there. There's also a conditional use permit that's another layer to that. And then within that conditional use permit, there's what's called a operations and management plan. So it's touching all 3 of those things, their requests tonight. Just a little history about how they got here. It was 2013 that the city council adopted an ordinance to allow for the emergency shelter uses there. It was 2014 that they finally adopted an operations management plan. And then later that year, the conditional use permit to operate the meal program, which is an accessory to the shelter, which accommodates folks from also outside the shelter. And it was just in 2019, gosh, it's already 5 years ago now, that they requested amendments to increase their clients or hours of operation and decrease the number of neighborhood meetings that they needed to do to accommodate concerns over there, because we just weren't seeing any concerns at that particular time. So tonight, the amendments that they're requesting, they want to increase the beds from 60 to 90 to accommodate their needs. They want to up the meal program from 80 to 100 to have flexibility to do that. And then they'd have to amend the use permit, because the use permit itself also has those numbers written within it. So they have to have that to be consistent with the zoning. And then the management plan would have to be amended as well, because it also has those provisions in it. And a part of that too is their request to increase the hours for the shower program up to 15 hours per week. And so they can have some flexibility as well as we get into the time change twice a year. The Planning Commission looked at this October 1st of this year. They did recommend the council approve these amendments. They did encourage ECHO to continue meeting with the adjacent property owners to discuss concerns about any neighborhood impacts and issues there. Now, in order to accommodate the expansion, there's also an addition proposed to the site and the sort of the front yard area of the property. And then what they would do is they would build a new building and attach it to their existing building. Here's a rendering of what that would look like. It's a 2-story building that would accommodate their expansion out in that front area, but they would still have sort of a front landscape area between that new addition and the street at Atascadero Avenue. So the recommendation that came from the Planning Commission to the City Council tonight is to introduce this draft ordinance that would amend the municipal code, which contains the provisions of the emergency shelter overlay zoning text to accommodate these requests. And then separately adopting a resolution to approve amendments to the conditional use permit and the operations and management plan for the shelter. I know that sounds a little wordy, but there's all these layers to this project. And again, it's located at 6370 Atascadero Avenue. And with that, I'd like to be able to be available for your questions.
Thank you, Director. And just to let my colleagues know, what I'll do is, well, let's ask questions of staff. And I imagine we'll probably have questions of Wendy or Austin, but when we open up to comment, we'll have them come up first and we can ask them questions or if they have anything to present, but let's start with our questions of staff. So do we have questions for staff currently, starting with Councilmember Newsom, and we'll work our way down.
Thank you. My question is for you, Phil, Mr. Dunsmore. The noticing, what was the noticing distance for the Planning Commission?
We followed the legal requirements, which are 300 foot from the property boundary.
Does Planning Commission, similar to design review, have discretion to expand it from 300 to 1,000?
They could request that. They could request an expansion if that was part of their action, certainly.
Okay. Were all the businesses directly around ECHO, both front and back, like the church and everybody else notified?
I believe that's the case, yes. I don't actually have the exact notification parameters in front of me tonight, but 300 foot would include quite a few properties around it. It's a pretty good distance. And that's from the boundary of that property.
Okay, so from back boundaries, okay. And then the rest of my questions are for the applicant.
Yeah, pretend.
I have one question for staff and a couple of questions for the applicant later on. On page 26 of our packet, there's a reference to a term of the outdoor campus monitor. I just want to clarify that is it safe to assume that that role could be filled by either staff or volunteers? In the days when ECHO was much more volunteer dependent, had much less staff and was smaller, they had more volunteers sort of patrolling, and now they have staff. So I assume that term is inclusive of both.
That's correct. Yes, it doesn't specify either or, so they could choose to whoever.
Okay, so they make that requirement either way.
Yes.
Thank you.
To follow on the Councilmember Newsom's question regarding notification, So we follow the standard rules regarding a physical project in terms of the notification radius. In the past, when the conditions of approval or the, operating conditions have changed, we don't have a different policy there as far as notifying a broader range of people who might be affected by, say, the meal program or the shower program.
No, it's at the city's discretion to do so, but typically we wouldn't do that unless a decision-making body had requested that to happen, or unless there were very specific, unique situations. Anytime we expand a notification area, it does become problematic because then you have to choose, where is that boundary going to be? Why do we expand it? What's the basis for doing that? Because you're always concerned about leaving someone out. And so we like to try and follow what the legal requirements are. And then we hope that advertising and other measures, get us the rest of the way there.
Okay. But for example, as I understand it, the Catholic Church was not notified.
Oh, St. William's.
Yes, correct.
That probably would be outside the boundary, correct?
Okay. That's what I wanted to understand. Okay. But I assume that Atascadero Bible Church in the North County Christian School would have been notified?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Dares. Okay. The only question I have is, does the city ever receive and do we log calls if we have complaints that surround anything related to Echo in the use permit?
Yes, we do. Once in a while, we do receive calls and complaints. It's typically not associated with Echo itself, but with folks that might be using that corridor or doing things in the median out there in a corridor that they shouldn't be doing, or camping in the vicinity, which are all problems and not really associated with Echo, but I mean, because there are services downtown, because there's also habitat downtown, it tends to be an area where we get a focus of activities.
So it's hard to distinguish. You could maybe safely assume that if things are going on in the median, that could be Echo related because they're right there. You don't know for sure, but that's maybe a safe assumption.
Possibly.
But just general vicinity of downtown.
Sure, the creek is an attraction, the methadone clinic's an attraction, and
right.
The downtown is an attraction itself.
Just downtown being near any services would be an attraction. Okay. So do you have a sense of, how many calls we do get that seem to be related to Echo, or do we not really have that?
I don't have a good sense of that, as I believe the police department might have on those topics.
Okay. Chief?
Yes. So I did take a look at some numbers before tonight, and within the last 6 months, we have had some calls for service related to the Atascadero mall area, the actual median there. So we've had about 9 calls for service in the last 6 months related to camping or possible drug usage. And then we've also had additional 5 self-initiated police contacts. So 14 calls in total.
Can you say those 5 self-initiated?
Police officer self-initiated. So our team basically making contact and offering services.
When you said self-initiated, I thought you meant the individual themselves. I thought that's odd.
Right.
Calling up saying I'm doing something I shouldn't be. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Have a follow-on to that.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yeah, follow on to the mayor's question, Chief. Do you note, or would you be able to know calls regarding, let's say, trespassing in people's backyards in the near vicinity or along the creek bed, that sort of thing? Is that something you would know of?
The only within the calls that I took a look at earlier today, all of them were involving camping, illegal camping, which would be the ordinance that we already have on our books. So none of them were for trespass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dares.
And just a follow-up on that, if I could, is there a particular time of day or night that these calls, is it just scattered around, or?
I would have to take a look. Honestly, just taking a look right now, they're typically all throughout the day. I'm looking at about half of them look to be early in the morning, and then the other half around between 3 and 5 o'clock p.m.
Okay, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other staff questions? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so what I'd like to do is bring Mr. Solheim, Ms. Lewis, whichever of you wants to do a presentation or be available for questions. Did you have anything you wanted to add, or just ask our questions?
We do have a presentation if you'd like. We have a short presentation, I believe.
let's go with that.
And then I am here, and then Wendy Lewis is also available for questions. We're happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Do we have one, Luke? Do we have a presentation?
And if not, I can wing it. That's okay too. You're just going to
Oh.
miss out on some pictures.
I don't think we have one.
That's okay. So I just want to, a few of the things that I just want to address today. This project really came about out of a conversation of need for Echo and growth, right? As we were looking at our opportunities and who we were serving, we have seen over the last few years an increase in, truthfully, families that are experiencing homelessness. Right now on our wait list alone, we have 50 households that are on our wait list that are specifically families, with 165 individuals in those family units. We have always dreamt of building out and doing so in an efficient and effective way. And so truthfully, we really are passionate about growing in an effective way, in a efficient way that meets the needs of the clients that we're serving. We know that Echo, we're very humble. This isn't the answer to homelessness in our community. This is one piece of that puzzle. And we are grateful for just the opportunity to even be presenting this to the council. And we're grateful for the opportunity that we have to serve so many individuals and families in our community. Just this year alone, Echo has helped 289 individuals and families secure stable housing. And we've done that through our growth in our Paso campus and through our Atascadero campus. We are grateful for just the opportunity to serve, and also for the volunteers that helped us to get here to this point. As noted, Echo was a volunteer-run organization. It truthfully was a community will initiative that brought it to fruition in the incredible city of Atascadero, and brought me to this organization with the amount of volunteers that provide services still today. We are even happy to share that we have still today over 2,500 individuals from our community that volunteer on our campuses. And we would not be able to provide even the services that we do right now without that community support. We also know that this is just a small dent, right? It's a way for us to increase our services, but we're really truthfully just grateful for the opportunity to connect with those that we're serving, and through multiple layers. Shelter is one part, it's what we're known for. But what Echo started as was a meal program. As you saw, right, we didn't actually have that shelter and come to the city council until 2013. But Echo has been around as an organization since 2001. And in 2001, that mission was simple: to bring community members together, to sit down, to have a meal, to have that basic need met, and to have a conversation about what is currently going on in their life and what could they be capable of. And that is still what we do today at our organization. After the Planning Commission, we know, and I don't want to take up too much time because I know that there are many members of the community that want to be heard tonight, but we took the time to meet with members of our community and hear their feedback. And I will tell you from that feedback, what we truly heard is that no one was truly against the build out and the addition of the shelter beds. There was some community feedback around the growth of the 20 for our meal program and the hours for our shower program. I do want to point out that with the shower program hours, our intent is not, after hearing some community feedback, our intent is not to change the hours of our program. Our hour is from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. We have until 6 p.m. just because that is when our campus closes, so that if someone is getting out of the shower, that they have the time to do that. But it's from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. After hearing some community feedback from some of our neighbors and from some of the parents that are coming to pick up and drop their kids off from Atascadero High School, we have chosen to solidify that hour at 4 o'clock. The expansion that we talk about to 15 hours a week in that shower program is for us to one day, if we have volunteer and community support, to grow that to Saturdays and Sundays. Currently, we only offer that service Monday through Friday, but even on that weekend time, it will still only be at 4 p.m. until 5:30 p.m. out of respect and feedback, wonderful feedback from our neighbors. The other point that our neighbors have brought up is the expansion of our meal program. And I just wanted to share some numbers from our meal program, some averages that we currently see in our meal program. As has been shared, our current number is 80. Right now, we see about 65 individuals in that program that come to our nightly meal program. We are asking to grow that to 100, as we know that our number does go up and down. There are days where we see more, there are days where we see less. And what we don't want to do is ever have to turn anyone from our community away from that meal program. We want to fulfill that basic need, because what we don't ever want is that person to feel like the community has left them behind and to have them seeking for food, that basic necessity, in a different place in our community in means that are not welcoming and create a better, it just creates a better environment at our campus, but also just fulfills a community need and an individual need to have that meal. With that meal program serving 65 individuals, currently right now, we see about 40% of that number is actually our current shelter residents. Another 40% of that number is our folks that in our community that are currently unsheltered. The other 20% of that number is individuals from our community that are currently housed but are facing food insecurity. They are community members that are in housing, they are our neighbors, and they are choosing to access that meal program so that they can continue to pay rent as well. This is helping them fulfill some of those food insecurities. And so as we look, right, and some of the number has been confusing, right? Why are we growing to 100? That number came about as of a need as we grow that shelter. So as we add these additional beds, this is the number that we think that we need to accommodate the need, not to add more people to our meal program overnight, but to really accommodate the need of our growth of our shelter. As we increase that capacity from 60 to 90, we believe that that number, that total number that we would serve is 100 people per night of a combination of shelter residents, unsheltered individuals, and members from our community facing food insecurity. And our hope is that we never have to turn a single person away from that meal program hungry. But we also hear the concerns from our community. We heard that community feedback, and we've worked on relationships and partnerships to help build that. And we look to continue to do that. We invite anyone who has community feedback or questions or concerns to call us, to connect with us, to send us an email. My phone number, my email are all available on ECHO's website, as well as our CEO, Wendy Lewis. We're available. We'd love to meet. We'd love to hear that concern. We'd love to have more conversation. We continue to work with our incredible Atascadero Police Department. We are so grateful for the combination of both ECHO's case management and their outreach efforts that are truly making an impact here in our community. And so we are available to answer questions, and we have so many members of our community who I know that are here to speak on this in both concern and in praise of ECHO, wanting the expansion and not wanting it. And I want to make sure that everyone that is here is heard. And I want to thank personally our neighbors who came to voice their concerns, because I think that is important as well as we grow as a community.
Thank you. So that actually helps answer a question, because I was having a conversation with a resident today. I'm saying, like, I'm there once a month for the last 10 years, and I rarely ever see us at that 80 number. So I was kind of curious why the 100. So you're planning for the future with the newer residents that you'll have. You're not expecting that tomorrow 30 new people who are unsheltered, say in the creek, are suddenly coming to ECHO.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Okay.
not. We're not broadcasting and sharing this number and saying, all right, we have to hit 100, right? We really are being mindful and efficient and trying to lean on best practices. Our goal is to have a number that allows us that when a mom with a child shows up at 5:30 p.m., that if we've hit that 80 number, we don't want to turn that mom away. We want to have the ability to feed that person that shows up for the very first time, to let them know about not just ECHO services, but all the services in our community, to connect them with outreach components and to build that relationship. But as soon as that basic need is not met for someone, if you just look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, if we can't fulfill that basic human need of having a meal, then we're not going to build that connection and have that communication to talk to them about shelter and the future of housing stability.
Okay. And you mentioned your, availability and willingness to talk. So I know you've had some meetings leading up to this. Between, let's say, I don't know, let's just say in the last year, how often do you have neighbors, residents reach out and share some concerns? Like how often are things coming up?
Not until the planning commission. So not until the planning commission have we had reach outs. Our CEO, Wendy Lewis, is actually behind me on this side is our community liaison. And her information is on our website. We do have multiple forms where anyone can get and contact us. We have not had neighbors from our Atascadero community reach out. I will give you an example too. So this is not something that we are unfamiliar with. As we grew in Paso and we added a new shelter in Paso, there was community concern there. We ended up having conversations with all of our local businesses and creating an opportunity for them to give us feedback. Currently, that meeting has gone from once a quarter to twice a year. And right now, we don't have anyone that shows up with community concern. And in fact, all of the businesses that were once against our program now reach up to us when they have job postings because they see us as workforce development housing for their entry-level positions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lewis, is there anything you wanted to add before we come to questions?
Yeah, one thing I'd like to add is when we did meet with some of the neighbors, we asked that question. We're like, you have my information. Do you have a way to get a hold of us? And they said that they just got frustrated because when they would share their concerns, not that ECHO couldn't address it, but it was some of these things that all of us are trying to figure out how to address. And so one mentioned they just gave up. And I'm encouraging them, please don't give up. We really want to be there, hear you, and do within our means what we're able to change. Even one of the letters that came in with some concerns today from St. William's Parish, I reached out to try to get a hold of the right person just to say, we have some opportunities that we can help. We're here to help. We're here to meet with you to hear your concerns. I'm not sure if they know about our partnership with our team. If they know that they can reach out to us if somebody is creating concerns on their property, we have ways we can potentially help through our partnership, or even just bringing services to that person to let them know that ECHO can provide shelter, showers, meals, and get them from that property to ours. So just really do encourage the community to bring concerns, bring feedback. We're here to hear them and do what we can in our ability to do so.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to council questions, and I'll just start on my left then and kind of come down. Councilmember Darragh, any questions for the ECHO?
Yeah, just one question. The CUP from 2014 allowed you to have up to 80 meals, or at any time since in the last 10 years, have you reached that 80 where you've had to turn people away? And I think you said that the average number is around 65.
The average number is around 65, but I couldn't tell you. We've tried to map it and figure out the rhyme or reason why some nights are bigger than others. I will tell you the Kiwanians are probably the biggest draw, especially when they bring a giant barbecue. So I'm going to throw that back at you, but we absolutely have hit that 80 number in the past. And we're very grateful. We have an incredible relationship with the food bank. And once we've hit that number, we've been able to still provide something for them when we have it, but not always through that hot meal. And then it doesn't give us the opportunity to, again, the meal is an opportunity for us to connect with that person. But to answer your question, yes, we have. On average, we do not.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Can I add one thing to that? The other thing with that is as turning away someone for shelter is the hardest thing that staff have to do. We know we need more beds. That's what we're here tonight for. But that is one of the hardest things to tell somebody. They're seeking services. They want those opportunities for forward progress. The ultimate hardest thing is if we have a mom with 3 kids and they're there and it's, we just hit 81. How do we as a community turn that person and that mom or that family seeking help with nutrition, that basic need? I mean, I'm so passionate about it because of my past with the food bank and seeing food insecurity and seeing people and individuals and families suffer with that component. This is just one important way to take and alleviate that stress of their day or what they're facing. Again, neighbors down the street, we have some housing next to us, and to see the senior come in and he shares that that's a meal helping to keep his lights on. That's what we're really just hoping to do to make sure we are there for anybody who needs us.
Okay, thank you. I have no questions about the building. And I think I'm, very satisfied that I do have several concerns and questions regarding the meal program. First, and I want to, you talked about the meal being a chance to outreach to individuals and let them know about ECHO services. But I want to ask some questions about the people who don't utilize your services and don't want your services, your other services, I should say. So are there, in here, there's in our staff report, it mentions some requirements it talks about people will be screened. And I'm wondering, in what way are people screened for meals, if any, and has anybody ever declined a meal because of, some sort of behavior issue or anything else? Do you ever decline people a meal for any particular reason?
So we do, one of the things that we do for our programs was we do check the sex offender registry because we do have families with children on site. And that would be the only reason that someone would be initially denied from our programs, and especially from any of our programs. Other than that, our meal programs and our shower programs really truly act as a very low barrier entry level program. Again, when someone is caught in that, and the reason for that is not because we want to, it is based in best practices from homeless services across our nation. It is an ability to meet someone's basic necessity in order to start having conversations about the future in shelter. Because someone in a situation of homelessness, it is called an emergency shelter because it is an emergency in their life. They are caught in a place in their brain psychologically where they are caught in fight or flight. And unless we can have conversations and provide those basic services to start to get them to de-escalate from that situation, we will never have the conversation even about getting them into sometimes the shelter program and other things. But this really is a de-escalating tool. And also it is, as we've mentioned, we operate off a wait list. It is an opportunity for us to also keep individuals engaged in our services, connecting with our case managers and coming on site to have regular meetings, because housing opportunities don't start when someone lays their head in the shelter bed. They start when someone comes on site for the very first time. That conversation, we can help them to get an ID, to get a birth certificate, to set up a mailing address, to start having the conversations about that housing opportunity.
But so like an obvious state of intoxication or under the influence of something else would not, I mean, unless it was so disruptive, you just disrupted the meal for everybody. I mean, unless it was really, really bad, that wouldn't be an issue.
It would be something that our staff would monitor, and our staff is trained to identify and making sure that, exactly your point. But if someone is there, it is our belief that they are there for asking for help. Not every single person in our community, especially in our wonderful country here, knows how to ask for help. But our firm belief is that every single person that comes on site for that meal program is there because they are asking for help in the way that they know how. And what we do through that meal program, through that shower program, is create the opportunities to continue having conversations through engagement and building trust. It may not be the very first time that someone comes for a meal that they are ready to engage in that conversation about shelter, but our hope is through that trust, engagement, and consistency of being able to provide that service. And I will tell you, from our programs, we absolutely have seen successes come directly through that. There is so many individuals that are currently in our 90-day program who started with something very simple as coming to me.
Right. And so, I mean, I think everybody would understand the first time somebody shows up, you might talk to them, but they're not necessarily going to jump in feet first. They're going to take some time. But my question would be, is there any limit on the number of days somebody, can continue to eat the meal without ever pursuing other services that you offer? I mean, 30 days, 90 days, 180 days, 360 days. Is there some limit after which you say, you are not taking advantage of our other services?
So one thing I want to be very clear at is ECHO is not the answer for every single person that comes. It doesn't mean that we can't help connect them with the service that is there. In fact, we have partners here from other community agencies that ECHO works with, because we become a hub for people that are experiencing homelessness. But that doesn't mean that every single person that comes through our program comes into the 90-day program, or that is a fit for them. But that doesn't mean that we can't help them to fill out the applications. We have even had successful opportunities with folks that do not even come to ECHO through the Atascadero Police Department relationship that have gotten successfully back into housing. So having that service like that meal program, that shower program, to stay connected with even those individuals on a minimal minimal basis, but still working towards housing is an important part of our overall success and has led to that number of 289 individuals and families securing stable housing this year.
Do you also, though, have individuals who use the meal service for a year or more and never pursue your other services?
I will say, in my experience, there is not a single person that comes on site that doesn't pursue services at some extent. And I want to define that very clearly for you. It could be that we have helped them to get their food stamp card. It can be that we have helped them to fill out an application for a housing unit. It could be that we help them to get a cell phone. But each one of those is a success. Each one of those is a step to someone getting into stable housing. But it starts with something simple. It starts with all of that. And so there are folks that absolutely have come on site and used the meal program for a year. Absolutely, no doubt about that. But each one of them has engaged with other services while on site and had conversations with our team. Our team is aware of them, is starting to get to know them, to build that relationship and to have that conversation with every single person that comes on site.
You mentioned the partnership with the police department. Are you aware, and maybe this is a question for the chief, are you aware if an individual is, let's say, repeatedly cited for violating any particular city ordinance, and then, in other words, creating a problem in the neighborhood, and then are you aware of that at all, so that that might be an issue in terms of whether or not a person is denied? So Chief, do you ever inform them? I imagine you don't, but I'm just asking to be clear, if individuals are, let's say, repeat citations for.
Yeah, we don't have a formal way in which we notify them of all the citations that we've issued for the various municipal codes that we may do so. However, with the, I try not to use the word to say I echo what you say because of the pun, but as Austin has mentioned, we the connection and the teamwork that we have with Echo is something that has absolutely helped us, because a lot of times we don't have the ability, especially on a low-level misdemeanor, to have somebody booked into jail. We just don't have that availability. Right. Echo provides us a resource that can us, because what our goal is to take care of whatever that issue is on the criminal level. But this partnership that we have with them allows us the opportunity to have another choice besides booking somebody, and that's worked out really well for us. The individuals that we run into that are continuous problems, that are resource resistant, well, we've done everything that we can with Echo's help to try to get them the help that they need. And sometimes, as Austin mentions, we see that these small steps that they take and these successes that they get lead them down a road that they eventually will take these resources. So we've seen these successes as well. But as far as to get back to answer your question, with the partnership that we have and having meetings on a weekly basis with them, we, word of mouth, we verbalize what we've come across and what we've noticed and what is on our radar that they should be aware of. So we verbalize those things in our meetings.
Okay, so I'm looking at it from the perspective of, let's say, a neighbor who has a continuous, constant problem with a couple of individuals, whether or not there's a sharing of information between you two, so that Echo knows that's a problem child who's creating a real problem in the neighborhood. So it sounds like just through the workings of the R team that there would be a mutual awareness.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that that's one of the advantages of having our teams. Now we have some individuals within the police department that are specifically aware of the problems that won't go away, and they can give it the special attention that it needs. Whereas without our team, now we have patrol officers who may not be aware, who come to a call for service, never been in connection with this individual, doesn't know the background. So we try to focus our team toward these issues, so that we have a background with the individual and know what can be done to help with that situation.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Chief. And on the meals, or the number of meals, you're expanding the facility, so you're going to need more overall meals. But I think, just in general, concerns from the community have never really centered around the overnight residents because of the rules you have. rules you have in place for the overnight residents, that the concerns have always centered around the non-housed individuals who are attracted, and are naturally going to hang around in the vicinity because, why would you walk 5 miles, to the other end of town and walk 5 miles back at mealtime? So it's a natural, we, through our approvals of these processes have, centered this issue in one neighborhood of our town. And so my question to you is, would you see it as a problem if we said, you can always feed any resident, but that the number of meals you can serve is limited to the number of, or is based on serving non-residents?
To answer your question, at the end of the day, we are public servants. We are at the will of the community, and what the community decides, we will move forward on. But I will tell you, as a member of ECHO's team and as someone who has worked in homeless services for past 10 years, I believe that would be a mistake. I believe that you would be creating opportunities, you would be diminishing opportunities to connect with people about services, and would, in my mind and my purview and my expertise, truthfully diminish the success that we see through some of our programs.
Okay, thank you. And last question, do you guys serve meals in Paso?
Yes, we do.
You do. Okay, what's your number there?
It ranges, it's a little bit higher. We do have 70 beds at that location. And so we do see on a nightly basis, I think that number is about 95 currently at our Paso location.
And do you have a similar conditions of approval with the city of Paso Robles?
It's very different. We don't have a cap on the meal number there whatsoever.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. A couple of technical questions. Let's get those through. One is in the operating standards, we see that on page 29 of the packet. They specify that your staffing is on a 1:30 ratio of either staff or volunteers to overnight guests. Will ECHO be expanding overnight staffing with the new things to maintain that kind of ratio to assure the community that the shelter continues to be well supervised?
Absolutely. Yes, we would be increasing our staff levels to accommodate the new build out and the new capacity concerns as well.
Great. And then I want to thank you for commenting at some length earlier about the shower hours. That's something that I was hearing from people, the concern about the interface from people who are coming early to ECHO to try to get in a line to get their shower, and high school students who are coming out of school. So I was wondering, given your comments, if I were to later offer an amendment to the language in the operating plan that is proposed about the shower program, that would preserve the new total of 15 hours a week but also specify that the start time would not be before 4 p.m. or routinely on school days. Would that be acceptable to ECHO?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we heard with the high school principal, is that earlier shift would potentially have more cross traffic during that busy time. And so that's when we definitely said, yeah, 4 o'clock works for us. We have it posted 4 to 5:30, as Austin mentioned earlier, but we, within our 10 hours a week in our current use permit, we can go till up to 6 o'clock if there's a need. If there's a couple people and again, it's hard to turn someone away when they're seeking services. We like that language because we would love the flexibility for weekends, because these are some unknowns for us, right? This is probably 1, 2, 3 years out. So depending on what that makeup of volunteer pool on the weekends, and if it's providing an opportunity from 11 to 1 versus that 4 to 5:30, because there's support for it and there's a need for it. We would love that flexibility on the weekend because it doesn't interact with the high school.
Great. Yeah, that's why I was thinking the language might be school days, because that's really the concern. You're not worried about if people want to come and take showers after the turkey trot before Thanksgiving dinner, because you don't have high school kids who are hanging down the campus at that point, and you don't have the concerns that creates for a lot of folks in the neighborhood. I think it's a really good example of how you have been listening to specific concerns that people have brought up, and that there are things we can do to help manage the impact of both homelessness and homeless services in the community in order to help have a good process that gets people off of our streets, out of our neighborhoods, into stable housing where they can be contributing members of the community.
One thing I'd like to clarify is on the weekends, especially on Sunday, we wouldn't be wanting to do it from 11 to 1. We would also not want to make that extra busy during, we have Atascadero Bible Church down the street and there's a lot of traffic. That was just something that just came out of my head, but we would accommodate to make sure we're working with our neighbors. So not 11 to 1 on a Sunday, but let's, just some of that flexibility. And I also want to, Austin did his presentation without the presentation. So I want to just thank him for that because we did have kind of a wonderful PowerPoint that we supplied. So that was very on the cuff, but very thorough.
Right. And then if you could briefly address a couple things. One is any role that the residents have in cleaning and maintaining tidying up the Echo property and the surrounding area.
This is one of my favorite things to talk about. So all of the residents we assign chores throughout the shelter. And part of the reason that we assign chores is because, one, it helps our residents to take ownership of the facility. Beyond that, too, something new that we're really excited about is really our residents taking over our commercial kitchen in Atascadero as well, creating an emphasis on workforce development directly into our hospitality industries too. And so all of the different things that we assign can directly correlate to someone's resume, creating job skills as well. So there's twofold parts to that our residents participate in throughout the shelter.
Great, thank you. And then is it safe to assume that that the screening that we talked about, the operating plan is the language is a little dated, but that the screening would involve just staff noticing if somebody's having a mental health issue, behavioral health issues that needs to be addressed for the safety of the community, that would be screened and you would address them?
Absolutely. And that screening has even grown too, as we as an organization have grown. When this was written originally, Paso wasn't even a forethought in Echo's mind. Now we have another facility that has a very different feel to it. That was, as many of you know, the Atascadero project is a old Baptist church that we inherited, where the current shelter stands is where pews once were, and where the family shelter currently is where classrooms were. And in fact, when the shelter was originally there, that's where our offices are now. And so it's been an interesting just evolution of our organization. And so now that we have Paso, we can do additional screening because we may have a better fit for someone, for a woman that is fleeing a domestic violence situation. Having the ability to go up to Paso and close that door and lock it is something that may be critically important. Also, for someone that may be dealing with some mental health, the ability to have, again, just one roommate, to have that closed door environment may be a better fit for them while they are waiting for other services in our community that can be long-term housing for them open up as well. So that screening has also developed and changed as we as an organization have evolved throughout many years.
Great, thank you very much.
So it's hard to get used to this mic because you can kind of hear yourself, but then you can't. So I don't want to be too loud. I respect what you guys have to do. It's very challenging to do that. But I know it's also challenging too with what you have across the street. You talked about doing outreach to community, and we understand that St. Williams was not in that noticing. Did you guys reach out to the elementary and middle school that's directly across the street and have a one-on-one conversation with them?
With our neighbors in that corridor?
Yes, particularly the elementary and middle school that's directly across on the closed campus.
So I definitely would be open for expanding to the middle school. We have met with school districts in the past and talked about our services. We directly reached out to Atascadero Bible Church, North County Christian, and the high school, but always open to expand that farther out of the corridor of those initial neighbors.
Mostly concerned about North County Christian. They are some of the people that are making the calls, do have the issues with that corridor. Everybody assumes that when kids are out of school, they're not exposed to that environment between 4 to 5:30, but that is an after childcare facility. I know that several of the calls of concern of those people and individuals that are residing in the medium has existed for years.
And that is where some of that feedback came about the shower program specifically. So originally, when we put this out, they received the notice about the expansion of our shower hours. And one of the concerns that they really put forth that it was very heard by Echo, because when we, as was represented in this, originally when we did that, we wanted to change the hours due to daylight savings time. But after hearing that feedback and about the concern from parents that they heard through that, that is what really initiated us to listen to that feedback and change our perspective and change those hours and solidify that 4 p.m. time for our shower program, because we heard that exact thing. So we wanted to mitigate some of that as much as we could by still having the programs that we offer, but have less of that traffic coming and going with that program.
I know some of the challenges that we had in that corridor, this council tried to put in and did put in a successful smoking corridor or vaping corridor, hoping that some of that would alleviate some of the, interactions that go on there. Being a parent who's had my child in that facility for summer care, you can't walk your children down that side of the road when you park to pick them up without having to explain, don't pick up trash, the drug usage that gets done in that. I know that's not your fault. And I know that we're all dealing with that. But what ends up happening is the individuals that aren't willing to undergo the extensive testing to be in the facility, don't want to conform to being drug-free, are staying there for meals. And it is putting young children in a situation to where they're not understanding that. And so as we extend meals, I think the community's fear is that more people of that nature are going to be the ones that come. In your list of operating, you had listed that you guys put in no loitering signs, no trespassing signs, no camping signs. I understand that's public street, and our police department is hopefully able to come out to less calls as we go along. But as you continue to expand, at what point do we feel that they're utilizing your services? Is there security, or is there something one step further that we can, as a community, take forward and enforce and uphold them to those standards?
I absolutely think that there's more that we I think there's a community solution in exactly what you said. I think that there are improvements that we can come together as a community, tapping into our incredible city staff to make that corridor better. The problems that have existed on that corridor on Atascadero Mall have existed from before Echo. I think that there are traffic issues in general. Just if you look at high school, if you try to leave Echo Atascadero at 3 p.m. on a Monday, Friday's okay because they early release, but Monday through Thursday, it's a nightmare. I think that there are improvements that we as a community can make to that, and different things, best practices that we can take in from other areas that we can implement and have more further conversations on how to improve that corridor for not just for Echo and for who we serve, but for everyone that involved through community feedback and implementing different policies on that to give tools to our law enforcement too, through their engagement, having more conversations about that opportunity in that strip of land. I think that beyond Echo, right? I mean, we do our best to engage and have conversations, and we can ask people not to do certain things. And we've even been the ones that have initiated some of the calls, having conversations with the R team and asking them to come out and build some of those relationships, utilizing that as a tool for our community and for our clients as well. But I definitely think that there's an answer in exactly what you say. I don't know what that is. I can't conceptualize that. That's not my expertise, but I would love the opportunity to give input and feedback on a design and a redesign for that corridor that creates a better space for everyone in our community, the high school, the middle school, the elementary school, the church, and all of the residents that are in that area.
I appreciate that. I too have tried to enforce or encourage them to put it out, and have, been told to do a few things myself.
I've heard some speed bumps would be a great idea from some community members too. I've seen some high school students going way too fast. I'll just say.
Yeah. So my next question would be, with that outreach, as you guys are trying to address it and trying to figure that out, I think one of my colleagues, Mr. Bobo, Councilmember Bobo, had brought up is there a type of enforcement if they do have bad behavior on the median, they are being visited by the police department, their services are terminated, that they have a behavior and a standard that all of us have to kind of, coexist together? Because I think some of the people that are repeat offenders and are the ones that are doing heinous crimes are still getting a service and you don't allow it on your property, I don't think that it's fair that they're allowed to do that on the public property across the street and still receive services. I know that sounds crazy, but I
No,
think
I-
there's some standards of living within Atascadero that we need to enforce for not only those that are housed, those that are unhoused, and those that want to make a difference in their life.
And I appreciate that feedback. To be honest with you, though, I understand where that feedback is coming from, but I can't think of an example of that currently would affect our shelter specifically. I understand where that's coming from and where the thought process is coming from, but I want to delineate that I don't know how many heinous crimes, I believe was the term a lot that you use, that are currently happening on the median. And I would look to our chief of police. I really truthfully don't believe in my time.
Oh.
I can't think of an exact example of that.
I'll have the police chief pull his records, but openly doing drugs in front of our young children on that curb is not acceptable behavior for any services.
Thank you.
Are you complete? Okay. So I have a question. So we're kind of looking at, on average, 25, let's say, people in the meal program who are unsheltered and not residents of Echo, plus or minus on any given day. But if we go with that 40% of 65, it'd be 26. I was rounding at 25. And so if I think about some of the complaints I've heard, some of them have to do with trash and like the meals that are taken. And, I know from being there, once a week for the last 10 years, we've changed that quite a bit, and not a lot of cartons leave. We have plates that are cleaned and things like that. And when I have served meals, I've noticed that it tends to be people coming who have shelter and are taking the meals back home with them. Do you have any sort of a policy for if you are unhoused, you are staying here to eat, you're not taking it with you?
Correct. Almost every single person that comes for the meal program we only hand out plates, silverware, and cups that can be washed. It's part of our workforce development program as well, unless there is a specific reason that is approved by a case manager. And I don't know, the purviews. It could be different situations based on that individual's needs. That would be the only reason that someone would be approved to take a to-go container. But absolutely, most of the time, that's usually because it's someone that is housed in our community grabbing that meal. But it has to be approved. It's not someone that just shows up and says, I need this. It is a conversation, predetermined, approved situation. And I would say on average, it's maybe 5 a night that go in that to-go container. If that, it really depends on the individual, the predetermined circumstances, and the situations that are approved by a case manager that individual is working with.
Okay. And then, we've talked a lot about the median and people kind of hanging out, and really it's a public space. Anybody can hang out there. And then at the same time, we all know when you have people hanging out there and they're smoking and they're waiting for dinner, it just creates an environment that some people in the neighborhood don't like. And I can appreciate that. Is there any opportunity, and maybe this is a conversation with staff at some point, is there an opportunity just to kind of work with these individuals that, hey, when you're having a meal, you're not hanging out on the island. You're coming on campus. If you're going to use the smoking area, use the smoking area. You're coming to the tables to eat. And when you're done, you're done. Like, is there a way to have sort of that kind of an agreement with them to facilitate some, maybe better behavior for the neighborhood?
Yeah, so we can definitely have those conversations, and they are ongoing. Some of our work with our team is very similar to that, but because that's public space and there's certain laws around denial of services, that once they're on public space, we really aren't able to deny that service. We can encourage and really encourage. But again, it really is because of laws around these different things that limit us, as well as limit the city, limit the police department. That's what we're all kind of struggling with.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Other questions for Echo?
One other very quickly, pet peeve of mine. I assume that stolen shopping carts are not allowed on the premises?
Correct. Stolen shopping carts are not allowed on the premises,
Thank
but
you.
I won't lie, they do sometimes pop up in our wonderful
I'm going to
public
say I
space.
see
Sure.
those
Thank
from
you.
time to time.
Thank you.
And we have just put that into place, so I know we'll be working on that more.
And we're happy to, after public comment, more discussion, we're happy to come up and answer anything else further at that time.
Thank you very much. All right. Are we good to continue, or does anyone need a break before we go to public comment? We good? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. I would love to know how many of you are here just to, with regards to this ECHO item, one way or the other. Okay, so that's most of you. So what I want to say is, if you sent in a letter in favor of, and we have your letter, would you like to raise your hand for me? Just let us know how many. Okay, so it looks like maybe at least a half a dozen of you are the letters that got sent in. What I'm hearing is that we've got, it seems to be almost unanimous that, hey, the expansion of the beds we're all pretty good with. If that's not the case, please let us know. If you're in favor of the expansion of the beds, you can raise your hand and wave, and that's fantastic. You are more than welcome to come up and spend 3 minutes at public comment. We've got a pretty big agenda to get through. This is only the first item. We have many more to go. And so what would be helpful for us is new information we haven't heard before. And so if you'd like to give us any information specifically about the meal program, particularly if you're having challenges, and we've talked about those challenges, but we do want to hear from you, but we also don't need to hear the same thing over and over. It's not the most useful thing. So go ahead and say, yep, I'm in favor. Raise your hand when someone's up there and let us know. Sound good? All right, I'm kind of getting there vague. So first speaker, come forward. Anyone who does want to speak, go ahead and get lined up so that we move through this quickly, or efficiently, I will say.
Yeah.
Welcome, first speaker, and we'll put the timer please on to the screen.
Good evening. I'm J.D. Koo. I did send a letter, but I'm not going to talk about the stuff in the letter on my comments here tonight. I live at 6705 San Lucia, which is back to ECHO. I applaud all of those of you who come down and volunteer for your 1 hour or 2 hour or 3 hour shifts. You see these people on their best of times because they want something. They want their meal. They want something from you. But I've lived with ECHO 24/7, 365 since ECHO arrived at its current location. Two sayings came to mind when I heard that they were going for an expansion. One is trying to put 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound box, and the other is, you build it, they will come. When ECHO got this emergency shelter overlay status, I thought we had agreed to notify all parties affected by any changes to the CUP status. And I was told that only people within 300 feet got notice of this hearing. And so, well, it might meet the letter of the law. It doesn't really meet the spirit of the agreement I thought we had. St. William's Church, which is within the 300 feet, said they never got noticed. And I think they're one of the largest properties that gets affected by homeless. They're a large property, and a lot of people come over there after their meals and before their meals. But anyway, they had no idea this was happening. We've got a large school in the district, 1,200 students going there every day. When I contacted the district administration, they had no idea that the expansion was coming. I checked with neighbors along the creek, and they had no idea that these expansion was coming. During COVID, we had one particularly bad winter in the neighborhood when St. William's decided to become the warming center. We had numerous calls from our house to the APD. With one night, I had to call 5 times. It's just too many people in too small an area. They were fed at ECHO, and then they wandered over to the church. They had about 2 hours to kill between the feeding ending and the opening of the warming center. And by that time, they managed to get drunk or high, and then proceeded to fight and argue all night at the warming center. It didn't get better until the warming center was relocated to other parts of the town. Many students walking to school use the tunnel under US 101, which when it's raining gets clogged with the homeless and many of your shopping carts. Yeah. So the feeding program brings the homeless into our neighborhood and they don't leave. Many of these people, ECHO doesn't even allow in their facility because they don't follow the rules. If you expand this feeding program, it'll bring more people staying in the creek, which our water company says has seen a recent rise in bacterial
Thank you, Mr. DeCoe.
downstream from our, anyway, I'm in favor of the building project, but please don't expand the feeding program.
Thank you, Mr. DeCoe. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's John Sanders. My wife and I live at 6790 San Ynez. It's right around the corner between Atascadero Avenue and San Andres, right below the high school. Our backyard is adjacent to Atascadero Creek, and we have lived there for 37 years. I'm going to skip over a lot of this because I'm trying to try and keep it short for you, but and I know I'm going to be in the minority here. My concerns, like they were 10 years ago, are not with the ECHO program, but with the location of the shelter and with the meal program. One thing that I would like to see is a show of hands of all the people here supporting ECHO that live within a half a mile. So we are the ones that have to deal with the people that leave after the meal program. We're the ones that live by the creek and have to deal with them in the creek. Again, as was mentioned by Ms. Newsom, this school, I mean, this shelter is right next to two schools. As she mentioned, I've seen drug deals going down. I've seen people smoking crack out there. We have had for 10 years, people camping out there for weeks and weeks and weeks at a time. Cars, motorhomes, you name it. I did meet with Wendy and Austin after the planning commission meeting. They reached out and we met with them. And I'm the one that was frustrated. I used to go to every meeting twice a year. I met with every CEO. I met with Wendy. We would bring up the same concerns over and over and over and over. Nothing ever got done. We were never heard. So yeah, we quit. I quit. I just gave up. I, like many of my neighbors, have had to spend countless dollars on cameras, alarm systems, et cetera, to try and protect our property. I don't think that's fair. And I was nothing I would have ever even thought about doing until ECHO moved in. I'm not opposed to ECHO expanding their program. I don't think that it's a bad thing. I think it's in a bad place, and I think it's only going to get worse for our neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Welcome to our next speaker.
A short one. I appreciate, my name is Daniel Rourke. I live on Santa Ynez Avenue as well with my wife. We've owned our home for 30 years now. And I think we're all up to date on the history, and I appreciate the interactions you've had, so I'll try to skip some of those things that I tried to fit in my 3 minutes. But I'll go right to 2019, increasing the number of beds.
Could you get right into the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you.
How's this? Okay, increasing the number of beds. Staff in the original ordinance, working with consultants, recommended 50 beds maximum for this site and any future site for homeless shelters. And I think that's important. 50 beds max. It wasn't dependent on the ability to increase more square feet. It was 50 beds maximum for any homeless shelter site. Obviously, in 2019, the council approved an increase in that. Now we're talking about a tremendous increase, 90 beds, 100 meals. Like John has said, you give up. In my opinion, it's just another slap in the face to the neighbors who have had to deal with the negative byproducts of ECHO's programs and services. Trash and personal belongings beyond belief, drug paraphernalia, theft, property destruction, and human waste along Atascadero Creek. So my questions or suggestions for tonight are the first one: how are the rules being enforced? It's apparently self-enforcement, and I think it's pretty weak. And here's a good example. There is a no smoking policy on the property, and I believe, Mayor, that you just mentioned the smoking area. How can you have both? Every day I see people smoking on there. The shower situation was explained, and I appreciate that, so I won't ask my questions about that. But the neighborhood meetings, are they still being held? I haven't had my notification in years. And again, it went from 2 meetings a year to 1 meeting a year. It's going backwards for the neighborhood instead of forward. So my suggestion at this point in time is to pause and step back and try to decrease the impacts on the neighborhood instead of increase them. ECHO can limit the meal program to overnight shelter clients only. That alone would make a significant difference in the neighborhood issues. ECHO can do better to enforce their own policies proactively, not by complaint. And the city can do a lot more to enforce the camping and storage of personal property chapter. It developed just last year. It is supposedly able to stand up in court and effective. The city has tools to keep these areas clear, but I'm not seeing the effort. The chief spoke about some self-initiated stops, or whatever you might call them. That's what we need more of. We need more pressure on the people that are causing these offenses.
Thank you, sir.
So please help our neighborhood. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Babette Taku. First, I have the utmost respect and admiration for the ECHO staff and for the cadre of volunteers who support their work. As the neighbor that directly borders ECHO, we support the construction of the additional building, which will better serve ECHO client families. Our issue is with the expansion of the meal program due to the impact of increasing the number of unhoused people in one small neighborhood. The increase in the meal program is for non-clients. While ECHO does its best to police the trash and behavior of non-clients during the meal program, ECHO cannot be held responsible for housing for the unhoused people living in the neighborhood, even though the unhoused people are living there for the services provided to them by ECHO. We are asking that the city, not ECHO, develop a plan of support for this neighborhood prior to approving increases to the meal plan and the conditional use permit. It will not impact ECHO's current or future operations to table this one change until there's the opportunity for city staff to meet with ECHO staff, the schools, churches, businesses, and neighbors to identify key issues and potential solutions and support. If you approve this amendment with no plan of support for the neighbors interacting with increased numbers of unhoused people, then you're saying to us that it is our responsibility to mitigate the impacts of your decision. It was said at the Planning Commission that homelessness is not ECHO's problem. It is everybody's problem. But I'm going to tell you, if you do not drive home tonight and look in your bushes and on your property for somebody living there, or you haven't cleaned up human feces and waste, or you've not had to call the police because of an unhoused person's behavior, then it hasn't been your personal problem. If we want solutions to homelessness and its impact, we need to have everybody at the table and looking for long and short-term solutions, which cannot be done in a 3-minute public comment. Everyone's problems have to have everyone involved in the solution. I am asking you to temporarily table the meal expansion of the conditional use permit and direct city staff to engage with the neighborhood to develop a meaningful support plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deku. Welcome to our next speaker.
My name is Mike Zappis. I'm a Atascadero resident, and I just want to say a few items. First of all, I think that the system that's in place now to deal with unhoused people is really working well. I've seen vast improvements. I think the police department is especially doing a great job with the social workers that go out with them. They seem to know all the homeless people that I encounter by name, which is the first step to creating a solution. So that's a big kudo. But I want to encourage the city to tap the state. I understand that there's a tremendous amount of funds at the state level that cities are just not using, that needs to be used. And I would encourage the city to join with ECHO and expand the facility. If we have 200 people that are standing by that want to be housed that cannot be because it's not big enough facility, work on the facility, make it more efficient within it to house more people. And lastly, I'd like to say that the Atascadero Creek is a ticking time bomb. We don't want another Paradise. There's so much fuel in that creek. We have to have a way of moving those people out of the creek area, not only for the water safety, but also for fire. If anyone was here during the 41 fire, it was a nightmare. And that's right down through the heart of our community, and we really need to address that. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Zappis. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kelly Hadley. I live at 6455 Santa Lucia, which is directly across from the Catholic Church and less than 3 blocks from ECHO. And I live in that beautiful apartment because of ECHO. Because 2.5 years ago, perfect storm happened in my life and I was homeless. So I can say the meal program is very, very important. And I can say that firsthand because as I progressed through the program, originally I could only do Instacart and all those things that didn't have a schedule because of, showering and getting yourself together is crucial part. I mean, you have to have that stable home to put all the other pieces together. So I got a regular job during the program time, and during the meal time towards the end, I watched as everybody sat, either housed people or unhoused people, and that's where the resources came out, and that's where the trust came in, and that's where relationships were made, and it was a beautiful thing. I mean, from myself being able to get unhoused people that weren't in the program, coaxed a couple people into, hey, you know what, you need this. And then as I was able to be in management and being able to hire people in that position within that first year, getting those people jobs, and some of them are still there today. And actually, at one point, one of the girls that had children there in ECHO, she worked at the place where I would send the people for their drug testing to come work where I worked. So the 3 of us were all just like, it was a beautiful thing, and it is a beautiful thing. And I've since moved on, and it's all enabled me. I'm now going to be a U.S. officer for Department of Homeland Security now. So I've come a long ways, and I am appreciative of ECHO. And I don't see a lot of trash out there. I don't even get to volunteer a lot because they have so many volunteers. They don't normally need me. If I get a shout out, by the time I send the response back, somebody's already taken that spot. So there are people in place. When I go monitor, the first thing I do is, it's not just that area there. We have trash collectors on the sticks that you pick it up. And I also go to meetings over at ABC Church. I don't see a lot of trash there. I don't. And I live right there, and I'm out walking a lot. I don't. Maybe that's a thing of the past, but I mean, if it's out there during that time, there's so many people, so many volunteers, it's picked up before everything's said and done. And it's pretty organized. I don't see any riffraff or anything. The people that I do see are people that I don't see them at the meal program. The people that live in the creek right there, I don't see them there. I don't see them come and eat. They're afraid. Thank you.
Welcome to our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lori Ferguson. I'm an Atascadero resident, and I am a small business owner downtown on Entrada, which is our lovely downtown business core. My kids, I have 3 kids. One is graduated, 2 are still at Atascadero High, and all of them would walk from Atascadero High to my office after school or somewhere downtown to see friends. And they all have told me how concerned they are with the safety of that corridor. But at the same time at dinner tonight, they all said, Echo absolutely needs to expand the shelter services, meals, and showers. And they said to me, how can you become a productive member of society if you cannot have food and shelter and be clean? How can you get a job if you haven't had a shower? And these kinds of services are exactly what I would have needed when I was 15 and homeless with my mother. And we had to scrape by and try and have housing that was unfortunately very unsafe. And having something like this available would have made a big difference in my grades, in my mental health, in my safety. And luckily, I was able to become a productive member of society. I am a small business owner, like I said, I'm a psychologist, big surprise. And so I really appreciate the comment about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's definitely true. If you don't have safety, then you can't have the ability to contribute to society, pay taxes, vote, volunteer in the community. So I think that there is a solution here, and it's, as has been mentioned, it's for Echo as well as the community, as well as the police, as well as the city council. We all need to come together to make a solution so that we can have a safe area for our students, for the schools across the way. I really appreciate Councilmember Newsom's comments about that corridor area, and to continue to provide the services that are so necessary for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Linda Belch, and I'm the Deputy Director for Homeless Services here in San Luis Obispo County. And I
Could you come a little closer to the mic?
Support the ECHO's expansion. Very grateful to hear the expansion of beds will be likely approved, and hearing the concerns with meal programs. I just needed to comment. On average in homeless services, it takes between 17 and 25 positive contacts with our community in order for unsheltered individuals to accept services. 17 to 25 times for our community to be reminded that we see them in their humanity, that we care about them being clean and fed, for them to begin to trust in order to come into those services and to want to take that first step in a very difficult journey. When I'm part of these conversations, I'm often reminded that those of us in this room have so many privileges. I get to go home to a warm home and a full fridge and a meal waiting for me. And what we're talking about tonight is providing 20 additional meals to a community who desperately needs to be reminded that we have not forgotten them. Nobody in this room is going to forget or undermine any of the concerns that are being legitimately raised. But the question that I would ask is the right tool to address those concerns to make providing services more difficult or complicated for them to be able to access what they need? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Moreno and the Atascadero Council members. You are tackling the toughest issue. I'm sorry, I'm Biz Steinberg. I work at Capslow. We're a partner with ECHO and 5 Cities Homeless Coalition. We're pleased to have Mr. Daras on our board representing your city. So he's been through some of this with us, with 40 Prado and our expansion for families. I urge you, you have such a wonderful resource in your police department, working with ECHO staff and volunteers. I know this is all hard. I have been through the mill about homelessness. I came here in '87 when we at Capslow had our first homeless families losing their apartments in Atascadero, and guess where we went to do home visits? The Santa Margarita campground. So that's how far back I go. And through the Maxine Lewis shelter, through our partnerships with the county and the cities, and you as policymakers, we need your direction. I, like Linda, and the young lady who shared the experience she had coming through the ECHO program. For me, now we've got sometimes with Warming Center, 155 people at 40 Prado, and it's every square inch. COVID taught us a lot, all of us a lot. And it showed us the increased need that families have. You have a divorce or a medical issue, your children, you want the best for them. So COVID showed us a new reality that was just continuing to just be worse than in the past, I think. But the 20 meals, what I was going to use the 17 that Linda did, my team of case managers, they can count on in our notes how it does take. It could take from that first welcome for a lunch to start building trust and be ready to make that change to become self-sufficient that all of you want in your community here. So I have seen it work. I mean, we have housed hundreds of people, but we work on a county-wide basis. So I want you to know Atascadero's not alone. That's why we're here. We want to be supportive. We want to support Austin and Wendy and their board, as well as you as your city council. So I appreciate the deliberations, and I really urge approval of the expanded family shelter, as well as the 20 meals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Biz. Welcome to our next speaker.
Good evening, Tom O'Malley. I've had a few different jobs working around our county for the last 74 years. Yeah, I started young. Anyway, when I was younger, I was the administrator at County Mental Health Department. I also did 5 years with the County Sheriff's Department, where I was the crime analyst, computer guy. But as administrator, and was, went through the ranks as a mental health therapist. But as the administrator, one of the jobs I had was supervising the very beginning of the homeless outreach program by the county. We had a half-time person it started with, but imagine that, dealing with the problems countywide. Anyway, one thing I did learn is that the state of California is challenging to work with. I think a lot of folks at the local level do a pretty good job with the hand they're dealt, but there's a lot of rules that you can't get there from here. We won't go into that. That's another problem. But what I did learn is our city with the ECHO program has probably the most cost-effective program at one time in the state, looking at and nationally, very good program. And I think you have to consider what happens if you don't have such a program. And I've seen that, statewide comparing to other systems. So I think we need to keep working with what we have. I do think there's some opportunities partnering with the city a little bit more, but I'd keep that in mind. Well, leaving the administrative mental health department, how mentally healthy could I be? I ran for city council, was on city council up there as former mayor for 16, 18 years. I lost track. But anyway, I love going around the state bragging about ECHO because quite frankly, it was one of the best programs in the state, and had an opportunity with Mayor Martin. We would often spend the nights up there as chaperones, get to meet folks and being in the community. I loved running into folks that were success stories and actually come up and talk to you in the community. But more recently, well, actually before I was even on council, 20 plus years with Kiwanis, providing meals regularly. We've worked with folks in the community. And again, it was heartwarming to see probably the politest group of folks eating food in our community, because I've been to some of our restaurants. And I think that has been, the folks that we've seen over the years, number of you Kiwanians and Rotarians now and then, volunteering out there, you've seen the clientele, and the folks we are working with locally as a community, they are part of us. They are folks that live here for the most part. So I would just encourage you to consider how we can work as a community together. Those of us who are a little better off
Thank
We
you,
want to
Mr.
help
Mo.
those that aren't.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank
O'Malley.
you.
Welcome, Mr. Hayes.
Afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Andrew Hayes. I live at 7975 San Marcos. I raised my hand that I'm within the half-mile radius as I get older and walk down there. I think it's getting longer. I might be wrong. But at any rate, I'm also on the board for ECHO. And, a famous humanitarian once said, the measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable. We have vulnerable children trying to go to school. We have vulnerable neighbors that are dealing with a difficult situation. We have vulnerable people that are unhoused. And I guess the way I would put it, it's a difficult decision. We wish we had a place that couldn't possibly impact anyone negatively. That's not an option right now. We have a homelessness issue, and rather than ignoring it, that perhaps 20 years ago happened, we have to have a plan. This is the best plan we have. I think you should take seriously, consider Austin's words that people who have the courage that are in that situation to reach out to ECHO need to be listened to and heard. And I really think if they're not listening to anyone else and need people to trust, they should come down for a meal and talk. And I think we've got a real chance to better our community by figuring out what they need. It's a lot better than our alternatives. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Welcome, next speaker.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Kara Woodruff. I'm the District Director for Senator John Laird, who represents all of San Luis Obispo County, including Atascadero. And 4 years ago, when he was first elected, in a district that has 1 million people, he picked one nonprofit of the year for the 17th Senate District, and that was ECHO. So I think that tells you what someone who spends most of their time in Sacramento thinks about this organization. It's so highly valued. And he also wishes just to say thank you so much to all of you for your really long-standing support of ECHO operations. It's why they've been so successful. And just to remind you, just this year alone, 288 people now have stable housing. That's 288 people that are not out on the streets and in the community, but actually have a place to sleep every night. So it's pretty phenomenal. The other hat I wear tonight, in addition to representing Senator Laird, is I'm on the board of ECHO, and it's truly an honor to be a part of that organization. I think I want to say a quick word about the family unit. As a member of the board and a frequent volunteer, I frequently see the children that are staying at the shelter, and imagine how intimidating that would be to live in a place surrounded by strangers. And the ECHO staff and their caseworkers are so warm and so loving and caring of the young people. But you can imagine the value that a family unit brings, so that when you're at the shelter and you're a young person, you're with other young people, you're with other parents. It's just such a better setup than to have them mixed with every other person that's there at the shelter. So just a really wonderful program that hopefully will come to fruition. And then one other comment is about the meal program. I know that's a topic of great discussion. I volunteer occasionally to serve meals in both Atascadero and Paso Robles. And the reason I keep going back is that it's incredibly rewarding. What I witness is people showing up, they check in with a caseworker, they go through some kind of filtering. Pretty much everybody gets through that I've ever seen. When they show up, they're given a plate, utensils, not disposable, regular old silverware and plates. They stand in line, the children, the seniors, middle-aged people, they get their meals, they sit down together, they talk together, they communicate with each other, which is a support system, they communicate with staff, and then often they sit around and talk and communicate with one another. And if you think for someone who's on the street a lot, to have someone you can communicate to in a safe, warm environment is so meaningful. A lot of people then stay to the end, because at the end of the night, If no one else shows up, there's extra food and you announce seconds for anybody who's interested. And a lot of people stick around for that. So the time that people are spending in a community with each other, breaking bread is significant. And many of those people are already part of the program. But as we heard, many of those people are not currently housed. And this is an opportunity for them to have a social experience, to meet with
you, Ms.
others.
Woodruff.
So I encourage your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Oslin once again. Couple issues. Let me get the negative one out first. This council has directed in the past for a wider area of notification several times. And I think we need to bring this back and change it, because the way the crow would fly with a laser beam, I promise you, St. William's Church is 1 football length away. With that being said, moving on, I'm one of the first ones that have ever supported Echo in terms of expanding. So they were a 24-hour, because it broke my heart to see a family get pushed out at 7 in the morning on a 20-degree day. I support Echo completely. I think we have a secondary issue here, and I don't think it's expansion of the meals or expanding Echo. The secondary issue, and I have done it and I go a different way, is because when I go down that street with my daughter, it is just not anything I want to address right now on why people are hanging out in a car or standing in the medium or smoking or doing illegal things. I'm one of the ones that have called the police department, and I'm on record of things going on there. I think there's a separate issue. I'm not so sure it's the attraction of a meal, but other individuals possibly dealing drugs or doing other things there. And of course, because Echo's serving meals, it's an area close to the creek bed, has a large medium. We have a high school there, and it's not a safe area for our children, whether it's junior high, high school, or young kids, or even those that are unhoused at Echo. So I think we need to maybe come back to the drawing board a little bit and see what we can do to start cleaning that neighborhood up. And that may solve a lot of the problem, whether it's taking out the medium and making it parking or doing something different. There's got to be a way to kind of fish that out. But of course, if you push them from there, they'll go into another neighborhood, and that's not fair either. But as far as Echo's expansion, I think it should happen. And I don't think it really makes a difference in meals. I know when Kiwanis is down there, you're serving 80 Kiwanians and 50 homeless, but we won't get into that anyways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Welcome, next speaker.
Max Zappis, local developer broker. I live also right near St. William's Church, so I do see a lot of things firsthand. I just want to speak in favor of the project. I think about things from a housing perspective, and this is the lowest rung on the housing ladder. So I can't speak highly enough about it, and I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zappis. Anyone else who is wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Not seeing any. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Turn off my microphone apparently, and bring it back to council and staff. So let me see. The gentleman, Daniel, who's on Santa Ynez, he had asked about the no smoking policy. So is that, and perhaps, I don't know if either, yeah, Ms. Lewis, if you'd like to come forward, was that in the management plan or something specific? And then I know we've added that, which I actually thought was a benefit, so you don't have people out on the median, but could we speak to adding that versus it being in the plan that we're not having, that there is no smoking?
Can you repeat the first part? I'm sorry, I was saying goodbye to somebody.
So yeah, that's okay. So one of our speakers brought up, he said, you know, hey, Mayor, you said that there was a smoking area, but there's a no smoking policy, which is in the plan. So how did how did that happen that, I mean, I actually think it's been a good thing to have a smoking area so it gets it out of the median to the extent that you can. But if that's something that's in the management plan, how did that come about?
Yeah, so it was in response to the smoking ordinance change that the city adopted. And I don't know how long ago, but it was actually working with past city manager to identify a space at Echo because we didn't want to push all those people into the corridor. It was trying to, in response to bringing some of the people that were on the median onto our property that are in our programs and during the shower hours and meal program. So from that 4 to 6 time, it was in a response to try to be helpful. So that would be something we could definitely take a look at.
Yeah. So, and I'm not saying needed to be taken a look at other than maybe we just, that needs to be changed within the management plan here. But I'll let staff look for where that might be. So that was just a
And
question
on the
that came up.
record, I wish we didn't need a smoking area anywhere in our community.
I get it. Yes. Let's see. And then are the meetings still held, the twice annual meetings?
So that was
once
also,
a
so
year?
during COVID, we just weren't able to meet. COVID definitely threw us. And then we started down this path. So in this new iteration, we started talking about what that would look like. And I think the language was when the city saw, I don't have it in front of me. So it was when the city deemed appropriate or the neighborhood or anybody would have an issue, they would bring it to the city and us, and then the city would call that meeting to order.
Okay, so when's the last time we actually had a meeting? Do we have that information?
It would have been the year heading into COVID, so like.
Okay, so it's 2019. So it's been 4 or 5 years since we've
Yes,
had a
yes.
meeting. Okay, okay. So those are as needed, jogging my memory now. Okay. And then, let me see what else here. Oops, I'm noticing, trying to think if there's something else that I needed to ask you. I don't think I have another question in here for you at the moment. Thank you. I will turn to our chief. You know, we're in a difficult situation. We have, you know, people, to say loitering doesn't really fully describe the situation that can go out on, it can be happening on that median. And, you know, whether it's because of Echo or it's near downtown or it's, we don't know. We can presume that some of it might be because of the open meal program. But what are the options for us moving forward? How do we figure out, because I really appreciate what Mr. Hayes said, it's like dealing with the most vulnerable, and some of those vulnerable include the school children, include the neighbors. We are not unmoved by what the neighbors have to say. So what are the options that are available without us expending resources that we don't have?
Well, Madam Mayor, thank you for that question. I'm actually quite optimistic that we might have more resources available to us. And I think one of the comments that kind of resonated with me was from Mr. Osland, just indicated, you know, that it's the way I interpret it anyways, is that we have a parallel but separate issue when it comes to the illegal activity that takes place in proximity. And so some of the challenges that we have, and I'm not trying to get into politics, but we do have some laws on the books that have been on the books for years that have put us into situations. And I was looking through the reports that I brought here today, and the one arrest that we actually made was because an individual had a warrant, and that person didn't have just a warrant, they had 15 local warrants. And what that means is that that individual was arrested, was given a court date, didn't show up for it, was arrested, was given a court date, didn't show up for it. And these individuals are not being, for whatever reason, they're not being held at county jail. They're not being told that they have to go to court. They're just over and over and over again giving citations from your police department. So we're out there and we're working, but I think a lot of people ask me that question, well, why don't you go out there and just start arresting them? Well, we arrested them 15 times. So what I'm optimistic about is that recently we did have a change in the law, Proposition 36. I'm very optimistic that it's going to give us some more resources. And I'm also glad that we have some of the resources we already have. We had an ordinance that was just put in place for shopping carts. We just had an ordinance that's been put in place within the last year and a half for the camping ordinance. We have just set up, we have the hour team, which is incredibly helpful. To supplement the hour team, we just started another team called the Special Enforcement Team, because we realize that, yes, we do have an issue. If there are people who are addicted to drugs, that means that there are people who are getting their drugs. That means there are people who are dealing drugs. I'm not blind to this. So we can only help those who want to be helped. Obviously, drug dealers don't want help. They need special enforcement teams, and that's what we just started, and that is something that's very, very new within the last few weeks. So with the new Proposition 36 that just passed, which will make some of these, for those who don't know, if you have someone who prior to 2010, 2011, used to be a felony to be in possession of drugs, certain drugs, that turned into a misdemeanor, and then we ended up with what I just described here, 15 warrants for the same thing over and over again. Now we're changing that. Now if we're going with Proposition 36, one of the things that's going to allow us to do is somebody who has conviction after conviction after conviction, we can start to put them through court rehab diversion. So in other words, give them something else that they have to go through to hopefully get them that help, to get them onto that next step. I'm very optimistic this is going to help. It's going to help clean up the streets. It's also going to help the individuals who actually need the help. We do have some resources. They're slow in coming, meaning these laws that'll change and how we work out some of the bugs. The court's going to be able to handle this influx of new cases. Is the how are we going to handle the booking challenges that we have with the county jail and some of the tougher regulations that we have when it comes to getting somebody medically cleared to be booked. There are a lot of questions that we have to get answered. We're only a couple weeks past when that was passed. So we are going to get those answered. We always do. We always figure it out. But to try to answer your question, I'm optimistic that we can, with the help of the special enforcement team, with the help of changing laws, we can enforce a lot more of these laws and make a difference so that we don't see something that we're seeing here with somebody who has 15 warrants on the books, that will go away. That's what I'm optimistic about.
Okay. And I think too, with the changes in the, with the camping and being able to enforce that, granted, I think we've done a better job than most all along, but we have more tools there. We still need to notice it. So you can't just move someone immediately, but we have more tools to deal with the camping situation as well as of really just recently.
Right. We are definitely ahead of the curve when it comes to the resources and the ordinances that we have set in place. We're not going to be playing catch up. We have those resources set in place so that we will have something, the tools in our toolbox to actually do something with them.
Yeah. And you've been talking about the special enforcement team for quite some time, wanting to pull that together. So I'm glad that we've been able to do that. Yes. And thank you and your whole department and the team for pulling that together. Okay, do we have questions for, any other questions for staff or Echo before we go into deliberations? No? Okay, well, let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Funk, then Councilmember Newsom, and then we'll go to Councilmember Darris.
Sure. My question for Echo would be, would you be willing to resume annual meetings with that open to the neighborhood? In conjunction with some kind of an event or something so that people know when it is. Maybe, following the long walk home, maybe a neighborhood meeting or something of that sort.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're definitely, we looked at it when we were looking at the change. It was more of, we weren't getting any of that feedback that we're hearing tonight, and we're encouraged now. And then also it was just a cost, there's a cost to it. And so looking at what that would look like for the city, we're definitely open to what would work best for everybody.
Great, thank you.
My question. See if that works. Mine doesn't work now. Can you hear me? It's okay. I can't hear myself, so I can't tell if you can hear me. My questions were along the same line. As you know, my background has been in homelessness. We've talked about that. I've taught my daughter about the importance of giving and have been on the facility with her, which she feels at home. Thank you. But one of the things that I do feel sometimes as we sit back here and look at accountability, would you be open to considering a code of conduct for those that come on the facility to give them a sense of accountability, of contribution and giving back for being successful not only for themselves, for those around them, so that they too realize that they are role models for anybody and everyone around them. We hear plenty of success stories and they've spoken, and we are making a difference. And I think it would be important to also follow what's listed on page 19. If there is a dispute resolution process for any neighborhood issues that may arise, we've done it in the past with other CUPs, is if things, a check-in every 6 to 9 months, or if there's some things that can't be resolved, that perhaps with a community or a neighborhood meeting, that you can come together and create a better solution, that it's not just your burden, it's everybody coming together to make a difference. Is that too much to ask?
Did you see I turned behind my shoulder? We at ECHO, we have a leadership team, and I definitely value their input. So that would be something that I would need to check in with them and just hear more about what your thought is and our process is. Is it that for our people in our program, in the residential program, or just in general? Because we do have that in a sense with people that are in the program. They are committing to providing, we don't use that term, the code of ethics or code of honor, but there is an established code to be a good part of ECHO and be there for ECHO and yourselves and others. So yeah, I would just need to hear more, and always open to looking at it.
There's no dispute that the family wing and that addition is doing wonders. It's not about that. It's about those that are being asked. The reason why they're in the median is meals. They are the unhoused. They are the ones that I talk to on Sunken Gardens bench of what's not working for them. And they will say that they come to ECHO, but it doesn't meet their needs. So they are doing some additional stuff in the public. And I think if they realize that somebody else was looking at them as a role model, perhaps they would look at themselves and go, wow, what can I do differently to have an impact on this community that wants to help me?
I also just want to add that one of the things that happens almost on a nightly basis at ECHO is that we do have rules on site. We do have requirements, a code of conduct, if you will, that we expect, from our clients that are there on site. Our staff rarely has to enforce that. In fact, most of the time we are de-escalating clients that utilize and are thankful for that service from enforcing that on other clients. That is 99% of the issues that I have to resolve are talking to people like, I understand that this is an issue and that person shouldn't act that way, but let staff handle that. I know that you are thankful for the service and you don't want it to go away, but please notify staff so that we can handle that situation. Let us step in. You do not have to be responsible for handling that situation. So there absolutely is a code of conduct and a sense of respect from those, and not just those that are currently staying in the program and in the shelter, but those that are utilizing that nightly meal service in order to survive in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Daris.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to touch a little bit on that as well. Yeah, it's funny. I can't tell if it's coming through it either. It's weird behind the speakers. To expand a little bit on what Councilmember Newsom was talking about. I call it behavior modification. This is the way I did with my kids. Rather than doing the same thing over and over and wishing for different results. If they're going to complain about what's for dinner, then they're going to go to bed hungry, and they're not going to do that anymore. So, and I know Wendy had mentioned earlier that I didn't realize that there's a law that says you cannot refuse service. But with repeat offenders doing things, I mean, we don't want to tell you to then have to turn people away. I mean, we're all compassionate people. We want to make sure that people get the help that they're needed. But when they're not being respectful of the neighbors, I mean, if any or all of us lived within a couple of blocks and was experienced this, as some of the people here have said, it would probably be easier for us to say that, say, no, this is not fair. So are there incentives, positive incentives that can be yeah, that can be such that if you're violating, I mean, the rules extend beyond the property line, where if you're a repeat offender, if the police chief has to get his officers out there to address something that might be a couple of blocks away, but as a result of what was going on, because of the meal program, and if this person is repeating, look, then you're just not going to be welcome there anymore. Is that something that can happen? And maybe that might mitigate some of the issues. They realize, look, we can't hang out in the neighborhoods or in the creek or wherever it is that's causing these problems. And I look at this as, a behavior modification. I don't have the answer specifically, but that's my concept is if we could do something like that.
I would say that we as an organization wouldn't be opposed to having more conversation about that. I don't know the legality around that, to be honest with you, but I'm happy to have more conversations about that and look at that. But I really do believe that Chief Suttles answered that question, that responsibility for that the engagement with that really falls when we're having those conversations and law enforcement is involved, that now we are building tools in place for our law enforcement through agreements that are beyond all of us, that really fall in the will of the voters, to have more conversations and engagement with folks that are constantly showing up, right? We shouldn't have someone with 15 warrants that hasn't showed up in that. And I do believe that there are solutions that are in place for when those things happen. And I encourage, I mean, we're happy to talk to things about Echo, but we should absolutely call the police when an incident happens offsite, right? And our staff will, even if we see something that's happening down the street, we will be the first ones to call, right? But we, in that engagement and that conversation, we do rely on our partners in the police department to engage in a conversation with something that is happening beyond our property and our perimeter.
Right. And with the original CUP, I guess it was a CUP in 2014, I was probably on the planning commission when this went through. And then now the addition of 20 additional meals, is there a plan? Is there an expanded plan that addresses this rather than just saying, well, we're going to allow you to feed 20 additional people? I mean, is there a plan? I know we probably talked this already through more than we probably hit it already. But I mean, is there more? Is there just the expansion of the meals, or is there an actual plan to address this? Is it in there somewhere written that you will do something?
Well, at the end of the day, the expansion to the meal program directly correlates with the expansion of our project as a whole. It's not separate. It's really, we're adding 30 additional beds and trying to grow that meal program to the number that we truly believe affects that. There's a reason that we're not here standing asking for 120, 150 to 200. There's a reason that we're coming, and we're very mindful with that, with the impact to the community and with our growth of expansion. Our goal is to add 30 beds to our continuum of care in an efficient and an effective way. And in order to do that and to be efficient and to continue to serve at the level that we are currently serving, not more, we believe that number is that 20 additional, so that we have the space and capacity to serve everyone that comes for a meal for that.
Yeah, and I think the building expansion, I think we're all, well, I'm not going to speak for the rest, but I'm in favor of the building. I think what you guys are doing there is great. Everything you've done over the past several years, you get better every year. But there is some serious, some concern, with the loitering and whatnot. And, if we can work together with the police department, and then if there's some rules that can expand beyond the property line.
I think I don't think there's an answer tonight, but we're hearing
But
what you're
that's where
saying.
I think it needs to be
Capture that into
discussed.
our conversation.
But one thing when he asked, is there a plan? And that the key component is adding additional staff to have more oversight, to have more during that time with the 20 additional people, when they eventually show up, to have more oversight. And that's the same with the additional 30 beds. It's the same thing. Staffing is key. As Echo has evolved and added more services, having staff and an increased level of staff, not leaving our incredible volunteers. We need you volunteers, but it's really having more staff at a higher trained level.
All right, thank you.
Did you have?
Well, Councilmember Dare has mostly asked my question. And you, Mayor, just addressed that we're not going to solve that tonight, but that's what concerns me, is that, everybody is super impressed with what Echo accomplishes, and also that you do it very efficiently compared to other like organizations. And so it's amazing what you accomplish. Our problem is, if you're in a neighbor who's being trespassed upon, having property stolen, et cetera, litter, et cetera, I haven't heard any solutions from anybody for them. And that's, and so I guess I would ask you, what are the solutions? And I'm concerned that we haven't even really gotten together them because we limited the notification. So we have a few actively involved neighbors who've heard about it and been involved, but I haven't heard any solutions for those neighbors. And expanding it is just, for them, is more of the same. And so I guess I'm asking, do we have any solutions? The chief outlined a few things, a hopeful, changes as a result of Prop 36 that might allow to help get some, rid of some bad actors. You actually get them arrested and put in jail for a little bit, et cetera. That might change a behavior pattern. But my concern is I'm just not hearing anything that helps out the neighbors. And let's face it, I mean, I volunteer occasionally, not near as much as the mayor and Kiwanis feeding. And that's great that we have so many great community members that do that. But we don't typically live with the problem. They do, this neighborhood. And by having everything we deal with homelessness in our entire city in one spot, we are putting it basically, outside of a few folks that live in the riverbed, we're putting 90% of our cities, our community's problem on one neighborhood. And I haven't heard any solutions for them. And I don't know if you have any.
So I want to point out to Echo's history, right? When Echo originally started, we had individuals and families that came into that program and left every single morning onto the street and into that community. We have learned and we heard that community feedback, not just from our neighbors, but also from those that we were serving, how to better our services. We evolved and created the 90-day program. We heard about the concerns from the community about the encampments, and we worked with the city council and the Atascadero Police Department to engage in outreach and create the R team and have a case manager that is responsible for going out and engaging in those services. We have added campus monitors. We have continued to change our shower programs, even recently with this addition, learning from the feedback from the community and solidifying those times to better work with the community. And it is our absolute promise and commitment with all of the things that Echo has done to keep evolving, to keep getting better, and to add solutions. I do think, commenting to Chief Suttles again and the points that he makes, that there are potential solutions and things coming. We are not perfect. This is not Disneyland, as I was called in the Planning Commission representing, but we do have an incredible impact, and we are willing to change, to adapt, to be flexible, to evolve, and to be better. I think that we truly have done that. I do believe that the concerns that some of the communities, not all, that some of the community members have brought up, we have addressed over the course of the past 10 years, and we will continue to do so as an organization into the future. There may not be that answer tonight, but that doesn't mean that we will not keep looking, hearing, receiving that feedback and understanding. And I think our board member said it very well, yet. That is the key. We are always looking to continue to move forward to better our services for our community as a whole, not just those we're serving, but our neighbors, those we're serving, our volunteers, and everyone in this beautiful city.
Thank you. And I agree. I mean, it didn't make any sense to send everybody out the door at 7 a.m. Like Mr. Osland said, it makes much more sense to continue to provide additional services on site. Because I think even with the non-sheltered resident, I mean, the non-sheltered folks at the meal serve, they behave well, as you described, during the meal service. It's what they do outside of it that's, of course, concerned. So everything you guys do is wonderful, and it's amazing what you accomplish. The concern is what happens outside. And I don't know if you can have a solution for that, let alone tonight, but I don't know if you can, but I feel like we have to have more of that conversation. So, because also I don't know that we've, effectively involved the school district and the two church-related schools across the street. So,
okay. So what I would like to, I want to ask a question, and then I would like to propose something. Would it be amenable, since what you're saying is that the additional 20 meals are needed for the expansion of the shelter, if we were to link the expansion of the meal program to the expansion of the shelter, would that be workable? Because that tells that lets the community know, like, no, we're not trying to bring in more people from the creek and announce it and put up flyers and have more people come in. This is truly for future residents.
Yeah, would that be approved tonight so that when the new beds and things come online, then that would be something we could start at that time?
That's what I was asking. I'm assuming I would ask our director or planning manager, would that be a viable thing to do? Would be to link the tonight, if we had consensus to expand the meal program, but say only when the beds are expanded, so that to allay any concerns that we're increasing the number of unhoused individuals, exacerbating a neighborhood problem, that it truly is for the residents of Echo. Could we tonight, if we wanted to, say, yes, increase to 100 beds once the shelter beds have increased?
Yes, in fact, the resolution and the recommendation to your app, a set of conditions of approval in addition to the amendments that are being proposed, and you could add it into those conditions of approval.
Okay, so that would be acceptable. Okay.
I have a question for them. Now, when is it anticipated that the expansion would be completed?
So that's one of the, I think, exciting things about this project is that because it's a modular build, which to me, modular, when I first heard it meant, my mobile home that I have at the lake for that lake's time. No, it looks like a building. It looks like a beautiful, fits in. It speeds up the process. So we would be looking at actually a ribbon cutting to move people in about 22 to 24 months.
And speaking to that, Mr. Zappis Senior, had brought up, getting state money and expanding. If you look at something the county has been trying to do with the Welcome Home Project, with tens of millions of dollars in grant money, starting out to, potentially house 80 people, and that number keeps getting cut and cut and cut. So as much as the state says, hey, here's some money for you to go out and do a new shiny project, it rarely pencils out in the favor of what you're trying to do, let alone the ongoing operation. So I understand, well, I can't really say I understand. I'm hearing what you're saying. And Ms. DeCou, when you spoke, like I can't imagine that. I don't have that happening at my house. Mr. Sanders, like that is not my reality. So it's hard for me to even fathom what that is like. And I have compassion for you. And it's hard because where is the right place? When we've had other warming centers, it ends up in another neighborhood and there are impacts there. And so the challenge is, well, what do? Do you 3 miles out where there are no services? No, that doesn't work. So there is no great option. And I think what we need to do is do the best we can with what we have, and implementing the things that the chief is talking about, getting back to the regular neighborhood meetings, because when Mr. Sanders, when you say we were never heard, that's not it. Whether someone feels that that's the case or not, it's not that you feel that way isn't good. And we need to be having those conversations with you, with Echo, with the police department. Now that we have so many more tools, we need to be pulling this together. And so what I would like to say tonight, if my colleagues are amenable, I think from what we're hearing from 99% of the public and what we're hearing tonight is the expansion of the beds. I could say we're all on board with. Am I hearing the beds okay? I would like to propose that we would approve the expansion of the meal program, but only linked to the addition of the new beds, so that it is for residents coming in. Would that be acceptable? So Councilmember Borboza, no on that. Councilmember Newsom, Mayor Pro Tem would be okay with that.
I'd like to elaborate why, though. I mean, and that is simple. And the reason I just asked the question, I think we're all very excited actually about, the increase in the physical building and the overnight capacity, but that's not going to happen for 24 months. Right. Why are we in a rush to approve an increase in the meal program.
What I'm saying is
when we
link
have-
it to 2 years down the
I
line.
understand, but I
so
mean,
that
I
when-
would look at, I still think, might be beneficial to separate that. I don't think we've had adequate input from the schools, or adequate input from the neighborhood, and that we don't need to rush that because it's 24 months before this is really an issue. And so I think that then we need to have a further discussion, with the larger neighborhood and the specifically affected institutions. And as I indicated, I don't, expect ECHO to have magical solutions for this stuff, nor the police, nor us. But I think we need to talk a little bit more about, okay, what if anything can we do to affect?
I don't
the
I don't
neighborhood?
disagree, and that needs to be a part of what we're talking about. And certainly, if you all want to do this in 2 years and go through all of this again, my point in this is that if you're going to increase beds and you don't increase meals, then you are reducing the services ultimately. And so if that's what you think you might be doing in 2 years, then don't do it. My thought was do that now because you save efficiency later. And if we're linking it to the beds, there is no concern that you're going to exacerbate the problem currently.
Well, but that math doesn't add up.
Hold on. Councilmember Newsom, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
I think the challenge that we're up against is that others have come to us and asked us to cancel the meal program for those outside of residence. We understand the value of the service you do. And what we're doing here is saying, okay, out of the numbers you've given us, 60% are for people that are unhoused in the facility. We know that some of the police calls are coming from those waiting for meals in the median. So now we're at this challenge of going, okay, your expansion's going to serve as it has a purpose, and people are going to do drug testing and they are going to be successful because of the tools you provide. But the meal program, our residents and our neighbors, and being a former resident in that neighborhood, have had crack pipes in my front yard. So as we stand here, we represent those neighbors and not having a solution, knowing that 60% of the meals are being used for those that don't respect the conduct in which you have for your residents is not fair to that community too. But we don't have enough tools, nor did we do enough noticing at 300 feet and Miss the church behind. We haven't gotten the community's feedback on how do we address that. And with those that were notified and we filled the seats, what would have happened if we would have reached out to everybody in the community of how do we solve that? So as I sit here and listen to Councilmember Rabeau as well, I'm challenged with the issues the neighborhood is facing on the meals, not on the expansion of the facility.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yeah, the fundamental challenge here is, we recognize that there's this deep need for more pathways back into housing for people with young children, who, families with kids who are unhoused. And we all see that the need and the power of the ECHO program in providing healing and getting folks back into the community. If we add those beds, which we all recognize we need, they got to eat. We can't not feed them. So it was what we're in a situation, we're suddenly being asked as a council to abruptly require ECHO to plan to reduce its meal program to folks who are unhoused because they have come to us asking to get more people into shelter. And I think that if there's additional, looking at the meal program, that we should have a regular review as a council. The ECHO operating plan, updates are supposed to be forwarded to the council for review at a public hearing. Good chance, to have that conversation, but we should plan to feed the people that are going to be housed at ECHO. And we should have a separate conversation about the full range of things that need to happen in terms of managing the impact of homelessness on our neighborhoods, of drug use on our neighborhoods. We can't, realistically, when people are on foot, they are going to be congregating in places where services are available. And if they don't have transportation, and if they don't have refrigeration, and they can't cook, they're going to go to places where they can eat, whether that's in neighborhoods where you've got, they don't stay out in Pozo because nobody serves Happy Meals out there. There's no dollar meals anywhere, that you can purchase, let alone a program like ECHO with more comprehensive services. So we can't, those folks who are unhoused and unsheltered will congregate in places that where they can find services. And what we have to do is manage, that's not ECHO's fault. We have to manage the impact on our community of this crisis, the twin crises we face in homelessness and drug addiction. As long as we're going to have homeless folks in our community to deal with, as long as, to some extent, as long as housing is really expensive and hard to get and incomes are not up to that muster, and as long as fentanyl is cheap and drug treatment is hard to get. We're going to really have to work at managing that. That's a separate conversation from, if we expand, we got to feed, the people got to eat who come to the shelter, and we should allow for that.
Councilmember Daris.
Thanks. I wanted to expand a little bit on what Charles was saying, and I understand, if I understand what he was saying, the expansion isn't going to be completed for almost 2 years. Okay, so tying the additional meals to that isn't going to happen for 2 years. So in the meantime, I think it is important to have additional conversations with the school and the neighbors and people around. I think we have that time. What was already established is that on average, it's not critical. We're not at a critical juncture where you're turning people away on a regular basis. And so you need to be able to serve 20 additional people, 20 additional meals. You're at roughly 65. I know you said it goes up and down, and sometimes maybe occasionally you do hit the 80. But I think we have time, if we approve the expansion to the building, we have time to then maybe develop a plan on how the loitering and the other issues can be addressed and taken care of without expanding the meal program immediately. I mean, I believe that's what Charles.
But again, let me repeat. What I'm saying is not to expand the meal program immediately. What I'm saying is let's put into our motion tonight that if we approve the expansion of the beds, that when the ribbon is cut and people are now sleeping in those beds, the meal program will automatically expand by that 20.
Okay, so that's a little bit
That's
different.
that's what Mayor Pro Tem Funk and I are trying to say.
I think, as I indicated earlier, I don't think I don't think anybody does. I don't think the neighbors have a problem with feeding however many people are residing overnight in the ECHO facility. Their problem is the number of people who don't reside there.
Correct.
So I don't follow the resistance, the idea of, ultimately when the expansion is done, you can feed however many people live there. There should be a separate number of how many non-residents will be fed. If we were if we didn't have a great facility and program like ECHO, and we were just adopting a meal program, as some other cities have done, because we're one of the few that has continuously had a shelter, they would look at that number separately. How many people can you feed in a meal program? I don't think that's unreasonable. I'm not saying, oh no, if we don't adopt this today, then 24 months from now, we're not going to feed the people that live there. That doesn't follow with me. I think that we didn't do a good job of notification. We need to have, perhaps facilitated by our staff, a meeting with a broader cross-section of the neighborhood, the schools, et cetera, to talk about this issue and talk about what, if any, solutions can we have for the neighbors?
And I don't disagree on that. I think all five of us say that those conversations need to take place. They need to take place regularly. We need to have a good number of people involved in that. We're simply talking about, do you want to link the 20 for 2 years down the line, or do you, and to achieve some efficiencies, or no? If the answer is no, then you'll all come back and do this in 2 years again. My idea was we save some time in the future, but and that doesn't mean that we're not having those conversations starting as soon as possible.
I'm trying to ensure that we do have that conversation.
We
Because
will
if we
have that
approve it tonight,
conversation. Yes, we will
you know,
have that
things will go on their
conversation.
merry path.
No,
And
I disagree. I don't think that's true.
that's kind of what we've done in the past. So I don't know, I would disagree. I would rather do a motion that we approve the facility, we approve the change in the shower hours, and we defer changing the number of meals served until a better meeting is facilitated and discuss, you know, possible solutions and then come up with a meal number. That's what I would prefer to do. But I think, of course, we're all on board on the facility and we're very excited about improving the facility.
I did want,
Let's have one more comment and then let's pull this to a close. As I said, we've got many more items and this is not
Right.
going to be a short night.
right, wanted to respond briefly to Councilmember Bourbeau's comment that we're among the few that are expanding shelter. To briefly note that additional beds were expanded in Paso Robles twice, both with the addition of the welcome home, of the addition of the Motel 6 and Echo Paso project, and also additional beds that were funded by the county to there. 40 Prado has expanded beds. I'm sure that Ms. Steinberg can confirm that, but expanding their programs. Additional shelter beds, shelter units were added in 2 different projects in the 5 cities that are managed by 5 cities, Homeless Coalition in South County, 20 beds, cabins for change, and 30 additional units on Barkay. So there is an effort throughout this county for communities to step up and do their part to get us away from the situation where just a few years ago, on any given night, we had only enough shelter beds to handle 20% of the people who are unhoused.
If I may interrupt, I don't think anyone disagrees with what you're
Okay.
saying.
Not at all.
I'm going to, because I'm not going to be the one here doing this in 2 years. What I would like to do is be able to say, link this in 2 years and then require in the interim that we have a process to put in place to have these discussions that every single one of us are concerned about and see what can be done to mitigate. And if the problem is getting worse, then maybe we cut that and we say, this can always be changed in the future. If things are getting worse
So if
and
you're-
we're not getting the traction and
Right.
change that needs to be done.
So if you're suggesting that we, you know, as long as I think it's very clearly understood that we will have a session with the interested parties, stakeholders, if you will, and that out of that may come something different than that number. But obviously going forward, our expectation is, you know, we will feed the additional people who stay overnight, or they, you know, Echo will certainly be allowed to feed the additional people who stay
Yes.
overnight.
Yes.
And yeah, and Representative Funk, I was just pointing out that, yes, everything you said is totally accurate. We're one of the few cities that has always had a shelter for 20, you know, or many, many years. For a long, long time, it was just us and San Luis Obispo that had an overnight shelter. So our community has done great work in trying to address homelessness.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing is pulling this all together. What I'm wondering is how precise does this language need to be tonight for this motion we are going to make?
It all depends on the final motion and what you're making, whether you're going to postpone action on the use permit or if you're going to condition the use permit. Having a little trouble hearing, I think, the conversation after the speaker was turned, so I'm not quite sure where the latest action is headed.
Right. So what we're looking at is number one would be linking any expansion in meals not until the opening of the new beds. And we've expanded residents, so we need to expand meals. So that would be one thing. The other is, and I don't want to sit here and make the sausage tonight that, oh, we have to meet 4 times a year or we're meeting twice a year. We got to figure out what that is, because we could say once a year and it doesn't end up being nearly enough, or we're saying we're meeting monthly and everyone's like, why the heck are we meeting monthly? So could you give me an idea of what we can say tonight that says exactly, particularly what Councilmember Bourbeau and Councilmember Newsom have been saying, but that we're all concerned about? How do we address these concerns? How do we assure we're having meetings to do this? What needs to go into a motion tonight, or is it simply direction that this council will make sure we hold ourselves accountable to?
I'm going to ask the city attorney to fill you in a little bit, because you will give a legal right tonight when you approve this for certain things to occur. If there are meetings that happen or don't happen, can you trigger it to have that right removed? That's really challenging, because that would require perhaps a different hearing. So I'm asking the city attorney to fill you in on a few things.
And if
there's some
everybody
timing issues as well. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah. Our Luke is going to be working on the, actually.
I'll make sure the new sound system gets prioritized at the next staff meeting.
I think this actually sounds really good as of right now. So.
Yeah.
Woohoo. All right. City attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I think the wrinkle in this, as I'm looking at it, is the existence of a conditional use permit and a request to amend the conditional use permit to add these additional meals. The wrinkle with that is that application is subject to the Permit Streamlining Act, so the applicant has a particular right to have the matter decided within a particular period of time. So if the council's decision is to condition the expansion of the meals on the expansion of the beds, I believe we can, and I have drafted some suggested language to put into the conditions of approval to do that. And I recommend that you try to do that specifically tonight, because as the city manager indicated, the CUP is a land use right that's going to run with the land. The council's option, the city's option, is to call it up for modification or revocation if those conditions aren't working in the future. So we can add language about the effective date. We can add language about the potential meetings with the community. And if the council or the staff believe that those conditions aren't being complied with, like hasn't been a meeting or there isn't going to be enough meetings, we can call the CUP back for modification, and that's your ability to have some enforceability over your intent that all these parties get together and meet and come up with a solution before this other expansion takes effect. So I would suggest that if that's the direction you're going, I would suggest that that I read into the record at some point some changes to the language in the conditions of approval, which would be in attachment 2A. And I think that would solve the problem. If the council is intending to defer action on the expansion of the meal program, I think the council's, unless it's a short-term deferral, I think the council's option is to deny the requested CUP. And then at some point in the future, we call it denial without prejudice, meaning they can refile the application. So the denial would be the way to go if the council is going to say, let's wait and see 2 years down the road. Those are the two options I can think of.
And could you tell me what the language would be that you would read into the CUP if we decided to go that route tonight? How would you condition that?
I would, and always looking to staff to help improve this, but my suggestion would be in condition 6, which is on page 25 of 200. That's the condition that right now in red shows that the 80 meals is increasing to 100. At the end of 100 persons, I would put a comma and say effective upon the city's issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the expansion of the existing emergency shelter. So once that C of O is issued for that construction project, that's when the additional 20 meals would kick in. And then the other proposal would be to add a condition that says prior to the expansion of the meal program, the applicant, city staff, at police department shall hold at least one community meeting with affected neighbors. And that could be, we could add to that what you want discussed at that meeting.
Okay, and then potentially from there, there could be annual meetings or however often, because to have not met since COVID, and I get that maybe things we thought were going well and they were and improving, but then neighbors also thinking, well, we're not listened to. And so then you end up in a situation where we as a council think, well, everything's going pretty well. And then we find out that, yes and no. So would it be that one meeting and then more to follow, annual meetings? Do we put that maybe into the management plan? How do we proceed?
I think city manager should weigh in on this, but I think your direction to the manager about how much interaction should occur is going to be the best way to move forward with that.
Yeah, I would suggest you handle you're right, this is hard to hear. I would suggest you handle the CUP first, as the city attorney has agreed. And I think then you provide a secondary motion unrelated to the land use that you direct the staff to work with ECHO on a meaningful public engagement plan, and that we report on that plan prior to the building permit being issued. Then there's a very strict timeline that puts it back on ECHO, because if they haven't reminded me that we need to do that prior to the building permit, I'm going to come to you with a CUP amendment saying, hey, and it puts the burden back on them to actually do this work with the neighborhood and come up with some plans. So that'd be a second motion not related to the CUP would be my recommendation.
Okay.
I have a technical question for the attorney. On page 19 of the packet, in the operating standards for ECHO, it does specify that we should hold at least one, item 7, hold at least one neighborhood meeting each calendar year. So that's already in the management plan here, or the standards. Should that be placed into the CUP for greater accountability?
Yeah, I think adding it to the CUP is a way to have the council feel that you've got more accountability on that issue. Okay. Because then that permit is at risk if that interaction doesn't occur.
Okay. I'd be game to add that to the motion.
Okay.
And I'm happy to make the motion.
Okay, hold it. Councilman, you're good? Are we?
She asked my question. We're good.
Okay. Any other thoughts as we pull this together?
Well, I have a technical question for the city attorney. So once granted, if it's granted in the language tonight, what Mr. Lewis discussed would be outside the CUP, but would be direction to staff to do this. But that doesn't govern the CUP. I mean, that just tells staff you need to ensure that some meeting occurs prior to the issuance of the occupancy permit.
I can answer that. No, it wouldn't. But what you're doing is you're putting a trigger on the staff that if certain things haven't occurred by the time the building permit is pulled, I'm coming back to the council saying, this hasn't occurred. Do you want to amend the CUP?
Okay, so that answers my question. You could go back. Okay, thank you, and amend the CUP if that would be a drastic action.
The CUP could be revoked. Those are the two options that the council has.
So also, just without us trying to get specific on things, I'm hoping that we can just amend the language so that the smoking program, if it says there's no smoking on site, we get rid of that and just make sure that's consistent with what's actually happening. So I'll look at Director Dunsmore. Is that?
And there's already some guidelines in the operations and management plan that prohibit on-site use of tobacco or smoking or all related products. And are you referring to on-site or just off-site as well?
I'm referring to now they have an on-site smoking area, which I think is actually helps to clean up. It's better to have on-site smoking than median smoking. So that needs to come out of the management plan, or perhaps you put into the management plan that, there is a smoking. So that is actually better. So that needs to be consistent. And can we just, Mr. Attorney, pass that tonight and say, make this consistent with what's happening now? Or do we need to have specific language with regards to a smoking area at the campus?
I think that staff has heard the direction on that issue, and that can just be a direction to staff.
Right. And then making sure the shower language is changed to reflect what Echo has talked about with the timing in terms of, not earlier than, and I'm assuming that would go into the management plan, but, no earlier than 4 PM on school days and that type of thing. I'm thinking also changing the number of overnight staffing required by whatever the number would be, because you're saying that, yes, when you add people, you will change that number of staffing, correct?
It's my understanding it's already in there.
Or is it just
It's
one
a
per
1 to
30?
30 ratio, but
So
that's.
if you had 80.
1 to 30.
So if you had 80, would you have 3 then? Okay. Okay. So anything over. All right. So that's fine. And then, okay. All right. I think we have it. And Mayor Pro Tem, you are ready to make a motion.
Yes, okay, so I would, I'm pleased to move staff recommendations with the following changes. That the conditional use permit be amended such that the effective date of the 100 beds on maximum on the meal program occur effective on the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the expanded shelter services. That the conditions be extended to add a requirement that Echo hold at least one neighborhood meeting each calendar year as a part of the CUP for accountability. That the shower program language be amended to such that we continue to have that we have up to 15 hours of availability in a week for Echo, but that the start date shall not be routinely earlier than 4 PM on school days.
And I think there was a.
And then
what the city attorney had mentioned, the language. I would just.
I got the effective date of I got the tie to the certificate of occupancy already on the meal program.
But I think there's a
And-
second one that you had that was just beyond an annual meeting, but a meeting that must occur before certificate of occupancy.
That should be a separate motion. Let's take care of
Yes,
this
so
first.
that's- So
It's
I
a
think
separate,
you're-
okay, that's a separate motion requested by.
No, I think he was adding that into the
I think-
CUP,
I think-
correct?
I think the council member's motion was to include the at least one language in the CUP.
Yes.
And then there'll be a separate motion later to direct the city manager to come back and tell you if that meeting hasn't occurred.
Right, but I want to make
Yeah.
sure it's your language
It
that
is
we're
a-
using.
She did read my language,
All
and
right,
that'll be in the
perfect.
conditions of approval attached to the CUP.
All right.
And the language that I quoted with.
You're very good at legalese.
I was impressed by that.
I just taking notes. I was also in the language that I cited with regard to adding the requirement into the CUP for the neighborhood meeting is on page 19 of the management plan directly.
I'll second.
Right, we have a
Jim, your
motion.
mic's on.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Funk, a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
A quick question in regards to this. Normally, we would read the ordinance title because of what we're doing. I'm assuming we
Please
still
go
need
right
to
ahead.
do that.
Yes.
Is that correct?
After the vote, yes.
After the vote. Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Borbo,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0. And the ordinance title reads, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, amending the Atascadero Municipal Code Title 9, Chapter 3, Article 23, Emergency Shelter Overlay Zone, and determining this ordinance is exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act. Emergency Shelter Overlay Zone Amendments, El Camino Homeless Organization, Amendment 24-0060 and ZCH 24-0061.
And Mayor, as to the conditional use permit, the city council's action tonight is final. However, it's conditioned on the adoption after second reading of the ordinance, so it won't take effect until after second reading.
Yep. All right. And anything else that we need?
Well, the second motion, I was just asking Ms. Lewis what the, there's no relation, by the way, for the public, to make it clear. what I was suggesting is where is an appropriate trigger that you move that the city manager work with ECHO to create a meaningful public engagement process to have further dialogue with the community prior to issuance of, I was asking about the building permit. They're submitting that pretty soon, so it's probably not enough time. So prior, Mr. Dunsmore, what would be a process that would give us 6 months out, perhaps, that we could trigger? Would that be a permit for a slab or permit for, is there a point that I could have to know when to return to the council?
There is various stages of the construction permit that we could tie something to. It would go from grading, for example, then it would go to slab, then it would go to, well, in this case, I don't know if there's going to be framing because they're using sort of prefab construction, but it could be prior to, I don't think they're going to have roof nail shear on this. It's a
completion of the slab.
Could we say within 6 months?
Just say 6 months.
Of issuance of the building
Of
permit?
issuance of the building.
That would
permit.
probably
Sure.
be the best case. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the construction phases for this project because it's a little different because the type of construction is different than conventional. So
Yeah, so why
that-
don't we say, I move that we ask the city manager to, like, actually, you say it,
Yeah.
Jim.
So I think the recommended
so that
motion would
we-
be
this
to
needs
direct
to
the
be
city
typed out.
manager to work with ECHO and city staff on a meaningful public engagement process and report the results of said process within 6 months of the issuance of the building permit.
I'll move the language that the city manager just uttered.
I'll second.
Did Amanda get that?
Excellent. Well, we do have that on the recording, so.
Yeah.
All right, and I'm just gonna look at Echo where that's manageable, okay. And please, all of you, I know you will participate in that, be part of this, please. We want this to work, we do. So we've got a motion by Councilmember Borbeau, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Daris,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will take a break. I know many of you are here for other items, but thank you all who came, and we will continue this engagement. Take about a 7-ish minute break. We'll see you back.
Dave Garabay.
I promise you I called it. I know exactly. Crazy.
Check, check, check. Hey, hey, hey.
Now I'm hip. Too hip to be square. Where'd Nick go?
Check, check, check. Hey, hey. Check, 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 check.
Notice that. How quick's yours tonight? Yeah, well. One can teach. We're not nuts. I just sit back there. I don't know. Just come up when.
All right, folks, we are going to get started again. I don't know if anyone can hear me, but we're going to get started again. Oh, there we go. I was like, I can't even find my.
They get the desk. Look.
All right. So the council has just come back from a break, and we are going to move on to our second public hearing tonight, which is our CEQA thresholds ordinance. I will ask if there are any ex parte communications. Left, I am not seeing any. None from me either. Okay. Mr. Phil Dunsmore, Kelly Gleason, and Genevieve Sharo. Actually, you're not Genevieve. That's not Genevieve, that's Dan.
Genevieve is online though with us.
Oh, Genevieve's
tonight.
online. All
Mhm.
right. Oh, there she
Hello.
is. Hey, Genevieve. Nice to
Hi,
see
how are
you.
You too.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're with you tonight with a discussion about CEQA streamlining, something we've been really excited to bring you. And right now we are joined by our consultant from MIG, Genevieve Sharo, and our planning manager, or planning chief, as I would like to call it, Kelly. It will also be telling you about some of the standards that were being proposed for change in our zoning regulations. So take it away, Kelly, and we'll introduce Genevieve in a bit too. Thank you.
Thank you. So this project has been a little time in the making. We did receive some grant funding for it. And so we're finally at the culmination. So a little bit of background, we did have our housing element adopted in 2020. The housing element looks at streamlining of permit processes associated with housing and other types of development in order to make housing development a lot more easy and streamlined and cost effective within jurisdictions. Again, we did receive a LEAP grant for this effort. So this effort, our consultants as well as some staff time was paid for through that grant. And really the focus is to reduce applicant time and costs and to provide clear upfront standards for development. So there are two types of processes that we generally work within. We have ministerial and discretionary actions. Ministerial actions mean that if you meet a certain defined set of standards, you can move forward just with a building permit. There's no neighborhood input, there's no additional staff review where we can make changes to your project. If you check all the boxes, you move forward. Discretionary projects are when CEQA is triggered. So if you come in for a use permit, for a use that requires a use permit or something else that triggers it, or if you don't check all of the ministerial boxes and are asking for some special exceptions, you go through a discretionary process, and that's where CEQA comes into play. Our current code has a very low and very simple trigger for CEQA, and a lot of this refers to our single-family home development on sloped properties. So what our code currently says is anytime you touch a slope of over 20%, you are now in a discretionary process. Staff does an environmental analysis through the CEQA process using a state checklist that is used. We analyze a lot of things such as native tree impacts. We also look at aesthetic impacts, archaeological impacts, impacts to cultural resources, water resources, things of that nature. The document takes a long time to prepare. There's a cost associated with that. And then there's also a cost that the state charges when we record and file those documents as we're required to by state law. There's not clear standards. Staff has the discretion to add mitigation measures to projects or conditions to projects. We as staff generally add a standard level of conditions and mitigation measures, and some of those have been incorporated into the standards you'll see tonight because they're generally what we do for projects going forward. So we have a couple different sections that we covered through the CEQA streamlining process. The first was hillside and grading development, so creating clear standards for those hillside development parcels. We also address watercourse and wetland adjacent projects. So what can you do within those areas directly adjacent to watercourses, creeks, wetland areas? We're also adding a formal section on historic resources, which is already covered by CEQA. But again, we're trying to streamline that process and bring it more back to a staff level approval with clear standards. And then archaeological resources is generally our fourth area where we have environmental impacts within the city. So hillside and grading standards are really, again, intended for those properties that have our single family home development on the west side, are generally on a lot of slope. Again, we have a current hillside grading policy. So this was never codified as an ordinance, but it did come before City Council many years ago likely before all of you were on the council, and had some general parameters for how to develop on a slope. So we said, well, if you're on less than 30% slope, you can probably have your house as a pad on grade, a concrete pad house foundation, and you might have a reasonable yard area associated with that. If you go greater than 30%, then you likely need to incorporate some stem walls and do sort of a stepped house. Maybe your yard area is not so much of a yard, it's more decking. And then that has lesser impact on the grading of the site. So we've taken some of those standards and ideas and incorporated them into our hillside grading standards as well. We also have our native tree ordinance, and we're not really proposing to make any changes to our native tree ordinance. The ordinance does allow for the removal of native trees that are associated with development when it can't be redesigned feasibly in any other way. There's mitigation fees associated with that. And in general, we don't see a lot of impacts to our native trees beyond what is needed for construction. Most people move to our west side area because they enjoy the tree canopy. I know Atascadero is a little cooler climate because of it. We all love the oak trees. Even if the standards are met with our current policies and our native tree ordinance, CEQA is still required. And so that's kind of what we're trying to get away from with the adoption of standards. So what we're doing with our standards is making our ministerial box bigger. So if you check all of the boxes, you just move forward with a building permit. So for the building pad, slopes up to 20%, flat pad grading, typical slab on grade development, usually a little bit of cut or fill on a site, and a graded slope around the house. Slopes over 20%, we get into the use of stem walls and stepped foundations. And that's typically what we see anyways, because it's a cheaper way sort of to develop on a slope than mass grading. We have some standards about that lowest finished floor height to make sure that we don't have a very large blank wall that neighbors might be looking at. And we've case study tested this against a couple houses on some very steep sites, about 45% slope. And they would have complied with the standards. So we're pretty comfortable that this is not an excessive standard. Yards, we're sort of tying to, we have to be very specific and they have to be objective standards. So we're tying to 50% of the building footprint or less to still give you a sort of flat yard area. This could even be done when stem walls are required, but it might be a yard area that is below the house or adjacent to the house on the side rather than as part of the house footprint. We have some standards on the maximum height of retaining walls and a separation if those walls need to be taller to allow for some landscaping in between to reduce any aesthetic impacts. For native tree removals, again, removals are mitigated through our tree ordinance, but right now we don't have sort of a number of how many trees you can take out before we might need to look a little bit closer at that development and make some changes and modifications. So our standards as proposed are tree removals less than 30% of the canopy area. Again, if you only have 1 or 2 trees, that's not going to be triggered. That's not very fair, but these are for larger tree sites, or 10,000 square feet, which is close to a 1/4 acre. But when we take into account driveways, building pad areas, and necessary slopes, that seems to be a reasonable amount of area. And then development area grading up to 12,500 square feet. And we're going to talk a little bit about that number. That number was changed with the Planning Commission recommendation from staff's recommendation. And so that would all be under a ministerial review, moving straight to building permit, no neighborhood notification. If you check all the boxes, you move forward. So as I mentioned, staff's original recommendation for the development area of grading before a precise plan process would be triggered, which has CEQA review, was 10,000 square feet originally. This is about a 1/4 acre of grading area on a site. It allows for a reasonable driveway. It tends to support projects that are a little bit closer to the street, so we don't do an extended driveway. And it tends to support projects that don't have large expansive yard areas. This was recommended based on a couple previous projects that we had looked at. Planning Commission recommended that we increase that number slightly to 12,500 square feet. Really, Oh, Phil's going to add some more to this discussion too, so I'll let him hop in.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Kelly. I want to add that I think in our staff report, we do recommend sticking to the 10,000 square foot. Since the publication of our staff report, however, we have gone out and done a lot of additional analysis. We've looked at a lot of the applications that have come in that fall in the precise plan category. And we have found that these numbers do get up there. They do get into 15, even 20,000 square foot of area very quickly because of the amount of grading it takes outside of the development pad, outside of the driveway area, and for the utilities and for leach fields and all of these things. So I think our position, I mean, as staff on this particular topic is we might need a little more than 10,000 if we do want to dramatically reduce the amount of precise plans and CEQA analysis that we are performing, which is the overall goal of CEQA streamlining, is get projects out of that realm, give us more discretion as long as they follow these development standards. So that's all I wanted to add, because we've really tried to evaluate this very carefully to have a balance between not a lot of site disturbance, but also not a lot of CEQA.
So what was your concern about increasing it to the 12.5 that is now changed? Is it simply because you see it will affect more and we want to have a bigger impact on the streamlining? Or what was the concern in the first place then?
What we're seeing is that there's actually the amount of grading that's occurring on some of these applications that we have now is a lot more than we had originally anticipated. We once felt that 10,000 would remove a lot of the precise plan applications if they follow these standards, but we're now seeing it does probably need to be a little higher. Maybe 12,500 is about the right number, I suppose is what we're saying.
Okay. And when we chatted with Planning Commission about this, you know, we did say at some point we're going to come back and check in, because our whole point is to reduce the number of precise plans. Also, most of our sites that are left in Atascadero that are vacant are the more difficult and more heavily sloped sites. And so sometimes that necessitates a longer driveway, because really the only place to put a house is a little bit farther into the site. So it's a number. 12,500 is currently in the ordinance as proposed, as was recommended from Planning Commission. And of course, we'll be back if it doesn't yield the results that we were looking for, because it is something that we're going to have to explore along the way as newer projects come in. And then there's always an option to go through the discretionary process. So we're not saying that somebody has to come in and they can only disturb a certain area, or only take a certain number of trees out, or only have retaining walls that are, 5 feet tall. What we're saying is, if you check those boxes, straight to building permit. If you want to do something different, if you can't possibly design your site any differently, you still have an option to move forward. It just goes through the standard process that we're doing today. And so that still is an option for people who are looking to do a little bit different design, or who have a very difficult site that they're trying to accommodate development on. And we're going to move over to watercourse and wetland adjacent development. And I think that Genevieve is going to take this one for you.
Great. Thanks, Kelly. And good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. With regard to watercourse and wetland adjacent development, you can go to the next slide, Kelly. So currently, the city doesn't have any zoning standards that tell a property owner what they can do near a watercourse on their property or near a wetland. There is an existing general plan policy in the existing general plan that describes a creek setback that's generally 20 feet from most creeks and 100 feet from any wetlands that are associated with the salinas. And there's also some guidance in the city's local area management plan, or the LAMP, which was adopted back in 2018 to implement the Regional Water Quality Control Board standards at the local level. The city's LAMP sets a 100-foot setback from creeks to on-site leach lines, and a 200-foot setback to on-site from wetlands to on-site leach lines. So we have clear guidance about leach lines, but the LAMP doesn't talk about anything else that could happen near creeks. So we don't have any other guidance for other things. Outside agencies also have, of course, jurisdiction to areas near waterways and wetlands, both to protect waterways, wildlife near, and maintain flood control measures and protocols. Department of Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and FEMA. And city staff often gets questions from the public about what can I do with my property near the creek or a watercourse on their property. So the intent here is to look at some standards for what can occur within these areas that are near creeks and wetlands. Provide some answers to those questions that city staff are often getting and support some local control on that. First, the proposed standards are really intended to provide clarity. Make it clear where these areas are. In the proposed ordinance, we're defining this adjacent area, this watercourse and wetland adjacent area, as 20 feet from all creek tops of bank and wetlands edges and 100 feet from the Salinas River. Making these kind of technical details clear at the outset is, how the top of bank is measured. It really is intended to help property owners better understand what they can do with their property. And similar to the hillside standards, any things in that are done near a watercourse or a wetland would have two potential pathways that an applicant could choose, either ministerial or discretionary. The ministerial pathway would allow certain items that currently aren't necessarily allowed within watercourse adjacent areas with just a building permit review, as long as the applicant complies with the standards for those items and the appropriate soils and hydrology reports are done. So writing these standards down also helps set some cues for property owners about what they can kind of put in these areas. So some of these things are open air fences, low landscape walls that are 3 feet tall or shorter, paths and walkways, patios, decks, and gazebos. I think there's often a lot of questions about this. Any of those that are less than 30% of the creek fronting property line would be allowed cumulatively. Also outdoor furniture, landscaping, even propane tanks, if there's no other place on the property where these could go. And some small kind of standard round culverts and some natural bottom culverts would also be allowed. In downtown, trails and outdoor dining and some gathering spaces would also be allowed in commercial and public owned properties to facilitate that river-oriented development. And that would allow for ministerial review. Can go to the next slide. So projects that don't fit within that list of allowed items or improvements would go through the option 2, the discretionary review process. So this would be for any other types of structures, sheds, anything that's not specifically called out for ministerial review. And then these projects would go through the same process, the discretionary review process, a precise plan process, and complete any CEQA review required. So in general, the intent is to have a little extra oversight on any structures that could be placed in these creek adjacent areas. They could be swept away by floods, cause damage downstream, cause greater flooding. So this alternative option for a discretionary review doesn't preclude any of that. It just allows for additional oversight and a mechanism really to add additional conditions of approval and any CEQA mitigation measures if necessary. With regard to historic resources, of course, the city's rich history is reflected in the architecture around town. Currently, Title IX, the city's zoning regulations, allow the community development director to require a precise plan, that discretionary application, for any proposed development that could impact a historic resource. But there's not any standards for historic resources for modifications or a process to follow or any findings. Also, the city has no formal adopted list of historic resources other than the resources that are on the state and national register of historic places. But the city currently treats colony homes, other buildings that were built in that area or pre that area as historic resources consistent with state law. Staff uses the United States Secretary of Interior standards as guidance for modifications, and determines that a project can remain ministerial if these guidelines are followed. And that's kind of current process, but nothing is codified on that. So the proposed historic ordinance would do a few things. First, it would adopt a generalized historic resources list, which includes colony homes in general, pre-colony era homes, and other historic resources that are already on the state and national registers. A more specific list could be developed later with more community involvement and participation in the development of that list. Second, the existing historic site zoning map overlay. There's a specific zoning overlay that exists, and it's applied now to certain historic properties, but not others. So this is really just kind of a cleanup item to propose applying that really just to those state and national register locations to kind of clean that up so that it's not applied to anything that's not listed on the state and national registers. And finally, the proposed standards, like hillsides and watercourses, would establish that clear path forward for either ministerial or discretionary review for any modifications to a historic property. So this really codifies the city's current process, allowing projects that are compliant with Secretary of Interior standards to be processed without discretionary review. And those that do not comply would require that alternative process and the discretionary review. Atascadero, in addition to historic resources, has a number of known areas of potential archaeological significance. Generally, these areas are areas of settlement for Native Americans, largely around fertile grounds, creeks, and natural springs, generally. These areas are potentially sensitive areas, so the exact locations are not released, but the city can maintain those locations internally for the purpose of protecting those resources. Currently, the city zoning code notes that if during the process of grading, excavating, archaeological resource is uncovered, the project has to stop work and notify appropriate agencies. That still exists in the code. But in order to be a little bit more proactive, the proposed ordinance would have the city maintain that sensitive area map on file. And if a project is located within those areas, it can proceed with construction as long as it does a phase 1 study first to conclude that there's no impact to archaeological resources. If a phase 1 study would determine that there could be a potential environmental impact, then a precise plan and related CEQA review would be required. I'll kick it back to Kelly for some recommendation discussion.
Sure. So when the Planning Commission reviewed the item, they did recommend approval of the ordinances before you this evening. Also that zoning map amendment, just to have that cleanup on the historic sites overlay zone, and adoption of a really generalized list of historic resources. So in order to sort of enact the ordinance for historic resources, we do have to have a list. The list today simply says colony era homes. And that's what we currently use today. That's what CEQA currently would look at for historic impacts. We do intend to do some outreach to property owners that have historic properties. So when we come back with a complete list, they will understand how that list might benefit them. For tax reasons and grant reasons and things of that nature for remodel. But today we're just recommending the adoption of a generalized list for those historic resources. Again, the discussion for the 10,000 to 12,500 square feet, that is a number that council can discuss if you would like. So the recommendation is to introduce for first reading the draft ordinance A, which amends Title IX to adopt the discretionary review thresholds and standards for hillsides, historic, archaeological resource, and watercourse adjacent areas. Also introduced for first reading by title only, draft ordinance B, which would be the modifications to the historic site overlay zone. Those would take off those minor properties from that and would only include properties that are on the state or national register. We would then go to second reading for the ordinance, and the ordinances would go into effect 30 days after second reading. And that does conclude our presentation. Staff and our consultant are available for any questions.
Thank you. I will look to council for any questions for staff. Councilmember Borbo.
Oh, you good? Okay, all right, thank you. Very great presentation. A couple of questions for you. In regarding the hillside and grading portion of this, by not requiring or requiring less of these CEQA reviews and that sort of thing, I'm wondering how much staff time that's going to save you per project and how much money you think that's going to save people trying to build a single family home on a hillside.
So our CEQA documents right now, they're an initial study. They're multiple pages long. There's some information that can be boilerplate and some that can't. I think it takes us maybe between 10 and 15 hours to complete a CEQA document that then gets driven down to the county twice for posting and recordation. So saving us a lot of staff time in that realm. Our CEQA process costs about $2,400 for staff time. And then there's a state recording fee that's around $2,500. So those fees would be saved to the applicant.
Wow. More than $5,000 in a couple of days of staff time is a lot.
Yes.
There's also a lot of times with CEQA studies required that need to support findings. So we see, the tribes recommending phase one on multiple projects, even if it's outside an archaeologically sensitive area and things of that nature. So in terms of consultant time and those kind of costs, it would save that as well.
That's great. And I think everybody should be happy with that because that's a great thing that we're going through this process to save staff time and save people money. Speaking of the archaeological resources or changes, in the staff report, you mentioned about some concerns from the tribes. You mentioned trees, but I don't see any mention of that in the red lined language. So we're not doing that, right? We're not.
Correct. We
Good.
believe that
Okay,
our
good.
existing ordinance and then the standards in place for how many trees you can remove on a property cover that concern.
Good, good. Okay, thank you. And then when you mentioned on the river or the watershed stuff, that made sense that, that it's going to streamline for people, even though we don't currently have any particular standard. This is going to clarify the standard and so allow people to ministerially proceed. But you mentioned, or Genevieve did, about sheds still requiring, and I thought sheds? Wow. Then I read the language here, say, including structures that are less than 120 square feet in size so a very small shed would still trigger this? Do we just not want them? Because I can't imagine anybody then wanting to do it.
Yeah,
the price.
we did have some discussions at Planning Commission about that. So things like a patio or, something that doesn't have walls and it might be a gazebo. If it's within a floodplain or if the water levels rise, water can kind of wash over that. It's a little bit less of an investment. Those less than 120 square foot sheds, they seem like really small structures, but they're generally not tied down to the ground very well.
Right.
They also just create some challenges if they are swept away within that floodplain area. They've run into bridges. We saw that with our flooding. And so the buffer area is not a substantial area. And this is measured from the top of bank of the creek. Some of these are very sort of small rivulets and you're staying 20 feet away anyways. And so those structures, while they seem insignificant, actually create some issues when they are too close to moving water or potential moving water. And so we were recommending that those be maintained outside the buffer area.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if you consider just not allowing them in that area. Because normally less than 120 square foot shed doesn't require any permitting whatsoever.
Does not require a permit, but is still required to meet setbacks in our code.
Okay, and regarding the list, the historical properties list, essentially we're essentially defining them as going to be colony era, pre-colony era thing. But in the language of the ordinance, I guess, it still mentions the 50-year-old buildings that might have some, I don't know, significance or something unique about them, which is always sounds very odd to think that, that's something built in 1974. And I don't know who would consider that historic, but I want to make sure that I understand correctly how whether those are included or not, because they're still there in the
Correct.
language.
Yeah, so it's a little confusing because CEQA refers to the 50-year threshold. Secretary of Interior standards do as well. So we have to acknowledge that. But what we're trying to say is we, as a city, are declaring that our era of significance, our period of significance is the colony era. It's the beginning of our community. And so that's what we're tying our standards to. But we want to also hold out there that if there was something very significant, let's say that was mid-century modern, built in, 1948 or 1952, that we would still have that ability. But we're not saying that we're going to put those on a list. I think we're saying in general, there are structures that may fall into a historic category at some point in time, 20 years from now. But as we come back, we'd like to come back actually with an adopted list. And as we do that, the intent is for the colony era structures in the city of Atascadero.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This great work on bringing this forward and the efficiencies that it offers and streamlining for folks. I will keep this very brief. The first is how is distance from the river, the 100 feet from the river, measured in the areas of Salinas where you have a narrow channel, but maybe the riverbed itself is wide and it's hard to say what the bank is.
We use the language, the high water mark, area of high water mark. So basically it's the where you expect during flood conditions, the high water mark to be. And what you're saying is correct. On some years that can change. So the Salinas River Basin is very wide, it's very large. And from time to time, those areas change. So it's not a perfect science. It is a 100-foot setback from that ordinary high water mark. What's ordinary? Well, right now there is a sort of a standard boundary that we have mapped for where we believe that ordinary high water mark is. And a lot of it is actually just outside of the city limits anyway. And a lot of it has open space boundaries around it as well. So I think it's going to be easier than it may sound to measure those setbacks and for us to be able to have development standards that comply with it.
Sure. And fortunately, we had a fairly large flood event recently, so you can probably guess what was the high water mark you saw last January or before, in the big January event and get that. Okay, the next is on the 12,500 versus 10,000 feet. We saw in the earlier item tonight a lot of anxiety from people who saw us making a change that they hadn't heard about and didn't, nobody told me, as the anxiety. And CEQA is mostly a process of notifying people. If we go with the 12,500 limit that the Planning Commission recommended, to what extent are we likely to open up ministerial review of projects that neighbors might, likely would have attracted significant neighborhood comment and potential modification?
The good thing is about these proposed standards, they come along with a lot of really good mitigations about how to develop a site and not create significant impacts. That's what these grading standards are all about. So the hope is that we're not creating little disasters on these properties that do create frustrations or differences in the neighborhood, that they are compatible with the neighborhoods, that we do have a respectable threshold. That's what this is about. And we believe that's the right threshold based on our science, based on our analysis. If over time we need to adjust that number, we can come back and adjust it. But it looks like a lot of our precise plan applications that we're seeing now, the area of disturbance is a little bit near that or above that. So there are still, even with that number, some applications that you're not going to be able to avoid disturbing possibly 20,000 square feet. And unfortunately, they're going to still end up in a CEQA process anyway. We just hope to at least cut that number in half.
Okay, so it sounds like the risk is fairly low that we're going to open the door to a lot of stuff that we wish we would have had public input, neighbor input on. So thank you.
All right. Councilmember Daris.
Couple questions. Well, since we're on the grading of 12,500 feet up from 10, how much discretion do we or you or the city or whoever has to increase that? I mean, at what point is CEQA going to go, you guys went too far? I mean, I'm not sure how we're coming up with 12,000 and why aren't we at 20 or whatever? I mean, I understand not that I'm suggesting that we go higher. I'm just wondering how we comfortably come up with the number knowing that we're not violating any California laws or whatever.
Yeah, two parts to that question. Really, it's at the sort of the discretion and comfort level of council for our community. Again, CEQA is a public notification tool. There's no built-in mitigation measures. The state will never come and say that's too much for that or that's too much for that. There's a couple things that the state have some ideas on and guidance on. But in terms of grading or aesthetic impacts or impacts to trees, that is completely at the discretion of the local jurisdiction. And so what CEQA becomes in that way is a public notification tool. We have some precise plans that have an acre or more of disturbance on their property. And we do see a lot of neighborhood impacts associated with grading at that level. As you can imagine, generally means they are on a very sloped site and need a lot of grading for a driveway and have a lot of impacts to the neighborhood. We do get a lot of neighborhood comment. We don't see a lot of ways to completely change people's plans sometimes, though. They invest a lot of money in their plans. We have slope sites and there's certain driveway standards that you have to meet for safety and for the fire department. And so where we have some control are retaining walls, how those retaining walls look, some preservation of trees or replanting of the site when there's going to be aesthetic impacts. And so really it is, at what level do we think we still need to have that sort of neighbor notification process and understanding of what those impacts are going to be to the neighborhood versus being able to go straight through with a building permit?
Okay, thanks. And then my next question is on the lamp and disturbance. Let's see, with the water, wastewater leach lines within 100 feet from creeks and 200 feet to wetlands and whatnot. I came across a project a couple of years ago where the house was built. The owners wanted to add an apartment or something to that effect. And they were on septic already. Had this been an empty lot with no buildings on, never developed with anything, it would be completely unbuildable because the 100 foot, I think, killed it. 200 foot went across the street. So there was nothing. So that was one thing, like at least it was already developed. But the existing septic tank wasn't big enough to accommodate the added bedroom, however it's calculated. So we thought, well, we'll just, in the same location, remove the existing tank, put a bigger tank in, because we're not changing the location, even though it violates, say, new construction standards based on these numbers. But that wasn't even allowed. So how is something like, I mean, is that something that can be addressed or changed? Because it really changes the, I don't know, upgrades of a house that's already been developed.
Yeah, it can't be addressed through this process because that is our lamp, but maybe Mr. DeBar can weigh in on some of the options that the lamp gives us when standards can't be met.
Thank you. And that's one of the reasons why the city pursued its own lamp. It's basically our design standards for on-site wastewater treatment systems. So there's some other options that they could pursue. I mean, we allow some seepage pits, although you would not want that by a creek or a waterway. There's some other things too that are overarching on these, on the proposed code sections here. One is flood zones. Even though it says you can develop within, you can't develop within 20 feet of, that creek or that, lowest or highest water mark. There might be areas outside that 20 feet that are map floodplain that you cannot build in. And we have other regulations that overarch that. We also have stormwater requirements that if they, disturb under 12,500 square feet, they still need to meet, certain stormwater regulations. With regard to that lamp though, that septic, I mean, we do allow changing out of septic tanks. That's a pretty easy thing. I mean, we use our engineering judgment on a lot of these because otherwise it would deem that house inhabitable if you couldn't allow if something is already wouldn't be permitted to today's standards, sometimes.
I'm gonna interrupt us here since we're not
Sure.
talking about the lamp tonight and
No,
septics. And we have a lot to go. Let's move on.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thanks,
Thank you.
Nick. Appreciate it.
Thank you, though. Any other things related to this item? Okay. So just to clarify with staff, if somebody wants to come in and they don't want to follow the water course changes and the hillside grading and all of that, they can still pursue a precise plan. Nobody is losing any property rights with what we're aiming to do tonight. We're simply looking to make it easier if they want to opt into that and save someone money.
Correct. Yeah, this is the CEQA process. The discretionary process is the process we go through today for most projects. And so we're looking to give people an option if they choose to follow certain standards to opt out of that process.
Think of it as thou should instead of thou shall not.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. With that, why don't we go ahead and open up to public comment? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this particular item, please come forward.
Hi there. My name's Audrey Taub and I live at 7170 Sycamore. And I just had a couple questions because when I read this, a little confusing. When I look at the general plan, section 8.2, it says, what I read is there's a 35-foot creek setback on Atascadero Creek and Graves Creek. I don't know if I'm reading something old, but that makes it look like this is reducing the setback to 20 feet. And so I'm just curious if that's what we're meant to do. Also, when I hear you talk about the where you measure the creek setbacks, you're using the term the median high water mark and the ordinary high water mark, which is what I have also heard. But when I read this proposed code change, it says measure the setback distance from the top of the lowest creek bank, which tells me it's not the ordinary or the mean high water mark. And this is, I don't mean to be like excessively nitpicky, but this is kind of a big deal when it comes to our waterways, because the more narrow it is, the faster the water moves, the deeper the erosion happens, the more further away our creeks, our water table is from our plants and our trees. So we are drying out our landscape, we're dehydrating it, which creates fire hazards. And it creates, our shade trees will start to die, our roots will not reach the water is moving really fast. So it's actually a really big deal. So I just wanted to get some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taub. Anyone else in the public wishing to speak on this item? All right, I'm seeing none. We'll go ahead and close public comment and I will bring that back to staff.
Sure. So yes, the code does relate to the top of bank for the creek area. It's generally easier for civil engineers and design professionals that maybe are draftspeople to identify a defined bank. If the bank is not defined, there's another way to do that through the ordinary or mean high water mark. That is allowed in the code too. We also had that graphic that if there's multiple banks, some of our creeks have multiple banks and sort of plateaus, that it relates to the 100-year floodplain. So if the 100-year floodplain is at a lower level than the topmost bank, then you can go to the bank that is closer to that 100-year floodplain. If the 100-year floodplain is encompassing or beyond that top bank, then you would measure from the top bank.
Thank you. And the other.
Yeah. And the other question, so when our general plan was originally adopted in 2002, we had a 20-foot setback from all of our creeks, including Atascadero Creek and Graves Creek. There was a lawsuit that ensued after that asked for a 35-foot creek setback along those two major creeks that would sunset at a certain period of time. And the council at that time did bring forward a creek setback ordinance that did incorporate the 35-foot. That ordinance was since repealed after that adoption, and the general plan policy reverted back to the 20-foot creek setback. And so we've been operating under the general plan policy for the 20-foot creek setback since maybe about 2003 or 2004.
2007.
2007.
I think. Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions or deliberation? I think the work you've done is great. This is similar to objective design standards, I mean, everything my colleagues have said. So wonderful. I will look for a motion.
I will move approval of the Planning Commission's recommendation as is, including the 12,500 foot limit regarding the hillside portion, and adopting the resolution or draft ordinances A and B.
I'll second that.
We
And
have
that does include adopting the draft resolution about a generalized local historic resources list. Okay.
Yes.
We have a motion by Councilmember Borbeau, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Funk. Roll call, please, and then reading the ordinance.
Thank you.
Or ordinances.
Councilmember Borbeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk,
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to our.
Mayor, my apologies. Do I still need to read the ordinance?
Oh, yes, you
Thank
do.
The ordinance.
Sorry, I'm
And I apologize. I
moving
know they're
on, yep.
boring, but
not your fault.
Draft Ordinance A, Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, amending Title IX Planning and Zoning to adopt discretionary review thresholds and standards for hillsides, historic and archaeological resources, and watercourse adjacent areas. Discretionary review thresholds and standards ZCH 23-0061. And draft ordinance B, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Atascadero, California, approving a zoning map amendment to remove the historic site HS overlay zone from certain properties containing colony homes and apply the historic site HS overlay to state and federally registered historic resources, historic site overlay zoning map amendments ZCH-0061.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 3, the 2025 Community Development Block Grant draft recommendations. I'll first ask if we have any ex parte. I'm starting from my, no ex parte. If we could then, let's see. Oh, Mr. Ryan Betts, there he is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council, Ryan Betts, Public Works Analyst. Here to present the 2025 Community Development Block Grant Draft Funding Recommendations. Just a quick discussion. These are otherwise known as CDBG grant funds. These are administered through a federal program, the Housing and Community Development Program. Atascadero participates along with several other agencies in the Urban County Program on an annual basis. These are typically routine in nature. They are administered through the County of San Luis Obispo. They're typically handed several workshops throughout the county to go through primarily nonprofits to see what program availability is for these types of programs. Next slide. It's an annual grant for activities that must meet 3 of the criteria. They must benefit low and moderate income persons. They must aid in the prevention or elimination of blight, and they must address urgent needs that pose a serious and immediate threat to the health or welfare of the community. The funds that are estimated from the county this year are $146,534. That final amount will be set until the spring or early part of 2025. So before you tonight is the draft recommendations and the draft funding amount. Here on the table, you can see that we had 1 application for the first section or the limit of these funds, which is public facilities and housing projects. That is for the Viejo Camino sidewalk and ADA improvements. I'll get to that in 1 second. Our that request was for $100,000. It's important to note that that limit is $95,248, and before our accounting wonk Charles Borbeau makes a comment, there was a rounding error of $1, so I saved you some time on identifying that, please. The second one is under public services category. That estimated amount is $21,980. There were 3 applications for that funding amount, as you can read on that table. And finally, the third category, if you will, that's allowed under this funding is for administration. There's a 20% max. Right off the top, the county for administrating the grant takes about 13% off the top. And then, of course, the city of Atascadero to maintain and to program that is another 7%. All that considering is a total of requested $156,896. The estimated funds available again is $146,534, which gives us a delta of approximately $10,362. And just a quick background on the application for the public facility. Staff is recommending a contribution toward that project to do some increased sidewalk and curb along Viejo Camino sidewalks. Important to note that it is near a kind of a high density area and a existing bus shelter. And so staff is recommending additional funding go toward an enhanced crosswalk with some kind of raised, signalized for traffic calming and whatnot. So folks can access that RTA bus shelter and have a safe mid-block crossing to that housing development. And then a little bit of additional sidewalk near the parking lot at Palumbo Creek to kind of close that sidewalk gap for pedestrians. Next slide. So the recommendation is to develop and adopt draft funding recommendations for the CDBG funding cycle. I will now be joined by my assistant Public Works Director, Nick DeBar, to go through the spreadsheet. This is that typical exercise where council will look at those funding requests, look at that delta, and see if we can kind of close that gap.
Well, first, let's ask questions and go out for public comment, and then we'll come to that spreadsheet. So thank you very much for that very concise report. I have a brief question on the Viejo Camino. Is that one of the bus stops where the RTA has identified, they've identified a number of stops countywide that have ADA accessibility issues, and a number of them are in Atascadero. Is this one of those locations?
I can answer that, Mayor Moreno, and the answer is yes, it does have ADA issues right there. And one of the reasons I do not like mid-block crosswalks. However, down just to the west of this is El Camino, and that crosswalk at El Camino across Viejo Camino is not able to be ADA accessible, and it's got a pork chop island, and it's not it's not very nice to cross.
Yeah, and it's a pretty wide.
It's very wide.
Because it kind of comes and does this. And,
correct.
Yeah.
There's like a right turn lane and the pork chop, and
yeah, pork chop, that's it. Yeah.
So
exactly.
we kind of
now I know what to
engineering terms here. Yeah. Pork chop island. Okay. So we suggest putting it over here. This would be used much more than at El Camino, south of El Camino or Viejo Camino on El Camino. The sidewalk runs out, so the sidewalk ends. It doesn't continue anyway. This particular one, you have bus stops on both sides of the road right here. There's a lot of ridership in the area. Probably one of the busier bus stops that we have actually. So if we put a crosswalk here, we would recommend doing an enhanced crosswalk with flashing signs and down lighting such as a small shoebox street light or something like that, just to light it up.
Okay, thank you. Questions of staff before we go to public comment?
Well, I do have one. I assume that on this Viejo Camino, you talk about we've been accumulating funds, CDBG funds for 3 years, I think now. And you mentioned in the staff report, you believe this might be enough to do it. But my question is this: if it's not quite enough to do it, would it not be better to, add a small amount of general funds to get it done? Because every year you wait, you probably lose that in increased construction costs.
So there's been two allocations for this project in 2021 and 2023, I believe. We are actually doing the other one we've been allocating monies towards is the Santa Rosa one, and that's actually, we've got that under contract.
was the
That
one
should
that
be
came out
happening any
right
day.
now.
But yeah, we have about $160,000 right now that's already allocated towards the Vio Camino. So this would add almost about 100,000 more. I told you last year that 160,000 would get us there, but that was before the enhanced crosswalk. So that has like, you know, lighting and other components. So we will be putting this together in this upcoming winter and see where we're at with that. And we can come, if the council desires, we can come back to the council if you want to get this one done. If we have a little general fund money, we can discuss internally with that and then.
I think when we
bring
get
that forward.
close, sometimes it might be better to, you know, kick in a small amount as opposed to waiting another year. My other question on this is on this overhead display, where your crosswalk ends, that property is then is private property. It was Newton property that was, you know, subject to some projects now subject of a development agreement. They will be responsible for curb gutter and sidewalk on that frontage, correct?
That is correct. That's what the developer agreement had, is doing frontage improvements. So this would end right at that point.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for public comments. We'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Jeff Oslin, normally we've had the comparisons to the previous year on funding, so it's hard to make a comment on how we're allocating versus the previous years. But what comes to mind, of course, is youth activity scholarships. Do we need more funding there, or is that an increase from last year? Because I think it's very important that we are funding youth activities to the needs of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oslin. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening, Austin Solheim, Director of Development for El Camino Homeless Organization, or ECHO. A couple of comments on this. One, as a resident of Atascadero, I think I'm very excited to see some improvements on the Viejo Camino sidewalk. That is the neighborhood that I live in, and so very excited to see some improvements to come to that neighborhood, some increased crosswalk in general. For the public service category, I just want to absolutely express my support and echo support of the youth activity scholarships, as well as the funding that we have. We absolutely see the benefit to our community, and it is a lot of the clients, the families that currently stay at ECHO, that access some of that resource within our community too. So we definitely see the benefit of that program. We ask that you definitely consider that, and then look to consider the funding for El Camino Homeless Organization that we have put forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solheim. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? I'm seeing none. I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring that back to council and staff. I'm wondering, I don't know if it would be maybe Director Banish speaking to the youth needs and what I want to say last year, I don't have it right in front of me, was maybe in the neighborhood of 12-ish thousand. Did we use all of that? Is there more need? How did we come up with the 13?
So with all of our activities that we have, basically the 12,500 has been the past amount granted, and we've used that. So the 13,000 is about right. There's 100 players that enjoy this youth scholarship, and there's 25 families on average. And right now we're basically 36 players and 27 families. So we're halfway, and we're already seeing an increase in that. So we definitely appreciate having that youth scholarship opportunity. The one year that we missed it, we were able to use the Atascadero Police Association dollars. So that helped us get through, but we definitely use all of it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up the spreadsheet. And this is something we've had a conversation about. It's always this is always hard when you have little dollars to spread amongst a great need. And we've had, as of, I think, I want to say the last 3 or 4 times, the 5 Cities Homeless Coalition has come forward and asked for money. And that's because they serve people throughout the county, including people in Atascadero. My argument has always been that ECHO also serves people throughout all of the 7 cities. But because they're located in Atascadero and Paso Robles, they limit their asks to Atascadero and Paso Robles with CDBG as well as the county. And so I like to respect that. And it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate the work that 5 Cities does. I absolutely do. But I would like to make the argument that we keep our money here with our organizations, with the youth scholarships and ECHO. With that though, why don't we just, I'll just start down maybe with Councilmember Daras. Would you like to begin?
Sure. I had a couple of different ways I was going to do this. But starting at the bottom, I think the administrative costs, there's no need to change that, so those can stay the same. The public services category, I was on the same page as what you just described. So not funding the 3,600, but then, and then looking at that, so then there's 2180, which we could go, I'm looking at, I can go 10, 990 for both. Or if we fully funded the youth sports now, and I gotta tell you, Austin, after listening to you and Terry, I'm thinking, I really wanted, I thought 10, 9, making it even for both would have been nice. But now I'm seeing the need, and actually hearing from what Austin was saying, he's comfortable with that. I would go with keeping the 13,000 for the youth activities. And then I think that would leave 8980 for, if I'm doing that correctly. Yeah. So for ECHO, that's correct. Yeah. And then of course, whatever the balance is, I think it's 95,248 for the Via Camino.
Thank you, Councilmember Daras. Councilmember Borbo.
The 95,248 for Viejo Camino, the admin stays the same, and on the public services, I was going to just split the difference and go 12,000 for the youth activity scholarships and 9980 for for ECHO. So it's cutting each of them by about 1,000.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
I will go with Councilmember Borbo's recommendations.
Councilmember Newsom.
I'm going to keep, I'd like to fully fund the youth activities of 13,000, allocate the rest to ECHO, and then copy the same for 95,248 for the city.
Okay, thank you. Staff have that? Or who's working on the spreadsheet? I can tell you, I would have this done by now. Because I'm kind of a spreadsheet nerd.
I'm guessing Administrative Services Director Rangel is like losing her mind right now watching this.
I guess if we've got the policy wonk over here, I'll be the spreadsheet wonk. You can do like a Control-C, Control-V, copy paste. Oh no, I'm ready for mine. I just don't want to. And then I will also, obviously the administration. Nick, I just want to grab it myself. Oh no, that's not going to. Did you get it right? Okay, you did. Phew. I will go with the 13,000 fully funding the youth scholarships and the 8980 for ECHO. Control V. Okay, there you go. Woo!
There's a few of us up here that could teach that.
Yeah. All right. I don't think and then there's the average. Okay. So I think we are ready for a motion.
I'll move approval of the CDBG grants as averaged for the 5 council members.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. All right. And for those of you who thought our meeting was over, you were wrong. Just to, yeah, I'm going to miss it. Just if we could get a motion to go past 11 so we don't miss up our next item.
I'll move we go past 11 if necessary.
I'll second.
A motion by Councilmember Borbo, a second by Councilmember Newsom. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes.
Councilmember Daris.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Funk.
Yes.
Mayor Moreno.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion passes 5-0.
To be clear, it's not a goal to go past 11. We just have to vote to do that if that's going to come up. And so, all right, now we are on to management report, general plan update, policy discussion. And I'll turn this over to Director Phil Dunsmore, Planning Manager Kelly Gleason, and Dan Amston from MIG.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll introduce Dan in just a moment, but I want to first of all to start by giving you sort of a vision in your mind. Think the year 2045. Where will Atascadero be as a community? How will it look? How will it feel? How successful will we be as a community with jobs and the right amount of housing? Well, that's what this is about. And so we have to envision ourselves 20 or more years out. And so some of the questions we're going to be asking you tonight, put yourself in that mindset, not of right now, today, but where we want to grow and become as a community, and what resources do we have and how can we get there? So I'm going to introduce Dan Amston. He's with MIG. He's here live and in person. We've been working with him a lot over the last few months. He's going to give you a quick update on where we are right now with the general plan. And we're going to guide you through some quick policy discussions that are going to keep us moving on track with the general plan update. And we'll give you some next steps from there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good to see you again. I'm just going to give a quick overview because cognizant of time and a little bit of background of how we got to where we are today. The general plan update has been a multi-year effort, really started in July 2021. We have gone through now 3 major phases of the project and 3 major rounds of community engagement, discussions, refinement, starting from vision to existing conditions to exploring alternatives, which really led to your meeting last March to select a preferred alternative for the general plan. And that diagram, as well as place types and some initial policy direction, has really led into where we are now, which is phase 4, which is drafting both the general plan document and really getting the details of the policy. But concurrent to that, we are also working on preparing the environmental document for the general plan itself. And the CEQA document on general plan is a little bit different than, let's say, a development project, because the mitigations or potential mitigations that come out of the EIR are changes or refinements to policy. So it really makes sense to work with both of them together because they help inform each other and really helps to refine the draft plan. So as Phil mentioned, tonight we're going to go through a series of questions or some things that we had as consultants and staff and the project team that we want to run by council as sort of this check-in as we're getting into more detail as we go into drafting the plan. Next slide. And just as a reminder for the community and for council, this was the diagram of the preferred land use alternative back in March, and the development assumptions, the densities, the type of uses is really the starting point for the general plan. There are some minor or focused changes on the website, but really the bulk of the general plan update. And in essence, as Phil was mentioning, thinking the future growth of residential and jobs and employment really along the corridor of El Camino Real and Morro Road. So tonight we're going to go through 5 topics and have a series of policy questions that we want to run in with council. Here's a list of them. I think for time reasons, let's jump in. I'll pass it to Kelly to jump in on the first policy question.
Thank you. So with our general plan update, we sort of threw all of our land use designations out and we're starting over with our fabulous vision for 20 years from now. And so what we developed was a place type that really was for mixed use development. Currently, we have mixed use scattered throughout a lot of our commercial retail and sort of general commercial designated areas, but we really wanted to hone where is mixed use appropriate, where is holding space just for commercial appropriate. Without residential mixed in. So within our mixed use areas, we had a lot of discussion during the development of our emerging preferred land use alternative about different types of mixed use. So vertical mixed use, where there's commercial on the ground floor and residential only on the floors above. Maybe there's an accessible unit, maybe there's some parking, but there's really not residential components on the ground floor. And then the other potential for mixed use is horizontal mixed use. So you might have a commercial building along the frontage or the commercial road frontage, and you might have some residential units or an apartment building on the back of the site. And so we talked about those two different ways to develop mixed use and where those might be appropriate. So there's kind of three areas identified that might have some different development standards and therefore might translate into different zoning districts as part of the mixed use place type. So the first one are at major commercial nodes. So these are kind of the areas designated with A's. So down there on the south end of town where some of our existing shopping centers are, the Food for Less Center and the Smart and Final Center, up on the north end of town around the Del Rio area. So this would be where Marketplace is currently being developed in the old Factory Outlets Mission Oaks Plaza. And then there would be Morrow Road and some of the secondary nodes. So these areas might be appropriate for some level of horizontal mixed use development. And then there's those mid-block areas along El Camino Real, kind of just outside downtown, where there's very narrow parcels. Some of them have topography and they're very sort of small cut up parcels. And so, you know, how do we deal with mixed use differently in those areas? So at our major commercial nodes, staff is thinking for a zoning district. These would be the areas that would allow vertical mixed use. So really limited residential uses on the ground floor and really about activating the commercial spaces and the commercial sites for these areas. Where we dive into a little bit more of a policy discussion and development standard discussion are in the horizontal mixed use areas. So we heard a lot of discussion during our original mapping exercises that Morrow Road really might be appropriate for horizontal mixed use. There's a couple double frontage streets along Morrow Road that back up to some residential neighborhoods and streets. There's also some deeper parcels and there's sort of less need for intensive commercial activity along this corridor. We really wanted to focus it towards office uses, potentially medical office uses. It might have some sort of warehouse and distribution that go along with some office type uses, but really it would not be an intensive pedestrian sort of, you know, core for this area. And so horizontal mixed use might be appropriate. There's a couple ways we can do horizontal mixed use in this area. We have a current policy that has 50% of the site be commercial and 50% of the site be residential. That's certainly a way we can move forward. When we were in discussions with our MIG team, who is also doing our comprehensive zoning code update, they threw out some ideas about making sure that commercial spaces are viable and making sure that they're sited towards Morrow Road where you want to have that commercial presence. And maybe it's not a 50-50, maybe there are just development standards for the size and scale and presence of the commercial buildings to allow greater flexibility, but also allow the presence that we want from a visual standpoint along Morrow Road. And I believe some of those options are listed in your staff report that we can dive into if we want to with discussion later. Captured in this is not just Morrow Road, but there's also a couple outlying sort of secondary commercial nodes, the San Paulo area that might be appropriate for horizontal mixed use in order to foster some redevelopment in that area. And the area across from 777 Auction where the old Ford building was, and 777 currently has some uses. There's also some underutilized parcels that are very deep next to them that might lend themselves well to horizontal mixed use to blend with that existing single family neighborhood that's adjacent. So the third area are the mid-block areas along El Camino Real. So these are relatively small parcels in general. Some of them have topography. And so it might not be appropriate to apply the same horizontal mixed-use standards as Morrow Road, where there's larger lots and less topography. So this area, we might consider allowing additional residential. We might have smaller standards for the commercial spaces that front that. We might have very flexible standards for the commercial spaces. We might be focused on design and not so much on use. And so we really would like a little bit of guidance on what the thoughts are about that. In this zone, we also have Adobe Plaza and some other plazas that are maybe a little bit larger commercial developments today. And maybe we don't want to have the same standards applied to those types of properties that we would on the very small properties. So we could also say in this zone, if you're over a certain acreage in size, there might be different development standards than there would be on a very small property. A couple examples that are up there. That one on the bottom is the block. Which was built downtown on a sloped property. And so it has a more minor commercial space than what we might normally see with a horizontal mixed use development. And we might even call this mostly vertical because of the topography of the site. But it works very well in terms of activating the street and fully utilizing the parcel in terms of development area. So we had a couple questions associated with mixed use development after all that information. Do we think that 3 zones are appropriate within the mixed use area as staff has identified? And then is the residential approach to each zone appropriate? So again, horizontal mixed use along Morrow Road, perhaps more flexible horizontal mixed use along those mid-block areas, and then vertical mixed use at our more key commercial nodes where we're allowing mixed use development. And are we pausing at
I'd like
each?
to
Okay.
pause at the end of each and ask questions so that it's kind of fresh in our mind and yeah. So let's do that. What questions do we have of staff with regards to the mixed use component?
I'm looking at especially the mid-block area as well. You mentioned on let's say Morrow Road, but I also would see like in El Camino and Pueblo where you have a dual frontage. So you have a lot that's got a frontage on that side street. So that would be an appropriate place for, let's say residential in the back, right? Same with like Morrow Road and Curb Road. Is that what you're visualizing? Is that if you have a side frontage, that you could have, residential on that side frontage, on the portion that doesn't front Morrow Road or El Camino? Is that what you're?
I think there's could be a couple different ways to approach that. Certainly, you could say on the Morrow Road corridor, if they have a side street or double frontage, that's where we would allow horizontal mixed use components. But on lots that don't have that condition, we would not. I think staff's recommendation would also be to allow some horizontal mixed use on the lots that don't have double frontage. Some of those are deeper and they back up to
Right.
residential, and that might be appropriate there as well.
And that was my next question, is regarding the depth, because I think the perfect example of horizontal mixed use would be like K. John's, where you have a jewelry business out front, and unbeknownst to most people driving by, there's some residences in back. And that would be, to me, it seems like that's the perfect illustration of horizontal mixed use. But what is should we, or would you suggest a minimum depth of a lot before horizontal mixed use is viable from a physical standpoint?
I think that's certainly something that we could look into as a development standard. I don't know that we know that number today, but we can certainly work with our consultant on what that could look like from a typical development standpoint.
Okay. And I think I've alluded to this in the past, but in terms of mixed use in general especially on El Camino, where you have some of these smaller lots, and I think every city in America now has surplus retail commercial property, more than will realistically be developed in the next 25 years because of the Amazon effect or what have you. And the fact that we have not heretofore developed a lot of this small retail commercial lots, but we could keep them as retail commercial or allow vertical mixed use. But could we not, on an exception basis, allow, if somebody's coming along with a development we really want to see somewhere else in the city, allow them to perhaps convert a few lots to residential? Because I assume, I guess this is a
Yes.
question. I'm assuming that if we converted or changed the zoning on a lot, mid-block El Camino to residential with no commercial requirement, that would probably get lapped up pretty quick as a residential development?
Yes, and these are things you can build into your development standards as well. In certain areas, for example, with a conditional use permit, is it acceptable to go 100% residential in an area that we don't feel would ever be prime commercial? So that is a standard. If council wanted to go there, we could build into that. And a lot of this discussion, it begins to cross over into our zoning update, which is kind of dovetail into general plan. So it gets a little more specific, but we don't need to get all the way there tonight.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking at ways to incentivize people to do the things we really want them to see on some of these, like at some of the commercial nodes and that sort of thing, to give them another opportunity. So, okay, thank you.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we go with some kind of a percentage type standards, percentage coverage of the lot, and for mixed use lots, how is parking divvied up?
So parking doesn't change. Parking numbers are parking numbers. They're based on bedroom count for each unit. And that doesn't change unless we decided to wholesale change our parking ratio. So parking for residential is fixed. Parking for commercial is fairly fixed as well, unless you're downtown.
Right, okay. And then if you're talking about, so if 50% of the site is commercial and 50% is residential, what about the parking? Is that, which 50% is that part of?
So your number of
Just-
units would give you a parking calculation, and your square footage of your commercial would give you a parking calculation. And also our zoning, as it is today, allows for some reduction based on a mixture of uses, because we assume that the peak demands vary for those two land uses. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there.
So the parking isn't necessarily assigned to either one of those very specific land uses. That's why percentages get a little bit tricky rather than standards for an actual building, because the parking is shared between residential and commercial. And so if we went with sort of a percentage, it would be more about footprint of building crossing a line than it would be about shared parking.
Okay, and then Ed, since part of what we're really trying to do is to have enough commercial frontage on our big streets, on Morro and on El Camino, that it retains the feel, the vibrancy of a commercial zone, even though you're not going to have a lot of retail foot traffic in these areas. Is there a way to, even if you don't know what it is there kind of a sweet spot that says, you can have some kind of standard that allows us enough viable commercial on the main frontage to make sure that collectively our goals for those areas are maintained, and that aside from that, then property owners have some flexibility with what they do, particularly in these really deep lots.
Yeah, I think that speaks towards standards about minimum size of commercial tenant space or depth, something of that nature, maybe minimum amount of frontage that, is not used for access. So I think that would be the way to achieve that.
And is there a way to do that without having the front presentation to the community always be surface parking?
Yes, development standards can address where parking is located on the site.
Okay.
Ms. Gleason, with regard to the mid-block areas, like the question we're looking at is, are there preferred strategies for the amount of ground floor, commercial required? Should larger parcels be treated differently than smaller or sloped parcels? Yes, and probably, but I like for us to just tell you, oh, here's what that is, because it really does depend on where you're talking about mid-block and looking at things more specifically, which I know we're not doing tonight. So when we get to the point where we're giving some feedback, what is it that you want to hear from us? Like, yes, have flexibility and you'll go do that, or do you want something a little more specific?
I think definitely knowing that potentially those areas could have more flexibility, we can work with in developing some standards. I think if there was a a desire to hold some of those larger properties, maybe just for vertical mixed use or have some different standards. We could go develop standards around that. If you said, you know what, flat sites we think should hold to the Morrow Road standard, no matter how small they are. But for sloped sites, we understand that something like the block is very appropriate and most attainable. We can develop standards for that.
Okay. Other questions with regards to this one? All right, let's move on to the next one. At the end. Yeah.
Building heights, the next discussion, and specifically in downtown. Right now, we have a 3-story limitation. We have 45-foot limit that can accommodate 3 stories. It really takes about 55 feet to squeeze in 4 stories. So should 4 stories be our limit downtown? And should we allow a little extra allowance of 10 foot to allow what we call roof projections, which are the architecture of a building, roof forms, tower features, things like that. I think we've heard discussions before as we've had study sessions, and we've talked about downtown being the tallest location in the city. Now, keep in mind, City Hall, the building we're in right now, is still going to be predominantly the tallest building. This building, its actual peak, the top dome is somewhere around 90 feet. We were trying to get the accurate measurements. There's a lot of different details out there. But for example, just this floor height here is about 45 feet and the lower dome is about 38 feet. So you start adding these things up. This is a pretty tall building. So we'll never get to exceeding the height of this building. This building, based on our assumptions, will always stand out to be that, besides it being surrounded by a big park area. Anyway, this is a good discussion to have, and we wanted some general guidance on this as we start developing the code. Is there another slide on this one as well? I don't have to change her. She's holding it. Oh, yes, there is. So there's the question. And additionally, we could establish some additional standards. What is often done in communities, they have a setback for the upper story so that the apparent mass isn't so close to the street. Those are options as well as we get into developing the code. Just looking for general guidance on that one.
All right.
Do you have any
And I
questions
bet
on
if you
that?
called Rochelle Rickard, she could tell you how tall this building is. I just have a
She would know, absolutely.
All right. Any questions with regards to building height? Councilmember Newsom.
How does our building height affect any fire department ladder access? Is it challenging when we do setbacks at a higher level? I mean, how does that make?
Great
for
question. I was hoping the
accessibility?
chief was still here. He could weigh in on that question. We do already have 4-story.
I am here, Phil.
Oh, he's here. Awesome. Thank you.
I'm online.
The voice, thank you so much. He's still online. Thanks for hanging in there, chief. Maybe you could help us answer that question about if we went to 4 stories downtown, how would that affect our fire access? I know we have a couple of 4-story buildings in town now, our hotels. And primarily they don't have to, what I've heard is they don't have to get to the roof. They have to be able to get to certain areas of the building as long as the building has good exiting. But anyway, Chief Bryson, thank you.
Yeah, it really depends on the setbacks and sidewalks and street widths. But in most cases, 4-story windows are no problem. We can, kind of to picture this building, we can get to the balcony on the 4th floor. So roofs may be difficult. Rooftops on 4 stories or above, but definitely windows. And that's kind of what we're gaining for is a rescue potential. So, but again, that does you have to take into account the setbacks and sidewalks and distance from the building. But that's kind of the general gist of it.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Borbo.
2 questions. One following on to that, Chief. Yeah, you look at a big city and you have a 80-story skyscraper. Obviously, no ladder is going to get there. When you get would a building, if it was taller than your ladder capability, just require certain other fire suppression systems or other, more pipes with water inside or whatever? How does a fire department deal with even taller buildings?
Yeah, so there are other fire protection systems. Standpipes are a big piece of that. So you can get water and hose line connections to upper floors. Really, when you start getting into high rise, it's a manpower thing. You're really requesting a lot of people to, get to multiple floors above the fire, below the fire. So yeah, standpipes in addition to manpower.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Chief. Mr. Dunsmore, I was perfectly happy with this, and I would add, one of my primary desires in our general plan update was taller buildings in downtown. But then you used the phrase, you could squeeze in 4 stories in a 55-foot height. Did you mean it literally, or is 55 going to be kind of hard to do 4-story buildings, or is that going to be ample to do 4-story buildings?
It is still right there, because now what's happening, what we're seeing in these days, we're seeing taller buildings because we're seeing a 16-foot space on the ground floor for commercial. You're seeing additional space for utilities between the floors, and people want taller ceilings. They want 10-foot ceilings in their residential if they have mixed use upstairs, in addition to that 16-foot ground floor, in addition to architectural features. Looks like Kelly would like to speak.
Just as a reminder, so the 10-foot allowance for roof features and non-habitable space is currently in our code. And so the way that our code measures the height of the uppermost floor is that finished floor height, I believe, plus 6 or 7 feet. And so you can really go above and beyond that with the 10-foot allowance for roof features. And that doesn't mean that your ceiling height is low and then your roof features can go above that. Your roof features can vary the ceiling height on your 4th floor as well as a volumetric way. So with that allowance for that additional 10 feet for non-habitable space, it allows for some of those more vaulted ceilings and allowances for the ceiling levels on the lower floors to be a little taller as well.
So that being said, you feel at 55, you could comfortably get 4 stories in?
Yeah, with the allowance for the roof
Okay.
projections.
So I just want to
yes.
make sure we don't go to 55 and then have people having a difficult time being able to do 4 stories. And do you know offhand what the height of the Spring Hill Suites is? Because that's a 4-story building.
I don't recall
Okay.
exactly. I thought it did exceed 50 feet. I thought it was right at 50, and it has a flat roof with a parapet. So I think it's right in there.
Okay, thank you.
So I do have the elevation at City Hall if anyone's interested.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
94 feet, 1 inch from the first floor finished grade to the top of the dome.
94 feet, 1 inch. All right. Thank you, Director. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Great, yeah. I first want to thank Phil and Kelly for spending a lot of time with me today so that I can answer a lot of these, deal with a lot of my questions and not have to have everybody listen to them. But I did just want to confirm that by going to a taller height and being able to accommodate an additional story downtown, that generally speaking would make it easier to have competitive pricing on rents, to be able to offer competitive rents on commercial spaces on the first floor, as opposed to that commercial first floor space having to have a bigger share of a shorter project, and therefore, put the pushing rents up potentially more.
That is the desire. However, the market is always going to drive the price rather than the cost of what it costs to build. So we would hope.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I could just make a comment.
Councilmember Daris.
Thank you.
We're not doing comments right now. We're doing
Well,
questions.
no, I'm going to answer the question. Is
Got it,
55
okay.
feet acceptable? And I'm, in downtown. And originally, when I was looking at this, I didn't really have anything to say, because I thought, well, sure, I think 55 is going to be fine. But then I started thinking about downtown, like, well, does that include like Entrada? Okay, so a 55-foot tall building, say on both sides of Entrada, that would probably be a lot. But because of it's a narrow corridor, but on El Camino, it's different. So is this something that we should be more defined?
The council could choose if they wanted to deselect a certain area, but the intent was all of downtown, including Traffic Way and Entrada. And there's a lot of examples of that kind of a width of street having that sort of height. And so it's a great question. And I think that is up to us how we want to set those standards and where those standards might be set, and whether there should be upper story setbacks or something different going on in different areas where there's a narrow street.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I've seen streets that have taller buildings that are narrow. And it doesn't, I mean, sometimes it looks really cool. It can be a neat feel. It makes it just feel cozy, kind of weird, but.
My recent
but-
trip to Europe, it was a lot of that,
Yeah.
and it really felt nice. Actually, it was really interesting, and you get these
Yeah.
views looking through these corridors, and
Okay,
yeah.
anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next.
I did a quick question though regarding, because one of the questions, and Councilmember Riz was alluding to, that you asked, if you go to the slide, should it be limited to specific areas? Right now, when you talk about downtown, that would include the the small single-story structures on Lewis Avenue here, correct?
That's right. That's part of our downtown zoning district.
Right. Got you. Thank you.
All right. My other favorite topic is the industrial zones. We've talked a lot about this over the last couple of years. And in fact, we've already adjusted some of our zoning to change it as we head more towards success and quality in Atascadero, knowing that we have very limited property for these types of uses. So as we discover this in our general plan, and we know that we've got these two distinct areas, we've got the area that's sort of more commercial service. We have some of that just off of El Camino Real. You see that on San Luis Avenue, Kerberville, and some of it along Santa Rosa Road. And that's an area where we see automotive service uses. You see a lot of customer visitation. And then there's another area that's really industrial. And there's two parts of that. Part of it's the long traffic way, and it's bordered by a multifamily residential zone right across the street. And then it's kind of sandwiched between a single family zone on the other side. Then we have another big area that borders the Salinas River along Sycamore Road that's out there. It's not directly adjacent to the type of residential, but it's adjacent to the river. So we're kind of constrained by the proximities of those locations and what's going on. I think we have another slide here. So we have a couple of questions. It generally, first of all, pertains to outdoor land uses. And when we talk about outdoor land uses, we're talking about land uses that don't really produce jobs, don't produce tax revenue, don't have activity. We're talking about storage. We're talking about whether that storage is inside in a mini storage or whether it's outside in a storage yard like RV storage, boat storage, contract construction services yard, things like that. Should we limit that because we have such limited amount of industrial land and a lot of it's close to natural resources or to residential areas? Or should we not? Or should we just hone down our land use list as we create our zoning to eliminate things like recycling and scrap and large outdoor manufacturing or large outdoor storage or vehicle and equipment storage? Some of these things, do we have room for them in our community, knowing that the size of our community and the outer limits of our community probably won't expand over the next 25 years? We're bound by the Salinas River. We're bound by the hills to the west. We're divided by Highway 101. And although you could say that we're over retailed, we have a lot of commercial property. A lot of it's small, cut up little properties. And a lot of them are good for light industrial. A lot of them are good for office. A lot of them are good for medical. There's a lot of other things besides retail, but do we have the room in our community to have some of these much more intensive uses? And when I say intensive, I'm not talking about industrial, because industrial is good. It has jobs, it has production, it has things going on. But in the past, we have been plagued with properties that are inactive. They're storage and they're taken out of production for our community. And that's problematic. And they're also adjacent to sensitive resources and residential. So what uses are most appropriate in industrial zones with these two areas, Traffic Way and Sycamore? And should we reserve or prioritize job and industry growth in these industrial zones? It's kind of a bigger level question. We don't need to get down to an actual what's allowed in each zone discussion, but it's a question of generally where should the city go in the next 20 years for these very limited areas that are squeezed in to these resource areas. If that makes any sense. Any questions on that one before we move on?
Councilmember Newsom.
And number two, how many active businesses do we currently have in the recycling and scrap?
I don't know that we actually have that. It is on our list of allowed uses in industrial, but I don't know that we actually,
Because I think it's closed, right?
we have that. We had the one, yeah, that was
the back.
on San Luis Avenue, right?
Mhm.
I think it's gone away.
We don't have any other businesses in storage, recycling, or dismantling of vehicles and materials.
The one wrecking yard we had has been gone for many years now. Yeah.
And the towing yard doesn't, the largest towing yard we have doesn't count in that category, correct?
No, that's different. That's towing and impound is a different use that has a, more activity going on, jobs.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yeah. First of all, since the different areas you described have different adjacencies in terms of their closeness to residential, and the ones that have the creek as the buffer versus the ones that don't, and the areas along the river where that's a totally different adjacency, and with different, it's part of it. Those are part of a longer stretch of things in the river. Is it possible to set standards that differ between these sort of sub areas, either as a different type or as some kind of a standard?
Yes. And that's kind of what we're asking.
Okay. I mean, so that we could treat different parts of these zoning areas differently. Okay. And then what's a freight terminal in the context of these areas? I mean, it's on the list. There's like, what is that?
What is a freight terminal? That's a great.
What's a
Wouldn't it be like a-
vehicle
like a
terminal?
warehouse-
I know what a freight terminal
Wouldn't
is.
a
What's a
warehouse?
what's a vehicle terminal?
Yeah, so
Right.
vehicle and freight terminal, that's how it's phrased in our zoning right now. And I probably should pull the definition up and I can read that to you. But I mean, I guess it really could be a dispatch yard where, vehicles are dispatched from, such as a transit service, or it could be where there's freight trucks that deliver goods like,
But it's not a warehouse, right?
it's not a warehouse. Because a warehouse would be good. That has jobs and it has great tax revenue. So I don't think that fits that category.
I think they're used as a rail yard for like barges or on rail cars.
I think it's an outdated definition, to be honest with you. We just threw that one in there.
But a freight
because it's
terminal
still-
is kind of like a warehouse. I mean, if the rail company, whichever, Southern Pacific, whatever it is that comes through here, decided that down Sycamore would be a great place to have a distribution center, then they'd build a side track, and they would offload the rail cars into the warehouses, the freight, and then trucks would back up to it, load it up and deliver it. So that's.
Perhaps that's an outdated definition of an Amazon warehouse. And if that's the
But
case,
even still,
it's
trucks-
not our intent to have that prohibited in our industrial zone, because that would be a great land use.
Although it generate a lot of traffic. Okay. That'll do me.
Councilmember Borbo.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I would be tempted to say, yeah, we should. I mean, we want to pursue some better uses. I am concerned, though, that if we take away, in fact, we have an email to this effect from a property owner on Traffic Way. My concern is always if we take away an existing allowable use, what are we giving some other allowable uses? And because if we're taking away something maybe they consider viable, allowable use and not replacing it in anything, we're kind of devaluing their property, if you will.
We don't want to narrow the options. We do want to enlarge the options. So I think we're looking for feedback. What should our industrial zones become is a good question. What can house, warehousing and jobs and industry and startup businesses and things that actually are, where we can go to work, where our kids can have a job in the future as well. What are those things? And so we're looking for ideas as we develop that. We don't want to narrow it. You're right. We don't want to devalue property. But also, we don't want to devalue our community at the same time.
Right. I mean, I think all things being equal, we'd all say, well, yeah, we don't want junkyard. And we would like to not have a junkyard be an allowable use. But in doing so, it feels like we need to offer some alternatives to the property owner so they can still achieve value.
If I may, what we're also trying to do, looking at a 25-year planning perspective, as we see Vandenberg continue to grow and the spaceport and other industries, we need to preserve something to be in a community in balance. And these items, when we were talking, just seem to be very old uses that aren't forward-thinking, forward-looking. And the council made a policy decision not to expand the industrial area.
Right.
So I think also keep in mind, we're working hard through Reach and other groups to promote the community and promote these spots. We have a staff person that spends time promoting these spots. So we are adding value to the land use, and she's sitting here bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And so anyway, we are trying to promote alternative land uses that I believe have a greater economic impact. And if we're successful in that, which I believe we can be over the next decade, we've raised that property value. I was very curious about vehicle and freight terminals myself, and these are transportation establishments furnishing services incidental to transportation. You may ask, well, what does that mean? That includes freight forwarding services, so a transfer truck, transportation arrangement services, parking, crating, inspection and waiting services of vehicles, joint terminal and service facilities. So it is a very old use, includes both railroad transportation and motor freight transportation. So that is what that is.
Right. Thank you. I mean, I think we all want to, look out 25 years and say, yeah, we'd rather not have a junkyard. We'd rather have a small tech manufacturing or some precision manufacturing facility or something like that. So I just want to see if we're adding some uses like that a property owner could take advantage of. And then, of course, what do we do, from an economic development perspective to encourage those things so that 25 years from now, the next council isn't sitting here staring at those vacant lots. So.
Any other questions on this portion? All right, seeing none, let's move on to number 4.
2 more to go, almost there. Bear with us.
Oh, I'm going to hop in on this one. So these are our lot sizes in our single family zone. I know there were a couple people in the audience that were hoping to stay for this discussion and just couldn't make it. So we have a new single family residential zone that consolidates a lot of our single family zoning that we currently have in our existing general plan. What we're envisioning is splitting those into 3 potential new zoning districts that have different minimum lot sizes or densities associated with them. So we would still maintain, again, the general plan policy of elbow room as we move out towards our west side and our more rural areas. And so some of this zone would be at the 1 acre minimum lot size. That's not only to maintain our elbow room, but also some of these identified areas still do not have access to sewer. So we would want to make sure we maintain 1 acre where there is not access to sewer. Down from that would be a 1/2 acre. This is currently our smallest single family lot size. And so we're fairly accustomed to the 1/2 acre minimum lot size area. Our proposal would be to go down an additional size to be either a 1/4 acre minimum lot size or potentially convert that into a density of 4 units per acre. And I'll explain a little bit of the difference of that as we move forward. So within our policy questions, I'll go through those and then I'll do a little explanation of the density versus the minimum lot size. So are 3 distinct districts appropriate for the single family area? And then should the smallest single family be based on lot size or overall density? So currently in our single family X zone, which is our 1/2 acre minimum lot size zone, we allow a density of 4 units per acre with a planned development overlay. So when we go the north end of town on El Camino, we see the Colony Homes development. I'm not sure what the other ones are called, but they're that small lot, sort of traditional single family subdivision with each home on a lot, each home meeting setbacks, each home having a private backyard, but those are not 1/4 acre lots. But the density of the entire area was 4 units per acre. It includes the roads and the parks and the drainage basins and all those sorts of things. So we could set the density in that area instead of a minimum lot size to 4 units per acre. And we could develop subdivision standards that would encourage or allow that small lot, single family subdivision typology that's kind of part of that range of missing middle housing types. And so those are kind of the questions that we have for the single family district.
So my question with the 4 units per acre or the quarter acre, how does SB 9 enter into this?
So SB 9 would still be allowed on any lot zoned for single family.
So whether we say 4 units per acre or a minimum lot size of a quarter acre, you basically could end up with 16 units on an acre.
You could over time. So one developer cannot SB 9 subdivide multiple lots. The way that SB 9 is set up, it's for an individual property owner. So if somebody came in with a subdivision and did 4 units per acre or quarter acre lots, they could not then go subdivide the lots. They would have to sell the parcel, and then that new owner would have to want to do an SB 9 subdivision and live on the property for 3 years and go through that process. So there's definitely a potential that these could go into SB 9 subdivision. While we have seen some interest in the SB 9 subdivision, we haven't seen as much as we thought we would, because people do like to maintain the properties that they have. And it's not a developer-driven process. It was intentionally written at the state level to not be something for investors and developers to accomplish.
Okay, so if we think about the individuals you mentioned have reached out to me, and I'm assuming probably some of the other council members, and would like to consider a quarter acre, and you're talking on mostly vacant right now. So somebody in that type of situation, if they were to receive a quarter acre, single family zone, what you're saying is the only way to SB 9 that is if that owner then sells that property, and then a new person comes on and, let's say, lives in one of the houses that is there, over the total of 5 acres, but owns it all. They could only SB 9 the lot in which they're living and not the other
correct.
vacant.
They would have to maintain it, that living for 3 years. And then the adjacent property next door to that could not SB 9 anything that's attached to it.
So it would have to be, is that correct?
Each individual owner could do an SB 9 subdivision of an individual lot.
But what you're saying is they couldn't just come into a vacant lot, say, okay, I own this vacant quarter acre lot. I'm going to lot split it and now put 2 acres on each side of that.
Sorry, can you repeat that one?
My concern is, can someone buy a quarter acre lot that is vacant, come in and lot split it and put 2 units on each of those lots in that total quarter acre?
Yes. Under SB 9.
So they don't have to have lived there 3 years in a particular house.
They don't have to have lived there 3 years. They have to live there for 3 years after they record their subdivision.
That is
Yes,
different.
3
Okay.
years from the date moving forward, not 3
Okay.
years in the past.
They can
Okay.
subdivide the vacant lot? I thought they could only subdivide it, if they've got a house and then subdivide and build on the.
Yeah, so what
second
we've done
parcel.
is if you have building permits issued and you get certificates of occupancy for that first home, then you're able to record the subdivision. Even the second lot can still remain vacant.
Okay, but you can't subdivide just a vacant.
You cannot, perfect a subdivision of a vacant lot because of the ownership requirement to live there.
Okay, so that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
that vacant lot, somebody has to
Build
build something, live and get an occupancy and then subdivide. And-
Yes.
Okay, so
Mhm.
somebody could come in strategically and figure it all out and say, okay, I'm going to build here, but it would be a long-term, a multi-year process. to
Yes,
do
and we've
that.
had a couple people do that on some vacant parcels for SB 9.
Okay, so it's not unheard of that happens.
Correct.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
So to follow on that, though, you'd have to find a vacant thing and then plot it out in your mind and, okay, I'm gonna stick this house way over in a corner here so I'll have enough space. Because I'm looking at the picture you have here. I'm not sure where you would put an SB9 or even an ADU on this property because of the, you couldn't put it in the front yard. You can't put it on the driveway. There's a garage in back. You might put a tiny one in the back left corner. So I mean, most lots that have existing houses on them are very constrained just physically in terms of taking advantage of SB9 or ADUs. It's the vacant ones where.
I think what the mayor's thinking through is that as this catches on and people figure this out, you could build lots to be SB9 compliant or friendly as to where you put the houses and offer opportunity as you market the lot. And I think looking long-term, the council would have to be comfortable with that density.
Right, because you're saying right now, we don't basically have a quarter-acre zone unless it's a planned PUD or something like that.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then on this, we're talking about single-family zone, but these are all, if you could go back to the map that you showed here. These are, all of these single-family zones of 1.5 or 4 to an acre are within the urban services line?
Correct.
Whether they currently have sewer or not.
Correct.
If they don't currently have sewer, they wouldn't be able to build to this density, right?
They could stay at 1 acre if they don't have sewer, but they could not go to 1/2 or 1/4.
Right. Okay. And then outside of that, we jump to the 2.5 acre RS.
So outside of that, we currently have 2 zones. One of them is 1.5 to 2.5 acres, and then the other one is 2.5 to 10. Staff's thoughts are we would keep that jump in order to buffer out.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. That there is another step before you get to 2.5, and that's the 1.5 to 2.5.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, got it. That was something I wanted to understand. And so individuals that are looking, what is the yellow on this map?
So the yellow are the ones that will be in the single family general plan designation.
Okay, but the purple or the violet is the urban services line, correct?
Correct.
So all of these non-yellow parcels on this map that are clearly, residential, most of them, those are not in the single family zone. Those are what? Then they're in the.
They're either multifamily for the ones very close to the core. There's some over by the high school and then up in the Del Rio Road area that would still be at that 1.5 to 2.5 acre range.
I'm seeing a lot like along Portola there. I'm seeing a whole bunch of what are single family. I don't think there's sewer there.
There is no sewer, and they're currently in that 1.5 to 2.5 acre zoning designation.
And so this entire discussion really only pertains to the yellow lots, and all of those yellow lots would fall into one of these 3 categories.
Correct.
And that's still though a significant change from some of what we currently have, right?
Yes. So the yellow right now in the boundaries that we show are currently mostly are 1 acre or 1/2 acre zoned parcels.
What would be the deciding factor then on whether they fall into 1 or 1/2 or 1/4?
So those factors have not been created. That's part of the discussion tonight is maybe you can give us some information as to factors we might want to consider. We're thinking about neighborhood compatibility, distance from center of community, of course, sewer service being a factor. So those are the things we're looking at now. We do have some folks that were here, as mentioned earlier in the audience, that are seeking obviously the highest density they can possibly get, but they're in locations that may not be suitable for that as well.
Right. Clearly, if they don't have sewer, they're not going to be suitable, right? I mean, unless sewer later is, added. So,
correct.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I had.
Councilmember Newsom, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
As we alluded to, some of the citizens were here earlier today, didn't get a chance to speak. How many of them are on this list for general plan consideration, in addition to the few that were here? How many are seeking additional density on their lots?
Oh, there's
I
at
think
least 30.
20 or 30 applications in.
Okay, and they're all in this yellow area as we're doing the general plan?
Not all of them.
Some of them in the multifamily area that was designated multifamily.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just have,
And just want to confirm I know we all heard at the Central Coast Economic Forum and, and also from the focus group of CEOs that the city managers did recently local, that there's a critical need for a mix of housing types, and especially starter homes and, small lot or small units that let people get in the door, young people who are building their families and their careers. And it seems like this is an opportunity for that. And also, but the kinds of small lot subdivisions that we see, say at Grand Oaks Paseo, that's in a multifamily, right? So you could do you could do some small lot stuff, in either single family with 4 units per acre, or in multifamily, right?
Yeah, so 4 units per acre, again, more like the colony homes where everybody has their own private yard. Subdivisions, more like a traditional single family subdivision. Grand Oaks Paseo would be more geared towards that low density multifamily zoning that is more of a shared common space area and clustered cottages.
Okay. So it's the privacy of the yard versus the shared common space.
Yeah, to a certain degree.
Okay. That's good.
Councilmember Dares, you're good. All right. Let's move on to our final one.
Traffic. I'm looking at Director DeBar because he might need to jump in a little bit. So currently our general plan looks at level of service. Everybody's general plan looked at level of service back in the early 2000s. Level of service is still a somewhat valuable tool. But what it can do is it can result in oversized improvements, because when we generally look at level of service based on a traditional way that engineers do their modeling, we're looking at peak hour traffic, so the busiest 15 minutes or half hour of the day. And we plan all of our roads for the busiest 15 minutes of the day. What CEQA law did a number of years past was it said, you know what, we're not really going to focus on level of service because that's not really helping us with our environmental goals for greenhouse gas reduction and those kind of things. We're going to look at vehicle miles traveled. So we want people to live close to their jobs. We want them to live close to their shopping. We want them to be able to drive as little as possible to meet some of our statewide goals. And so that's great. So CEQA looks at vehicle miles traveled. We're no longer required to look at level of service. But when engineers plan for safe roads for the city, we do still need to make sure that they are safe, that we don't back up cars onto the freeway, that create safe situations for everybody. So in doing so, as we look at our general plan and we look at analyzing the impacts that some of our density increases and commercial growth are going to have throughout the community, and we try and balance that with the cost of infrastructure and looking at what level of infrastructure do we need to serve our new growth, we need to look at alternative methodologies for determining our level of vehicle impacts and traffic impacts. So our general plan update really wants to be a balance between sort of the convenience of travel, safety, obviously, one of the highest priorities. We also want to make sure we're creating a sense of place with our street and our improvement plans, right? El Camino is like 80 feet wide and 100 feet wide in some areas, and you don't have the sense of place that maybe we could create with a more narrow street or a street that accommodated some additional uses and activities and modes of transportation. So again, focusing on pedestrian and multimodal facilities, the cost of improvements when we plan for the busiest 15 minutes of the day, that is a lot of pavement, that's a lot of street to plan for, that's a lot of right of way that we're taking up. And then Phil added in our new favorite term. I think we were talking with Charles about this earlier, is the level
made
of
this one today?
frustration. And we were talking with Susan about it as
Low
well.
F.
And so, when people get too frustrated in traffic situations, they tend to be unsafe when they drive. And so we do want to make sure that we are kind of understanding that, while it'd be great to skip down the middle of the street and not have cars be an issue at all, of course, we're still going to need to drive, and we're going to need to get places safely without a super high level of frustration, hopefully. And so in our alternative analysis, we have a couple different options, and honestly, we might end up sort of blending all of these options together. But I think we're looking just for some thoughts on what level of traffic we're willing to be okay with in our city, and if there's certain areas that need to be looked at differently. So of course, we can retain level of service at specific locations, but we don't have to focus on the 15-minute rule. We can focus on queuing and safety concerns in terms of movement of traffic through intersections. There are some cities surrounding us that look at multimodal LOS. So they assign LOS numbers and analysis to pedestrians' level of service and bikes' level of service. We're seeing a lot of things in San Luis where they have prioritized a biker's level of service or pedestrians, over vehicles, and they're doing improvements to accommodate their new methodology. We can also look at capacity utilization, which is going to be the one that I won't explain very well. But it's definitely a useful tool when we look long-term at our infrastructure planning, because it doesn't take the busiest 15 minutes of the day and you don't pour a lot of dollars into infrastructure that's not being used regularly. It looks at sort of the completeness of the street, over a daily period, and says, well, let's plan it to be really efficient for our infrastructure dollars. And, 85% of the time it's the perfect street, and maybe 15% of the time it has a little bit more traffic, but we want to really hone our investment towards making sure that that road is the most useful it can be over the greatest number of hours. And then there's also neighborhood traffic analysis. So there might be certain areas or certain types of streets, residential streets, where we want to have a different focus rather than LOS. Maybe we're okay with more traffic, or we're okay with narrower roads, or we want to prioritize, pedestrians or bikers or multimodal in certain areas. So those are kind of the different approaches that we can look at, and probably all of them appropriate in certain areas. So again, it's that balance between mitigating traffic congestion and enhancing the pedestrian and bike experience within a lot of our neighborhoods. Streets actually do a lot towards placemaking. So we want to acknowledge that, engineers are planners too. So some of our questions would be, how should the general plan prioritize these competing factors? Are there areas or factors that are most important when we look to do our EIR analysis in terms of traffic for our general plan, and what kind of policies come out of that analysis? And then is the city willing to accept higher traffic congestion in certain areas? Maybe we prioritize pedestrian and sense of place in designated areas over others. Maybe we make sure that our interchanges and our major intersections coming off those interchanges maybe have more of a vehicular LOS focus to maintain a lower level of frustration, and also to maintain a level of safety with people that need to get places they need to go. And so I don't know if Director DeBar wants to add anything to that, but those are our questions for you this evening.
I'm going to say that I have a high level of LOF with this entire discussion. So about traffic, that is. So Director Barr had nothing to add, I saw. Okay, excellent. So this is a lot, and you're not looking for us to zone in on specific areas. You're wanting us to be able to say, yes, you're bringing up some good points. There's some flexibility that's needed, and not just looking at LOS for peak 15 minutes here and peak 15 minutes there. And, taking these ideas and standards and assessing what's appropriate for the situation.
Correct. And I'll kind of look to Dan a little bit, because I know he lives more in the EIR world, and make sure that he's going to get what he needs out of it.
The short answer is that is correct. So we can look at it from an EIR analysis standpoint. Typically what communities do with the balance of, let's just say, LOS and VMT, is look at LOS for specific intersections or specific areas where you still want to make sure there's certain elements of service that are met. But as you go through the entire city, there's a blended approach, or more unique approach. So the trend is to actually have this more refined approach than just one literal system like the old LOS that was done citywide in the past.
Right, and that makes complete sense. But what you're wanting to hear from us tonight is, do you like this? Is that the direction to go? You're not looking for details as to where to do what.
Correct.
Okay, because when we start getting into this, then it looks like you want more than what I think you're actually asking for. So that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you. My LOF has come down.
And reducing LOF is key.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just say something, the
Do you
council.
want it to come back up?
No,
Director?
I'll keep it short.
I'm teasing.
This is a good story. Actually, the council has already like kind of with the El Camino project.
Right.
I mean, we could not meet LOS on some of those intersections during the peak 15-minute time with school. And the council decided at that time, approving that El Camino plan, that we're not gonna try to meet that LOS standard because it would be cost prohibitive. And I think a lot of
That's
these,
the one area that I think most of us think about is that, or if you live near another school, there is that 15 minutes morning and afternoon that you can't set a standard for 24/7 based on those two 15-minute periods.
correct. And even at a lot of our interchanges are a little bit like that, San Anselmo comes to mind, or Santa Rosa at times. Oh, getting feedback. Anyway, a lot of these parameters, performance parameters have impacts on what we can afford to do and what it's going to cost us to do, or cost developers to improve some of these roads. So, if the council is like the El Camino plan, more open-minded about, not trying to meet that peak 15 minutes. And I would agree with planning manager Gleason that, that's probably not a realistic thing in our town to try to meet the peak 15-minute LOS. And anyways, that's all my only comment.
And on that note, I was thinking exactly that. I think it's acceptable, especially like with downtown, there's alternate routes that you can take. You jump on the freeway, you can take other routes to get around to get to where you're going. So I think it's perfectly acceptable if there's reasonable other alternate routes that you can take.
Do you have a question? All right.
Not a question.
No.
Not a question.
Questions? Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Newsom.
So can we apply this in moderation? I mean, not go from looking at only 15 minutes to averaging the whole thing out over, say, 24 hours. It's a perfect road at 2 a.m, but nobody cares. So we could do capacity over some reasonable portion of the daytime when people are actually using the roads. Is that okay? And we don't have to, and we could do some flexibility here and take pedestrians and bicycles into account, and you'll say the safety of neighborhood streets where our children are running around on foot and on a bicycle without going, full San Luis Obispo neighborhood wars over bike lanes, right? Okay. That's my level of frustration comes down there too. Thank you for picking that up from our discussion there. Okay, and as a traffic safety measure, can we also pay attention to the kind of traffic likely to be generated? It's not just the number of vehicles. I mean, I'm thinking of can we in our standards discourage, say, things like, fleets of gravel trucks on Halcon Road and other, things like that, where the nature of the traffic creates safety hazards to the community.
Yeah, I think we can look at that a little bit. We can definitely generate some policies based on that. And then when we drill down into zoning, when that comes back around, some of those uses that would be heavy in a truck traffic, then you would want to consider as conditional uses still, so that you have an additional layer of review.
Okay, sounds good.
Councilmember Newsom.
Is it possible while some areas that are undergoing construction have a flashing light that kind of solves some of the traffic problems to stay up a little longer than anticipated? Solves the problem, right? No, I'm just kidding.
All right, excellent. I think we have exhausted our questions. So do you need to wrap up, or can we go to public comment?
Let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then we can wrap up afterwards and just run through real quick on the
Okay.
5 items.
Wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead and open up to public comment. Members of the public that would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Is there a wrap up?
Yes, very dedicated. Thank you for staying it. So we've had a lot of important things to get through tonight, and thank you for being here.
First of all, I'm Dave Garabay, still here. And my issue, I live at 10610 West Front Road. My issue again, I was looking for a lot split. Now, as you showed the zoning doesn't apply to my piece of property. Although I'm within football length of it. I also heard from planning that sewer was a consideration. Also, I heard that some of those properties in that zone that's yellow are 1 acre, 1.5 acres, and some have sewer and some don't. So I want to know why having sewer would keep you from being able to split a lot.
So you mean why not having it?
Well, why not extend the zoning area to the properties that don't have sewer
I
lines?
see. Okay. So what we do is we take all the public comment and then we answer the question.
Sure.
So anything else that you have to ask, we're writing it all down and
No,
we'll get to
thank
it.
you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome to our next speaker.
Hi
Hey,
there.
welcome.
Hi there. I just want to know, Ryan, how often do you spend this time here? Because you got 2 girls at home. They're probably missing 4-H and Girl Scouts because of this. No, I'm just teasing. Hi, I'm here to talk about the Salinas River just briefly. I promise. I can't even talk. I'm so tired.
Could you give us your name for the record?
I will.
Okay.
So my name is Renelle Porter, and I'm an Atascadero resident, and I'm the vice chair of our local Sierra Club, the Santa Lucia chapter. I appreciate the council and staff's thoughtful approach to land use along the Salinas River corridor. The questions posed about the appropriate uses in industrial areas are spot on, and they highlight the need to consider both economic and ecological benefits as we plan for the future. The council has shown wisdom in balancing development with preservation, as we saw with the recent RV storage facility proposal. The added conditions requiring controlled drainage and security reflect thoughtful measures that protect the river's health. In the same spirit, I urge you to continue shaping policies that protect this unique landscape. The Salinas River has the potential to be much more than a boundary. It can become a continuous ecosystem and a pedestrian trail that enhances our community's quality of life. By limiting heavy industrial uses like scrap storage, dismantling, and high-impact manufacturing near the river, we create an inviting environment for future generations and open up ecotourism opportunities. Indoor clean manufacturing or tech uses, on the other hand, align with our shared goals. With careful planning, we can ensure that river access and continuity are preserved for both community enjoyment and economic value. Thank you for your consideration and for your thoughtful approach to protecting Atascadero's natural assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Anyone else wishing to speak? I'm only seeing staff, so probably not. All right, thank you for your comments. I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Perhaps our Director DeBar, you might want to talk to David asked about why we can't extend to areas that don't have sewer, like smaller lot sizes, if you would want to let him know why that is. No, I mean, tonight in the microphone.
I thought after the meeting. So extending sewer is very expensive. A lot of times we rely on development to extend.
No,
sewer.
no, what I
Oh.
mean is why not extend the half acre or quarter acre to an area that does not have sewer?
Okay, for
And that
smaller
has to do with
lots.
rules as to with
Yeah,
Regional
so-
Water Quality Control Board and others, and in terms of what minimum lot size you can have when you have a septic tank and.
Sure. So talk about septic systems. It's awesome.
I'm
Um,
not sure. Actually, Director Dunsmore, do you want to answer that question?
The smallest lot size that regional water will allow us to have for a septic system is 1 acre. So you get smaller than that,
That's
it's
how
prohibited.
It's done, Phil. I mean, Nick, it's midnight. I don't know who's who, but yeah, perfect. So it does have to do with those sort of requirements. And perhaps getting together with the gentleman and letting him know like where he is and what would possibly be available.
Just super quick, he's just outside the urban services boundary, just outside of the area that we can serve with sewer. And so we wouldn't be able to go below that lot size, although there is, I think, sewer really close to that.
So the care facility actually took it upon themselves, I think, because of failed septic to extend sewer. So it was not a city project. And so there is a tail of sewer that comes down and serves the care facility and a couple adjacent properties potentially. But he is outside the urban services line currently, and we're looking at our elbow room policies. So we can certainly meet with him and discuss some potential options because they're also adjacent to the freeway. We can sort that out.
Got it. Mayor Pro Tem Funk.
Yeah, so following up then, if somebody was able to and willing to invest in the connection to the sewer, even though they're currently outside the urban services line, if those were borderline properties, if they want to pay to connect to the sewer, can they get the bennies of the lower?
So I've actually heard this question from a couple, because a couple of our applications for general plan amendment through this update process are areas that are just adjacent to sewer, but sewer does not serve them yet. And I talked to a different gentleman today who is in a similar situation. And I don't think he could be here this late tonight, but he was wanting to support, general plan policies that say we'll consider increasing density in areas if sewer becomes available. Certainly we want to maintain our rural character and sort of our elbow room and larger properties as we go out to our west side. But I think you could tell with some of our yellowness in the diagram, there's a lot of non-yellow within the urban services line as well. And those might be locations that we have a general plan policy to look at and explore if sewer becomes available in the future.
I just might add real quickly. We've had over the last couple of years, a number of times when residents have extended sewer on their own to their property. Maybe it's a few block or a few parcels down the street. And we do have a sewer reimbursement agreement. So when those other parcels, if their septic fails, they have to hook up and then they pay into that. They get reimbursed. It's usually about a 15-year term. So there's some compensation if a homeowner did want to extend sewer on their own.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you, staff. I know the staff will be meeting with you after this. We can't discuss it. We're not going to do anything about anyone's specific property tonight. There's no decisions being made on that, but staff will connect with you after this. Yeah. All right, so why don't we go through the 5 and now that we've kind of had our questions and give you the feedback. So if you want to bring up slide number 1 for mixed use.
Did you want the slide with the questions?
Yes. Yeah, the questions that you have for us. So you've got number 1 was, are the 3 types of mixed use appropriate for the unique areas identified?
I don't know.
There we go. Oh, sorry. No, go back, go to, yeah, there you go. There you go. So I think with this one, we were talking about I think the nodes, we can all agree that at the major commercial nodes, it would be vertical mixed use is what makes sense. So I think we could all agree with that. So I'm seeing that on the Morrow Road, the horizontal mixed use, and you were saying standards, maybe instead of a percent being kind of flexible, maybe a minimum depth. So I think you're on the right track with that. Is there any additional feedback with regards to Morrow?
Horizontal, where depth allows and where there's a double frontage on a side road.
Only where there's a double frontage
No,
on Morrow Road?
Where there's a double frontage and where there's enough depth. So if it's a lot steep enough, then you could have horizontal mixed use behind it.
Yeah.
Like K Jones.
But even, yeah, okay, got it. got it. And then for the mid-block areas, this is where I think that mid-block areas, this is where, you know, we're talking about having that flexibility and looking at what is the highest and best use. I mean, personally, I don't know that 100% residential in a mid-block, but I'd have to see the site and know that, you know, okay, yeah, this is the one spot that's mid-block that doesn't make sense to do any commercial whatsoever. It's not viable for that. Let's do residential. I can't think of what that is right now. But I think the flexibility that you're asking for needs to be taken into account. I don't know if anyone has any other specific thoughts or input on this.
I'm trying to envision residential on the ground floor in any commercial. I mean, on a street like this, I don't think that would be appropriate at all. I think it would need to be above.
Well, depending on it could be where it's in back though, and you're kind of buffering against.
Well, in the back,
say,
right,
other-
but I'm
yeah.
saying on the street.
Yeah, perfect, yeah.
I think if it's, even on El Camino, if it's deep enough, I would consider that, you know, horizontal mixed use could be viable, but for now,
Right.
otherwise, it, you know, would be a horizontal mixed use. Because like you said, Mayor, I can't visualize a particular property at this point. You'd say, oh yeah, let's just change that to residential.
Yeah.
Although as indicated, if somebody came along with a great idea somewhere else in the city and said, hey, I'd like to do this, you know, will you let me do this? So, you know, do some residential here. I think we'd consider that on an individual basis, but not on a zoning
On a zoning
basis.
basis.
I think we should also be flexible in terms of sloped properties, because I think when I look at the block, I think of that as vertical mixed use, which is that you're actually classifying as horizontal mixed use, because at the back of the site, you have parts of that building where the ground floor is residential, right?
No, I think they consider it vertical mixed use.
Yeah, for example, the block, the picture and the image that you have right there is a perfect example of that. It's such a steep site that the reality is, you know, we consider the ground floor at the back to be second floor or third floor vertical mixed use.
Okay, so, but it was described as horizontal mixed use in something that was said, and so that, and I think of that as vertical, and certainly would allow that on sloped properties, you know, some kind of, you know, innovative thing, you know, just have some flexibility with this thing. And then in the areas on Morrill Road and that, be attentive to where the parking lands so that we can keep, we're looking for a viable commercial environment collectively, as well as viable individual commercial spaces. And if the whole front is parking lot, that's going to be going to contribute to old line suburban, you know.
I think that gets more into the design standards, not particularly, but good feedback.
Yeah, but it's
Do you
part of making it work.
Do you have what you need from us on this item?
Yes.
All three of you. I want to see heads nod from all three of you. All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, number two. Height, 55 feet. Proposed height in downtown, and should there be upper floor setbacks? I think based on the conversation that we were having, it seems that we're probably amenable to the 55 feet in downtown, but that potentially those setbacks for the higher floors could be, you know, beneficial. I know Councilmember Borbeau, this is your big push. So what would you like to add here?
Thank you. I definitely want to see the 55 feet, and I definitely want to, I want to see that throughout the downtown area. I don't see a particular place to limit that. Because keep in mind, I mean, when we allow something, even 25 years from now, this is not going to have happened to every property of the downtown. So it's not, we're not suddenly going to have a 4-story canyon on Entrada, even after 25 years. So I don't want to limit it to specific areas of the downtown. And I'm open to having, you know, allowing or requiring a upper floor setback for, you know, a little change of appearance. Yeah.
Does this also include over, like, let's say where the library is and the buildings, is that considered, is that part of the downtown zone?
It's not. That's actually a
Okay.
different district. There's downtown commercial and there's downtown office. That's sort of, Hotel Park has a different district. So right now, it's an option whether we carry that forward with our general plan or whether we call that all part of downtown. What's our current proposal have, Kelly, on that? So it does include. So take that back. So the area by the library is included, but we don't have to. So I think that's a really good question for council as well. I guess I didn't know we had made that decision yet. So today it is a different district. In the future, we plan to just have it all as one.
Didn't we divide that, but didn't we do that differently for the entertainment zone that had to do with alcohol use? I thought.
We did for the entertainment zone and for some other things that we've done in the past. We cut that area out and only had an area that was El Camino, East Mall, West Mall, Entrada, and traffic.
So our downtown general plan district includes both of those, but they could be different zoning districts with different heights.
We haven't created that yet.
Limitations, if you felt like they should have different heights.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be inclined to not go 55 feet in the areas that have sloped up on the edges of downtown. I don't think a 55-foot building on the police station property would be a smart idea, given that it's right next to one-story residential and that, and attention also to the slope impacts. So if slope runs it up, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with that. That makes sense that, not the quote, the library area, the hotel park, that area, and the police station would not seem appropriate for a four-story building.
Yeah.
Now to be clear though, you've got some residential on Olmeda, no, Lewis, right? So in theory, you could have somebody building up 4 stories right next to them.
Yes.
And they could choose to redevelop themselves, or they just stay single family there.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think what would probably have to happen is you have to consolidate several properties together if you're actually going to get a 55-foot building, because all those
Right.
properties are so
Yeah.
small
Yeah.
right now.
Right.
Yeah. And when you're in a downtown, it's different than when you're in a residential neighborhood.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not that.
This would leave open the question of the Colony Square Theater area, especially the open lot next to Round Table, center lot. I mean, inclined, I think as much as I'm in favor of this, that also might not be an appropriate area for, a 4-story building, but certainly appropriate for a 3-story.
Like keeping that Colony Square like congruent within itself.
Yeah, I think.
Guys will probably take care of it because you got to be able to provide parking. You're going 4 stories, you're going to add a lot of square footage. So I don't think you're going to accommodate it anyway. Yeah, the parking bank.
All right. Is there anything else that needs to be said or?
Just
All right.
I wouldn't necessarily require the wedding caking effect of tiering in on the top floor. I'm not a huge fan of making that a requirement.
I'd be perfectly
I
okay to
think-
not make it a requirement.
I don't think it was a requirement. We were just thinking to like, not necessarily wedding cake, but something to deal with like what looks like a big, huge 4-story, 55-foot mass, on the street.
Yeah, so when we think of wedding cake, we think every story kind of stepping back. But there could be a standard where, 3 of the floors could be at the same plane, and then you could step back the upper floor
Or the
so that it
first
kind
floor
of
and step
visually
back the
goes
next
away.
one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, just not a box. You've got the block that's somewhat boxed, but you've got the balconies, you've got something that breaks it up and it doesn't look like just a big
Yeah, you have all
mass.
that articulation.
you need
So
some
you don't have to
standards.
decide specifically on this
Right.
tonight. I think generally consensus is what I'm hearing. There should be some articulation
Yes,
if you're going over 3 stories.
yes. Number 3.
Can I ask just one quick question? How
No,
tall is the
no, 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 no,
Carlton?
no, no, we're good, we're good. Is it essential to your decision
Well,
right
yeah, it
now?
is. How tall is the Carlton? Because I think that goes to what we're talking about with worrying about a 55 story.
The Carlton's
55
not
foot tall
that tall.
building and whether or not we need to step it back. I mean, if the Carlton is 50 feet, I mean, nobody's complained about that, not having a step back.
We're talking articulation, we're talking not a big massive wall that has no break to it. So we're not saying wedding cake. We're not saying you have to do something specific tonight. We're saying articulate so that we have some uniqueness, some character, that we don't have a big box on a street. 3 heads nodding. Is that good enough? All right.
Got it. Thank
The
you.
5 of us are good. Yes. All right. Move on. Number 3. Should we limit these uses? So I appreciate what Councilmember Borbo says about not removing somebody's value to their property without giving something in return. And what I'm hearing from staff is that we do plan to give in return and give some other ideas for what can be done there. I think one of the challenges with our industrial area is that for whatever reason, decisions made decades before any of us were sitting up here, particularly on Traffic Way, you are right, literally right across the street from residential. It's not a great spot for industrial unless you're talking about some of these other types that are less intrusive. And when we start talking about recycling and scrap and high intense manufacturing, these things are not ideal for across from residential. So I would be inclined to limit these as we are giving other options to those property owners. How are we feeling about that as a council? We've got Newsom nodding yes, Mayor Pro Tem Plunk.
Yeah, I'm inclined to do some limits on this, certainly the recycling and scrap and dismantling of vehicles and the top 3 there, definitely not. I don't think the last one, vehicle and equipment storage, maybe you give some flexibility on. I don't think we want big construction equipment running through these neighborhoods, but maybe you have a CUP option that will deal with the property owner that's contacted us and, and maybe allow a little flexibility for some of those properties. I also do think we should think about some standards for the river adjacent properties separately from the others, potentially because of as Ms. Porter was talking about, the need to have a continuous connection on the river. We ought to think about that as having its own requirements. That either is its own space or through standards, but think of it separately.
But you would say remove these uses from that area.
Remove all or most of these from that area, probably all of these from the river area and most of them from the others.
Councilmember Borbo.
Thank you. I would go back to what the mayor said originally, though, is I can accept that, but I think you need to give them some alternatives for the use of their property. So you're not just taking a currently allowed use away.
Councilmember Darris, any?
Yeah, ditto.
Okay. So I think I'm seeing consensus, maybe not with you about removing all of these. You're kind of hedging on the vehicle and equipment storage. The rest of us seem to be okay with letting that go as long as we're adding some other things in.
Yeah, just if we added enough options to make it workable, you got a lot of differences in the lots, shapes and sizes and what's going to work on anything. So potentially that could be a CUP thing. But other than that, I'm good with that. And again, the river adjacent separate.
3 heads. All right. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Number 4. So I will say, I'm concerned about the quarter acre because I know in the future that could be 16 units per acre. And so if this council wants to see that in some areas, I think it would be important to know where those areas are. Where are we at risk? Where is it likely to happen that we could have 16 units per acre? And is that acceptable to the neighborhood, to the traffic analysis, to everything that once that is granted, it's not going to be taken away? And so all of the impacts, everything that comes with it, there's no mitigation, there's no money to take care of it, nothing. So I think it's really important that we look and say, yep, if 16 units ended up on that acre, we could handle it. If this is 5 acres and you've got 16 units on each 5 of those acres, yes, we could handle that, because that is the worst case scenario. And I don't mean worst case in that it's horrible to have 16 units per acre. In some units, in some areas, it may be fine to have that, and we may be able to handle the neighborhood and the traffic impacts. I would want to be more cautious with that. Councilmember Darris.
For SB 9 splits, I know we've gone over this, but for SB, if somebody was to do 4 units, or yeah, it would be 4 units on a quarter of an acre. What are the parking requirements? Do they all have to be on site?
So for the most part, yeah. So they're same as normal residential parking requirements, although there's a little flexibility in exactly where that parking is on a site under ADU law. So when we talk about 4 units, we talk about not all just SB 9. If you SB 9 split a lot, each lot's allowed to have either a primary, a principal, an ADU, and a junior ADU. So that's how you get to 4. And when you get into ADU policy, there's a little bit of flexibility on where the parking might exist. It can be in a setback, it can be in a front yard. It gets kind of strange, but the parking number is still the same.
Okay, but on an SB 9 split though, I mean, if you have a lot and you split it SB 9, you're allowed to have one main house, whatever size that you want it to be, 2,500 square feet. But the other 3 units have to be no more than 1,000 square feet.
Correct. The new lot you create from SB 9 under our standards right now is limited to 1,000 square foot. And then the ADU has its limitations, and the junior ADU has its limitations as well. But state law is changing a bit now, and cities are getting challenged on SB 9. And now there's new standards coming out saying the new lot cannot have these limitations of 1,000 square foot. So we're trying to get some interpretation on that. But things are changing rapidly.
So again, with the parking requirement, I mean, I think the likelihood of being able to fit 4 units on a quarter of an acre and still provide parking,
It gets tight.
I mean, I understand the fear, because I don't want to see that either. But what's the likelihood of it actually happening?
Well, we're
So, I mean,
seeing very few SB 9 lot splits. We've seen, since SB 9 was adopted, we've seen 2 or 3, 4 or 5. There are a lot of limitations to them. On a site where all of a sudden we allow quarter acre zoning and someone subdivides it down into, they have an acre site and they suddenly subdivide it down into 4 lots. The likelihood is you might get 1 SB 9 lot split in those in some years. Are all of them going to turn to SB 9 lot splits? I guess they could. The likelihood of it, based on the percentage we're seeing now and the limitations that are set forth, it's just not there. But we have to assume worst case over a very long period, I suppose.
Well, I think you also have to assume worst case, as you said, the state keeps changing what it's doing. So the more,
For example,
I'm concerned the more we do this, because we're trying to build housing and do the things that we need to do. But then the state jumps in and says, yeah, we're going to force you to do more. And then suddenly they're having us go way further than we actually have capacity, infrastructure, neighborhood compatibility, all of that.
Yeah, now they've come forward and said that we have to allow up to 8 ADUs on a multifamily property. As long as it has at least 8 units on it. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I think though, I mean, I would kind of go with what Councilmember Derez says, which is, I think the mayor has a valid concern, but I would want you to come back and go or do a little analysis of this and say, okay, where is this really in terms of the number of vacant lots that would fall into this proposed zoning? And then, the practicality of how many of these could you actually even fit multiple units on, make a legit lot split. Because in Atascadero, we have a lot of unique lots. We're not like every other city where it's just rectangle after rectangle after rectangle, right? We have oddball shapes, slopes, hills where you couldn't split the lot no matter how you tried it unless you were going to build a tree house or something. And so I think it's a valid concern, but I'd like to see some analysis to see what's the real practical.
And the other option too is you have different limitations. And as you notice, we have two different standards there: 4 units an acre or a minimum lot size of a 1/4 acre. So for example, if we said, it's okay to have 4 units an acre in this zone if you're really close in under these circumstances, for example. And if you do that, what you might get too by your standards is a cluster kind of development where, those 4 units are clustered into a corner of the site, and then you've got a part of the site that's a road and a part of the site that's, an open space park area or something. And then you kind of preclude that kind of SB9 development, and you have your own set of standards for that. So there's another way to look at this, that we could get a similar density without giving away our standards to some new state requirement.
I thought I had asked that earlier and I heard the answer differently. So it's not the same thing. If we decided 4 units per acre, that can't suddenly become 16 with SB9. Not suddenly, but over time.
I think that technically it could, but practically, if you did 4 units per acre and you had objective standards for developing 4 units per acre that were similar to our PD 17 with lot coverage standards, and just the size of the lot, it would be highly impractical to be able to subdivide it. And so by the nature of actually going a little bit smaller with the lot size, you actually preclude that higher density that could happen with a 1/4 acre lot being subdivided by SB9. So I think we can bring sort of some case studies of what that might look like. The new SB9 law that Phil was referring to basically says you can't impose a development standard on SB9 units or lots that you don't impose on the regular single family lot. Well, if we did 4 units per acre and had very specific lot coverage standards for everything in there, then you could impose that on the SB9 as well. And so you just practically would not be able to do it.
Okay. So I think that's some good things to bring back. Do you have something different to add? You both do. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to see us, I don't know, as we look at this, I do want to see us pursue some of these 4 units per acre lot sizes, that might average to a 1/4 acre. Because this is, it's the classic thing that to try to create missing middle housing, if everything has to have at least I've got a 1/2 acre lot, it's a big lot, and to be able to have some options for people to buy in without having to own so much land, that it creates the opportunities that our business community is asking for, and that people are asking for their adult kids to be able to have a future in this community. So I do think we need to pursue that and be realistic about, or what, yes, look at the potential impacts, but not, it doesn't have to be worst case scenario.
Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. Because this did go so late into the agenda, I'd also like to know how many people have requested for this additional lot size change.
By the way, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Bob.
I don't know that we have it broken down by requests for this particular lot size. A lot of our applications that came in just said we'd like to increase density. We don't know what that discussion is going to look like.
So we don't know how many are trying to go from 1/2 to a 1/4.
We don't have that particular detail. What we mostly have from people is, I just want to be more dense than I am today. I want to be able to subdivide.
Okay. So basically what we've been saying is these 3 make sense with that 1/4 acre. What you've been hearing is maybe it is 4 units per acre. Look at the areas where we have this. If we have worst case scenario, I'm not saying that everyone's going to be, but if it is, do we have capacity for that infrastructure, neighborhood compatibility, just see what could happen. And let's make sure we're smart because it can always increase. You're never going to decrease it. I mean, you know what I mean? Increased density versus decreased density. You're always going to, you can always increase it, can't decrease it. Are we clear enough? Yes. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Traffic.
Last one.
Okay. So I almost feel like we kind of already gave this answer beforehand, but yeah, all of the above that we were talking about with the flexibility and not just planning for the 15 minutes of peak, but not just averaging the whole thing. I mean, be smart and move forward. Council member or Mayor Pro Tem, did I hear you, Mark? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Prioritize safety on residential streets for drivers and pedestrians and bikes. And in the major intersections, make sure that we don't end up with complete gridlock because that drives people nuts. And in designing our residential streets.
Gridlock.
Defined term, LOF, yes. Yeah, and there's something else I was going to get, but I think that gets the gist of it.
I couldn't help but laugh because Councilmember Borbo just leaned over and said, "I love gridlock. I'm in government." So, all right. With that, do you have a sense of where we're going? Yes. All right. Excellent. Thank you. I am going to say we're going to skip our announcements and committee reports, and I don't see any individual determinations. So meeting adjourned. And a happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
This was a 2-day meeting. It lasted into